Hey.
I'm in the gym working out, but I just had one thing to say. I
Mm.
think we pool as much money as we can from the syndicate uh, and buy a board ape now that the price has bottomed uh,
Oh yeah,
because of the network that it brings.
it does give you some interesting perks, doesn't it?
And not only that, but the access to people, right? Like all the perks I could give a fuck
Mhm.
about, but just being in that chat room with individuals who have purchased them previously, uh, it's something to look into. Um, just the access of people is probably um, worth looking into. I mean, some of them sold for like 8 ETH this morning. So
Oh wow,
yeah,
coming down.
so that's where I'm. That's where I'm at. But
Yeah, I'm just.
I'm gonna finish my workout. I'll be back later.
Uh-huh. Child programming. Nice. That's a good one.
Salud.
What's going on?
Let me fix the isolation here. I am walking out for a walk.
Nice.
It's a beautiful day. It's like, I don't know what temperature. It's probably like 61 and sunny. You're working on fine.
It snowed for a little bit here. Yeah, you know me.
Mm-hmm. Did it snow last night or this week?
Late last night.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
the snow tops are getting it's over not where I live, but it's a few hours away. So do you guys have the skiers already? Like people are like already in place?
I wonder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're it's so funny because it's such a thing, you know, and there's so many people that are like Aspen people already, like I see videos of people already up there, like so.
Yeah, they've been waiting for a while.
It's like any fresh powder, they're like, let me go. I wish I like snow that much. I don't like being that cold.
Yeah. Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah, how do you manage, Mr. Hot Blood?
Very difficultly.
Yeah.
Yeah, very difficultly. I'm always wearing like a winter jacket in October. And people are like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I don't know. You are cold? I'm crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, the cold. I wonder do you guys get a lot of sun there? Is it like, or is
Yeah,
it
no,
over a
totally.
cloud a lot?
No, we get lost. Well, also beside this massive body of water, like you,
Yeah,
right? Like you're by the ocean, we're by like these Great Lakes. So,
the winds from the lakes help
uh-huh.
clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty.
Uh,
I'm gonna miss. I'm gonna miss it for a while.
how do you feel, like emotionally about everything? So, a big change you're going through.
Well, yeah, it's. I keep trying to get distracted because it's so much that I'm processing, but and I miss opportunities while I'm trying to still fucking process. But it's like even I miss the opportunity, I still have to do it. Like it's gonna cost me a little more, but it's still like something I have to get done. So I have to like get better at that. Um, but yeah, I have my mom and my sister coming. I think it's next week. Like I'm supposed to have everything in boxes by the time they get here. I've been putting things in boxes for like months and you know I'm not there. But they're coming and hopefully everything's ready so that when they get here we just uh what is that? Load the container or something. And then that way I have like 3 days of them to like just chill. That's the goal. I don't know. I haven't pulled any all-nighters, so I don't know how realistic this is. I'm like, it's 10:30. Either I get on space and just like listen in till like 2 in the morning, or I go to sleep. But I'm not doing boxes.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's difficult for me to like not. I can't speak. That's the thing. It's like I have to just like stay and listener in order for me to maybe have the spaces open. Have like some kind of like entertainment while I'm working. But I don't know. I can't participate on my computer. Like I can't get on, I want to do Python. I want to play with Python. I
Yeah,
can't do that because like, so basically,
I would probably never tune into LinkedIn, sorry, to Twitter Spaces if it was on my computer and I couldn't talk if
yeah,
I
yeah,
wanted to. You know what I
exactly. So
mean?
it's like, I'm like, it sucks. But at the same time, it's like, get your shit together, Mella. But um, we'll see. I was talking to a couple of people in Tennessee. Like I'm starting to like, because that's the other thing. It's like I really haven't when I've moved before, like every time I move, there's something I've already established where I'm going, you know, and that hasn't happened. I haven't done that. Like I haven't really established something out there, other than I'm, going to things that I know. I don't want to do that. It's not like I'm going back. I'm like, I'm going there for something new. It's kind of whatever. I'm just talking, blabbing, trying to understand shit as I speak it.
Talking it out helps.
Yeah.
I so I'm just about done these 10 lessons,
Oh, really? See?
and yeah,
You're so good, man. Okay, I'm gonna
it's eating the elephant, to be honest with
when
you. Does that make sense?
mm,
Right? So like I'll take a few bites of it, put it down, pick it up back again.
yeah,
So it happened over time
yeah,
with a lot of breaks in between, you know?
yeah.
But I'm lucky because I have like Web3 and Ahmed willing to answer any question I have, along with Manish. So I'm just like on Udemy, and I'm looking at some of the other courses that exist,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm trying to just look at how they do their commercials,
Yeah.
right? So some of them were like, "Hey, you want to learn Python? Great. Well, you can go from zero to hero in Python.
Mm-hmm.
We have a gajillion reviews of 5 stars, and over a gajillion million people have used our thing." And I'm like, I don't have a gajillion million people yet.
Yeah.
So I'm like, are you? You know, so far,
So
absolutely 0 people have been interested in this
this is
course.
what we're
You
gonna
know,
do when I get to Tennessee and I have my landing, the first sofa I'm gonna stay on. Uh, I will be able to. I'm gonna take class, so I'm gonna sit down and do the and go through go through the thing and
well,
see.
it's designed for you to be able to do it on your phone. Like you could just have your feet up, sitting, even watching TV. Because it's not so much like how to code, it's just how to get it to do stuff that might be useful for you,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so it's like, because there's a lot of resources out there to learn how to code,
Yeah.
but because they don't do the beginning well,
Yes.
nobody gets past the first 2 lessons. It's like,
Yeah.
fuck, I don't want to learn math again. The fuck you
Yeah.
teaching me math? I'm trying to build an app over here, and you're trying to teach me math. I
Yeah.
don't want, right? So yeah, I think it's like I just showed Casey how to do it, but yeah, I could even send it to you. It's I'm getting better at like making them like this last one I did was hold on, let me put it to the top. So it's just what 8 lines of code, and what it does is it helps you get all this financial data on the Fortune 500 with like 8 lines of code, and that link works. Like you can start coding by just clicking that link. It's gotten really easy now.
Let me see. Yeah, see, I wanna this is what I wanna do. Yeah, while I'm on my trip, I don't know. I kind of I'm probably gonna be off spaces. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. And then like I'm trying to plan it. So that way I can sit down and read and do all the things, like go from your 0 to your 10 and see where I'm at. But my brain has to, I'm gonna do that when I get to my sister's.
Mhm.
And then I'm
The
gonna
idea
see.
with
Hmm.
the idea with that code
Hmm.
is that you don't need to write anything. It's just there's a little play button,
Hmm.
and the play button executes the code for you. So you don't have to do shit but
Hmm.
press play. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hello, baby.
Oh, hello, monster.
How's you doing?
Monster.
You don't message me.
I haven't messaged you.
Yeah,
I'll say hello today. How are you?
I was missing you.
Oh, you miss me?
Yeah, after seeing
Yeah.
your DP,
Huh?
after seeing your DP,
After seeing what?
your DP, new profile pic,
It sounds like you're saying titty. What are you saying?
no titties, profile pic.
Oh, profile pic. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Monster, speak clearly. Uh, oh, you're saying you like my picture. Thank you. Fine girl. Hey, Peter. Peter, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Get on.
Just recording this quick commercial for the Udemy. I want to show you it. I want to be like, hey, welcome to learning how to code. Who the fuck wants to learn how to code? I know it sucks, right? It almost feels like we're being forced to learn how to code. Like that's how I want the commercial to be.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, I like the, that's like, it's like a little bit of an asshole,
Yeah, but also
but worse.
frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
If you're like me, you've been failing to learn how to code for about 20 years now.
Thought you knew math.
Yeah. You think you're a fancy boy?
I'm about to move some cans, like garbage cans. Tell me if you can hear
Mm-hmm.
it.
It's okay. It's just us.
Hmm?
It's just us, anyways. You can make as much noise as you want.
I want to know if
Yeah.
that's setting.
Oh, like the live. Oh, okay. Yeah,
You
I
hear
hear
it?
you.
You hear it?
No.
Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, I guess not all phones have that mic isolation. This is just straight on the phone, which is cool. Are you there? I hear it. Wow.
All right. Let's do this. We'll do a throwaway. A couple of throwaway. Okay. Is the mic's not even plugged in? So now the mic's plugged in to the computer. And change my audio input to be the mic. All right. Check. Turn that up one more. Check. All right. So that's there and that's set. And if I do a quick test video, hey, welcome to coding. Who the fuck wants to learn how to code? I know. Kind of feels like you're being forced into it, right? Yeah, me too. All right, let's see if that works. Kind of feels like you're being forced into it, right? Yeah. Oh, is it working on my other computer? Oops, music. Test video. Hey, welcome to coding. Who the fuck wants to learn how to code? I know. Kind of feels like you're being forced into it, right? Yeah, me too. Beautiful.
Nice. Nice. Cute.
This is working. So I have the Snapchat camera. Make me look like Casey. You know that animation?
Oh yeah, I like the little the cartoon.
This will be fun. So it's pretty easy. Like you can just like log into Udemy and be like, I want to create a course now. And be like, okay, here you go. I'm like, oh, this is not all that complicated.
Oh, fun. Okay. How much are the courses on Udemy?
Well, you can offer free courses.
Yeah, there are such free courses, right? I mean, there are an
Yeah.
array of free courses.
And a lot of them now, like if you look, it'd be like used to be $120. Now $20.
Oh, okay.
Not to say that they used to, you know what I mean? Like people do that false markdown kind of idea. But
Yeah.
you get
That's so annoying. It's just so annoying. So annoying to
used
see
to
that.
be
It's everywhere.
used to used to cost a pound of flesh. Now free. And it's like, really?
Yeah.
Who paid a pound of flesh?
Yeah. I feel like cybersecurity is like something that draws my attention. Like, so I was gonna look at Udemy and see what they have, or
Well, I mean, it's funny because I feel things are heating up with Ahmed's cybersecurity startup. Like I did a demo with a client and they're meeting back with us on the 25th,
yeah,
right? Which is a positive sign because it's the only meeting I really scheduled,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then I talked to someone else. This is a recorded space, but I talked to someone else that we
Mm-hmm,
know very near and dear,
mm-hmm.
and they also said that they're experiencing challenges at their company for which this, Ahmed solution would be a solution for.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
Right. So I'm
Mhm.
starting to see kind of like organically start to bubble up the
Mhm.
more people know Ahmed and they trust Ahmed.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because, it sometimes takes months for people to realize, okay, yeah, this person is legit.
Right.
Right. And so now they have the relationship and I've been telling folks about it. So, Ahmed said that if you were looking to get into cybersecurity,
Yeah.
there'd be money on the sales side. And,
Yeah.
learning how to sell it is learning it anyways, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I guess he told me a while ago to call him, so I'm gonna call him.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be for today, just to know that it's an option.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, for me, it's December forward. Like right now is
Hmm.
borrowed time. So, uh, but like in December's, once I'm over there, then I can put my brain to work that way, which I'm excited. I'm already like starting to enrolling in class, like at the at the local college. Oh,
Oh, nice.
yeah.
What are you starting?
I'm just gonna do English and math.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And then, yeah. And then while I'm doing that, then I'm gonna take I want to take like a course. Uh, yeah, I need to work. I need to work. I need to make some things happen right now. Oh, this is gross. Ugh. Is Peter there? It says speaker.
I see him as listener.
Oh, my phone's, well, I was gonna say my phone is funky, but I think it's just Twitter that's funky. Twitter's a bit funky. Glitches while purchasing Taylor Swift tickets. People are crying. That's funny. Ticketmaster. Twitter.
Sorry, I just reported you a commercial.
Ticketmaster is
No,
ticket. What? Ticketmaster's a monopoly. Yeah, they master.
Of course, I'm Monopoly. It's in the fucking name.
Yeah,
It's not called Twitter Servant or Ticket Servant.
35,000. Wow. People are paying $35,000 to go see Taylor Swift.
Good for her.
Damn. But there's something like with glitches with purchasing tickets. Oh, crazy. Oh shit. There's a gas line pipe that's just ruptured.
Oh, fuck.
But it's a local. Oh god. Oh god, it's bad. Oh, hopefully that's the water. Oof.
And holdings. YouTube, we don't need that. Save. Good. Oh, 50 characters.
Hmm.
There we go. So that's saved.
Whoa. It's wild.
Submit for review. Oh, 30 minutes of video content, 5 lectures, content for all the lectures. Oh, I can preview this. Can I send someone this preview? Okay, let's see if this works. Let me open up a new browser. Let's see if this is working. This course is in draft mode. So how do I send this to someone? Okay. Publish, delete, enrollment. Invitation only. Cool. I gotta have multiple instructors. So where are my courses? Um, course landing page. What the fuck is this? Profile picture. Public profile. How do I show this course? I gotta send a course preview. All right, so now that we have that curriculum, introduction. So I can call it Python will never be the same again. Save lecture. Python. Okay. Add a lecture. I can add a quiz or a coding exercise. Can I duplicate this whole thing? Name of section 2. Section 2, lecture 1. Lecture 2. Lecture 3. And let's do it again. Section 3, lecture 1. Two, 3. Oh, no. That has to be 1. That has to be 2. And that has to be 3. Bang. Name of section 3. Section. Delete. Okay. Preview as student. I like this. Why hasn't it uploaded the video? All right. Or just me and you, Pete. Let's do it. Nice. Uh-huh. Nice. Mm-hmm. So where'd it go? Here we go. Alright. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Ugh. Preview. Nice. Nice. Fucking amazing. Mm-hmm. Hello, this is Michael Jagdale, and I will be creating a course called Learning Python Without Math for the Absolute Beginner. I hope you really enjoy it. Who needs math anyways, right? Didn't realize I was still on a thing, but you know how that goes. Where is this? I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Set up and test video. Why doesn't it get saved?
Excuse me, is this did I hear you right? You're helping people learn how to do coding without math?
Yes,
I mean, I
fuck
don't
math.
like math. Can you help me not do
Mm,
math?
Yes, I can. I'm the best to do it.
Really? I've been looking for the best to do not math.
Yeah, who better to teach you not math than someone who doesn't know how to do math? Like I could literally not. I can't fail in that regard, which is crazy, actually.
That's perfect. Okay, so how do I do not math?
Well, you did it today.
Look, I'm trying to help you out with the recording, okay?
All right, let's like a pro film your video, select video. I'm just gonna try to send them whatever video. Learn how to code for the absolute. What did it go? Come on, love.
Oi.
Boy, where'd the video go? Oh, I didn't save it yet.
You know, by the way, I want to
That's
just voice my disappointment that my
please.
little haha on when I posted Peter's video. He's a proper cohort.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing, zero land, fail, total fail, nothing.
I like it.
I thought it was good. I was a fan of that, but nothing. 0-0 land.
Well, against the whole
It's okay.
throwing pearls,
Hey, it's
pearls at one
don't try
thing.
to make me feel better. It failed.
Okay, so we're processing that. So I don't know. I can't send this. I guess I could do this. One sec. Hey KC, what's going on? This is my Udemy course. Hey KC, what's going on? Look, it's Udemy course. So what will you learn? Learn the basics of Python without math. Become less afraid of coding. Get cool software running without any downloads. Learn how to use APIs. And there's this, and there's that. Boop, boop, boop. All right, so saved. Let me send this to you. Hey, you could do a spatial course. But if I go here, screen recording, is that the right thing? That's what he said. Ah, look, it's Udemy course. So what will you learn? Learn the basics of Python without math. Okay, done. All right, so I sent you the Udemy page by DM. Because now I'm pretty much done like 9 out of 10 lessons, which means it's pretty much done. And now that I've got it down to those like click, 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 here you go. It's like, okay, I've got this as tight as I could ever want it. That's what she said.
But bump. I will be checking that out here momentarily. I am just trying to set a time frame for setting spatials at the moment. I think that I can get a full spatial build done in about 30 minutes.
Nice.
That's the goal I'm aiming for at the moment.
What if you put it on Fiverr?
Well, I want to make sure I can do the thing before I promote the thing. But yeah, I'm down. Fiverr, Telegram, whatever. I don't direct marketing, shill spaces. I should be versatile on that one. But yes, sorry, yes. But I want to.
If people are charging a lot of money on Fiverr now, it's no longer Fiverr.
Well, it's 5 per unit, right?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of projects that are like, I'll do it for you for $140.
Oh,
hmm
oh,
Right? So given that there's a lot of people already looking, for a metaverse, like, I will create your metaverse for you.
I feel like where that accelerates is when I say I'll build you a token gated metaverse exclusive to your holders.
That's the upsell, right?
Right? Yep.
But progressive disclosure. And the thing is, like, Zach was able to launch Win the War off of Fiverr, so I know it works.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm straight up Craigslist. Not even kidding.
It's amazing.
Dude, why not? You know what I mean?
And you don't have to serve everyone. It's just like, well, no, I didn't get back to you. Well, I didn't get back to you.
Yeah. It's kind of.
But you have a strong portfolio.
It's getting there. It's getting there. It's coming along. And what I really, really, really want to make sure I can do is incorporate the work without destroying the rest of my time. That's the part that is the hardest part for me. I got to be able to do this on limited time as I see fit, as I can.
Work work fills the space allotted.
Yeah. Because I'm like in such a fluid situation in life right now.
Yeah.
Oh, goddamn, dude! I set an environment up And then as I'm looking for objects to add to it, I see stuff that makes me realize I'm working in the wrong base. Like, oops, there's a
Oh
better
shit.
one. There's a better one right here. I think I'm going to bail out on this one. Not this time. I thought so. But that's okay. That's all right. It's all part of the fun. Sketch fam. So when I talk to the spatial, the guy that holds the spatial Twitter spaces, he doesn't necessarily know that much about spatial, and he's been very upfront about that. You know, he doesn't hide that. He's very blunt about, like, yeah, I'm like an artist who was doing stuff and asked him a couple of questions, and here we are. It just happened. That's cool. That's totally cool. And they've got one of their staff members that goes with them sometimes, but in general, they don't talk a lot about what they can do with it. Like, I asked them a question about being able to alternate speeds on your avatar. Because, I mean, I would 100% build a racetrack like ASAP and have races. And they're like, oh, we hadn't considered that. Interesting, but that's, I don't know. It's like rolled off, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like, and it wasn't even like, oh, we just not interested in the idea, but like, oh, you could do that. I'm like, whoa, what do you mean? That's a surprise. Like, I get that it's a mismatch on how I want to use it and how I'm viewing it, and what it is. There's a mismatch.
It's like the difference between a developer and developer advocate.
Ooh, that's a good distinction right there. That's a really good distinction. I got something going here. They've got a really nice, like, Arabian medieval environment that's rather complex, but it uploads real easy.
I mean, I might fucking need Meta Baby's help with this shit. She knows what she's doing with this Python.
I kind of caught that. It seems
Yeah,
like
man.
she's got a
She knows
clue.
what she's doing. I'm telling you.
It's
I'm
so
looking at
funny.
I'm looking at what she just sent me. I'm like, huh. I think that could work.
I get the impression that she's one of those bartenders that's grabbing the cash, making the money, and doing a whole lot of other stuff.
It's hard to put a finger on her.
I always appreciate seeing that, though. Got that sweet southern drawl, but I'm going to talk about quantitative analysis. Oh, darling,
Yeah.
that's not enough qubits to do what you want to do. You ain't going to break no blockchain with that many qubits. Unless you got quantum entanglement.
Am I dumb or racist? You know what
Dude,
I mean? Like,
that right there, man. That maybe beautifully said. That, man, how spot on. Because I really thought about that too. I'm like, wow, am I a bastard? Like,
fucking asshole.
yeah.
You know, because you talk to Web3 and Web3 is just laughing at Manish and I. Because you put the dot in the wrong place. Told you need to slow down and read. You see the error message? Yeah, all you have to do is press Control Enter, and that shit. Oh fuck, it's working. It's like getting taught how to code by fucking Bush Junior. Bush Junior, you know how to code? Fuck, you didn't know you know how to code. Well, you know, back on the Kirk. You know, we found a few garden snakes, and then we graduated to pythons. I'm like, what? Is that a euphemism? Or no?
Nope.
You know, back in the day, you know, with Halliburton. What do you mean you work for?
Yeah, dude, so
Who am I even
casual
talking
too.
to?
Yeah.
Like halfway in, you're like, who the fuck am I
Dude,
talking to again?
do you know who blows my mind is Robert Wetzel.
Oh, that guy is inexhaustible, dude.
Oh my holy cow,
I had to get
man.
Ali to read one of his papers and explain it back to me. That's the only reason I can like talk to him, is because I'd be like, "Hey, Ali, somebody gave me a math paper." She's like, "All right, fine. Hold on."
Well,
And I'll ask her questions. I'm like, she's like, "Shut up! I'm still reading." I'm like, "Sorry. Continue."
so there's a couple bonkers parts here. First off, what I think is maybe the most bonkers part is, I don't know if you were there when Hurls was describing to me his vision that he had while hallucinating, and the character that was generated from that, the Snake Man. But I am hanging out in a space with Dr. Robert Wetzel, and I look at his PFP, and it is a dead ringer. Dead ringer, dude, and not even like it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Did he like grab one of the sketches somehow that Hurls and I were passing back and forth working on that? Or like, did Hurls put that up and he grabbed that somehow? Because like it's so eerily accurate that it's like it seems impossible.
I remember when we did the podcast, and I'm like, he's like, "Yeah, my wife's from Guyana." I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here! Your wife's from Guyana?" And then we start talking about that and how he's like related to fucking West Indian royalty. And I'm like, I don't even know, right? And I don't know. There's a lot of people that brag about what they supposedly done.
Yeah,
and that guy's so
yeah.
soft spoken with it.
Well, okay, so he gets more bonkers. His project that he's working on incorporates a lot of the concepts that I've been talking about for the Dorian.
Who else do you know that built a system where you can buy NFTs with cash, and he did it all in Rust? What the fuck you mean he did it in Rust? And he's hasn't even retired yet. Like he's about to retire. So he's talking to me about like doing stuff with the Syndicate. But trying to do stuff with the Syndicate is like trying to herd fucking cats.
Well, so okay, and here's the other observation. Listening to him palling around with his typical cohorts, his typical crew, total hardcore degens, super hardcore degens, and he loves it, man.
He's one of the smartest guys I've ever met that still has a fucking thirst for knowledge.
I got asked recently, like, how come you're going into all these weird spaces that have like people who obviously don't know what the fuck is going on? They're just like talking big game,
I
but they
feel
don't.
personally attacked. By the way, Seeing Double, what's up? I
Not
don't think we've ever
intentional.
spoken before. What's up, Seeing Double?
What's up, Sing Double? How you doing?
I find you all so interesting. Like, you actually have nothing to contribute, yet you feel you have so much knowledge to share with everyone. It's fascinating.
That's an
Like,
interesting comment.
that's actually fascinating to me.
That's an interesting comment.
I love it.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to add that's, like us? Maybe you can outdo us.
No, I'm just sitting back eating the popcorn right now,
All right, let's give you
watching all of this
No
go
way.
down, and like
wicked.
it's absolutely fascinating to me.
Sing Double, would
We'll give
you help me?
You're amazing.
What
Love you
is
all.
thank you. What is your I can't pronounce what's underneath your at. MO.
Like it's not that difficult. Seeing double, DBL abbreviation for double. Like it's not hard.
No. Below that, it says like
Oh,
Malev Babe.
Molon. So that's Greek. We
Thank
call
you.
that the Greek language.
There we go.
Yeah. So that's actually Greek language. Most of us are familiar, but okay.
I recognize the lambda.
Yeah.
So many languages I don't even. They just. I don't even try to guess.
There's
I just try to ask. I don't
so
even want to
many
guess.
all over the world. Isn't it amazing that we have so many so many languages? Oh
I'd rather
my
just say I
goodness.
don't know and have you tell me. That seems more direct.
So what is it actually that you need my help with? Not clear on that.
Well, just from your observation, do you have anything to add to that?
I mean, anything to add to your conversation where you chose to like tear Travis apart? Yeah, like I'm pretty sure I have a lot to add to that. Beyond that, is there something else you'd like me to add? I don't know. Let me know.
And when you said tore Travis apart, can you elaborate for me? Um,
Um, I can, sure. Why don't you maybe expand on what you were saying when you chose to say that what he had didn't actually contribute to an intellectual conversation. Maybe do that.
oh, are you talking? Are you talking about when I was saying things like, yeah, that doesn't actually add value to my day, so I'm gonna leave now.
I mean, it doesn't add value to your day, but
Was
like
it no?
it
Is
totally
that what you're talking
entertains
about?
me.
So
So
no.
there's that.
We've been
Like
playing. No, that's a
I
character.
love that you entertain me on a regular basis. Like
I.
you're funny.
So, by the way, that was a character representation. They were making fun of me, and I was leaning into it.
Like
I don't
you're
actually
a
feel
total
that way.
ass clown. Whatever. Okay. No, you're super entertaining. I love you.
Well, I guess thanks. So, anyways, what were we talking about, by the way? Totally
Uh,
off track.
yeah, we were calling Trady Trav a fucking asshole. Isn't he a piece of shit? Hate that guy.
I mean, how many people do you think he's wrecked?
Oh man, so many.
The trail of tears and blood behind him must be
You
a
know,
swath.
I try to tell people that not all Samoans are criminal, and then he shows up, and it's like another fucking Samoan. You know, it's tough.
It's
He's a good guy.
why is it always the Samoans? Why?
It's because they keep the testosterone in their legs. That's why.
Is it from all the forced swimming and rugby, or is it like I don't get it? I just don't get it. Evolutionary. I don't know.
Sounds like a white cisgender male to me.
I'm just trying to play the role here. If that's the part that's being called for, let's have some fun.
No, seeing double. Trav is a really, 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 really good friend of ours, and we're working on some things in the background together.
No, I get it. And I'm completely on board. This KC person, he's interesting. He's so
Yeah,
much fun.
Casey is a case
He's
study.
super entertaining and completely inarticulate. So, I mean, there's that.
Man, and see, that's why I called it Disaster of a Podcast, because I wanted to invite him on, and I knew exactly what would happen because of his that white cisgender male kind of
It's like a
mentality.
spark. It's a spark to the flame, right?
Kind of.
Kicks it off.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you're a misogynist, kind of
Yeah.
inexplicably kind of disgusting human being. So I don't know.
Mhm.
Whatever. Like,
I
you
feel
do
that.
you. I'm okay with that. I'm
Right.
happy
Like, only
that
question
you're
is
okay
how
with
can I
you.
be more me and more true to myself?
I mean, you can't. You're just who you are. And you're kind of an interesting human being. Um Disgusting from my perspective, but you're interesting. So there's that.
So it's more of an entertainment value.
Oh no, you're very entertaining for sure.
I guess as long as I'm adding value in some context.
I mean, value, that's subjective at best, but okay, sure, we'll go with that.
Trying to remember. Oh yeah, we're talking about you going on Fiverr with the spatial.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Turn that into a little thing.
Well, Fiverr, I will create a metaverse
Yeah.
for you. Let's see. 24 best metaverse services. I will design your metaverse architectural project starting at $280. Whoa, I will create metaverse environment in Unreal Engine for
Ooh,
140. That's an interesting
really?
one.
That is an interesting one. That's kind of
I just looked it up.
yeah. How's the work?
Let's listen to him with his inarticulate narrative
Mm-hmm.
completely tear Trav down. Let's do that.
Okay,
That's fun.
let's try that. Okay. You want to do your impression or should I do mine?
No, do yours.
Okay. Okay, I'll do mine. Hello. How are we? That's it.
I mean, that was pretty good.
I've been working on it for 3 months.
I don't like this asshole.
All right,
Like,
so I guess I'll go.
Hey, Pete.
like seriously, Casey,
Seriously,
come
Casey. Like,
back.
we're
What
just
was I thinking?
we're just trying to like. First of all, like I like Trav, and I know Peter doesn't, but like, he doesn't even use his. I mean, sure, he has a 4090, but that doesn't make him better than us.
Wait, what
I
now?
mean, a little bit.
Let's be.
A little
Let's
bit
be
it does though.
honest.
Just a little bit.
Casey's intellectual ability is so completely lacking. Like, I don't know.
No,
I
I agree
can't
with
take
you.
him
Oh yeah,
seriously.
Yeah,
totally. No, I don't know a
Like,
damn
if you
thing.
can take him seriously, that's amazing. But like, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't.
no, it's
You know, I
okay.
had a really bad dream because of you. I was half asleep listening
Which
to
one?
this space, and I just hear this voice, and then suddenly I was like in this environment being like talked shit upon, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Why am I having this dream? Now I've woken up and heard this, and I realized exactly why I was having that dream.
So, Peter, we're having the airing of grievances about hurls. So Casey started out with the air. It's kind of like Festivus for the rest of us on Twitter Spaces. Do you have any grievances to air about hurls? His accent, his criminal behavior. You know.
It's criminal behavior.
Wait, what? What criminal behavior? What am I
Well,
not
it's just
privy to?
because he's of the Australian criminal lineage. You know.
Okay, so he's Australian and Best Buy must be criminal. Like,
Yeah,
that,
that's the assertion.
that's, I mean, that's kind of ridiculous, right?
Really? What about, like, they say
By
the apple
virtue
doesn't
of
fall
being
far from the tree?
Australian, he's criminal. So, by virtue of being American, though I don't live in that country and haven't for some time, I must also be criminal. Like, that's ridiculous.
I mean, it's true, though. I'm Canadian,
Yeah,
so
I mean,
everyone's criminal to us.
okay, so you're Canadian, you must be criminal as well.
It depends who you ask.
Right. So it's all subjective, which is kind of my point.
Yeah, these are not facts, but rather intersubjective truths. Oh no, we have another fucking Australian. Hey, Lagartha.
Excuse me, I'm neither Australian nor Kiwi or any other.
You're Samoan, I forgot. That's right.
So my question is, if you say every Australian is, a criminal, then how?
By lineage,
Yeah,
yes.
but how far are we going to go back to this? Like how many?
That's a spicy question.
Because I feel like at some point we should like put a stop to that, and I would say like maybe like 1 or 2 generations at max from the original, people that got there.
It's a good question. How many generations removed do you have to be to clean your genetic criminal record? Right? Like,
Yeah,
when is your genetic criminal record expunged? It's an
exactly.
interesting one.
Because,
That's an interesting one.
otherwise you would say all Germans are Nazis, and you can't really do that.
Right. Or all Guyanese are coolies, or, go down the list. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really do that, I feel like.
It's kind of like the nationalist caste system.
Yeah, and, I feel like generational guilt is really an important topic and should be talked about more often, And may that be criminal Australians or, Nazi Germans. We should be talking about these things more often. Or American, what was that? American capitalist, I don't know, whatever it was. I'm not quite awake yet. And I feel like we should all talk about that. It's
Another
No.
Australian.
Oh, wait.
It's Kit.
Yeah, what is
Just
Kit
full of
though?
Australians.
Welcome to the troll space, Kit. How are you doing today?
I was just popping in, thought I'd grab a mic just in case. I do not know anything of pretense.
Do you think that Australians are predisposed to being criminals given their genetic lineage?
The stress of survival because they were abandoned on an island to basically die off because the kangaroos would eventually took over. I want to say it's criminal. That's just a box we put them in. But I would probably just say that they are in survivalist mode just for the rest of their life.
I like it.
So we replace criminals with survivors.
Yes. Yes. You're not a criminal during the Mad Max. Like, there are no criminals in the post-apocalypse.
Yeah.
They'll be heroes.
Yeah, that sounds great. So
like
what would Kit be then, with her lineage?
I would be a kangaroo because I want to be a winner.
Always going forward, not backwards, huh?
Hold on. Can a kangaroo jump
Not
backwards?
go backwards? Yeah, just like an emu, which is why they're the national animals. Jesus Christ.
It's like progressive resilience.
Yeah. Not go. They can't go backwards. Emus and kangaroos, which is where they're, the national animals of Australia. Education, you guys.
Wicked.
Education.
A wicked tail.
Yeah.
We have a beaver.
I mean, each their own.
Just gonna throw that out there. I don't know what that means about our country. Maybe we like to get fucked. I don't know.
I feel like we should have Pete talk about this, but then again, it's like really fucking early where he is. He should be sleeping.
Well, if you
No.
have, I got a quick question. So you want to? So if your
Hmm.
beaver is your national creature, then are you offended that they are being killed, slaughtered, harvested, their genitalia juices just so you can make imitation vanilla extract?
Yeah, that's right. You're the vanilla extract for the world. I mean, if
I mean,
that
well, you can
doesn't
try making a
scream.
cheesecake without vanilla extract and see where you go. You know.
Well,
Oh my
Australia
god.
has real vanilla extract.
I talked to a guy in Uganda that said he was farming Ugandan vanilla, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." He's like, "No, you don't understand." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Ugandan vanilla is some of like the most sought after food resource on the planet." I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here!" And I looked it up. I'm like, "Wow, this is like, you know, land gold." This Ugandan vanilla.
Yeah, vanilla beans are super expensive.
Yeah, but everywhere. Why are the Ugandan ones different? Like, are they having a special taste, special nutrients? What, like, I know they're not easy to farm or to harvest, grow, blah, blah, blah. But why Uganda?
The elevation nutrients tends to bring out more tannin
Oh.
notes.
Oh,
And maybe it might be a bit warmer and they might have less water. And I assume they will need a lot of water. I'm not sure. I could be wrong.
just to we were talking. Casey was roasting Travis Lagertha. Do you want to try to roast Travis?
Well, he's not here now. I do that when he's here.
Pretend I'm him. Hello,
No,
how are we, legs?
no. I roast him when he's in the room right then and there.
I invited him a while ago. I think it's
Yeah, dude, it's like what? What is it like 7 a.m. for him? His daughter's probably already up, so
Mm.
he needs to be a daddy. And doesn't he have a job now these days?
No, he's one of those guys that I can't tell how tall he is.
Oh, really?
He could be 4'6" or like 6'4". I don't know. I can't tell.
No. I'm pretty gobsmacked. I'm pretty sure he's just under 6 foot. That's what I get.
Yeah, I don't know.
So the question then begs to ask, how tall are you exactly?
Me? I'm
No,
short.
no, I'm short also. I mean, by comparison, but like,
I'm 5'7" and 1/4 to 5th.
Just use centimeter,
so there we
dude.
go.
Use
That's it.
centimeter
Right.
and you get a
I don't,
full number.
yeah,
Jesus Christ.
I can be taller in centimeters.
Yeah, just say I'm 175 centimeters.
Oh,
1/3 of a whale.
Yeah.
there you go.
Fuck Christ.
I like it.
Wild, you people. You do
Actually,
your metric system. Why do you do height still in feet?
mostly because we're talking to white cisgender males from the U.S., like Casey,
Like,
or like
You mean
Matteo.
you get?
I'm
You mean
not.
you get to talk
I'm white,
to white
but I'm
cisgender?
not cisgendered from the U.S. Like,
Yeah, so majority of the
I'm in the
people in the
EU,
room
so
use centimeters, not inch. So Casey is the only
right.
one at the moment, and Kit maybe, but Kit is so smart she knows
You're
centimeter.
154.
welcome.
154.94.
Awesome, killing it.
94.
Or 154, whichever you want.
How are you so short, Kit?
I'm shrinking.
You would be even shorter than Duke.
I know. I am.
Even shorter
I'm
than me.
actually shorter than that, depending on the time of the day. Literally.
Oh God.
Peter sounds like he's 5'10".
No,
Definitely not.
no, we know Pete is not 5'10".
I usually grab the.
I'm
I
about
feel like I'm the tallest person in the room, which is really kind of disgusting. Like I'm 5'7.5".
Well, Kate.
That's not all that tall.
Who's
And yet, here
disgusting
we go.
now?
Are we? It's interesting because I've never heard men and women compare lengths before, but this is 2022.
Exactly. Everybody get your cock out. We see who has the tallest, biggest, girthiest.
Well, it's not fair. I mean, it's just like we should have like special like bantam weight classes, but like bantam height classes. Fight to the death.
Are you saying that tall people might have bigger cocks than small people?
I mean, if we're being honest,
On the
generally,
balance
yes,
of
that's the
probabilities,
case.
I would like to say my experience taught me that the height of the person has nothing to do with the size of their cock. That could just be me because my sample size is very, very small.
I mean, my sample size is also small, but I feel like the cock size is generally proportionate to the height. Just
Really?
in my experience. I don't
I,
know.
maybe
I must have had.
correlation, not causation. Maybe.
And also, do you
That's
measure
a valid
in?
point, but like I feel like it's also valid that while most men who are taller have a larger cock should also be paid attention to. Just saying.
Now, are you measuring linear or circumference, or how is
Both.
your?
Just
Mm,
both.
Yeah, this is probably the point where I should make some advertisement for mysize.com. You know, you guys, please, everybody go measure your cock. And according to the measurement, please go find a rubber that suits your size because protection is only as good as the good fitting condom.
Absolutely.
Not every cock is the same size as we just figured out, and not the standard condom size doesn't apparently usually fit the standard guy. So here we go. Please go measure your cock and get a fitting condom if you do not want to have unwanted pregnancies, especially to the dudes in America, because, you know, the women might not be able to do an abortion until that is resolved. And we're back in, you know, the year of 2022 and women having rights to their own body. We might want to put extra layers of protection on the line. Also, no, do not put two condoms on top of each other. That will not help.
I just vouch for the cheaper way of just grab a rubber band and just tie it off until something just falls.
That also works. No, no rubbers needed anymore after
Like,
that.
no, please don't do that. Don't let anything fall off. Just
How would they
maybe follow
pee?
science and condoms and
How many
maybe.
rubber bands before you achieve the similar effect as a condom?
Oh my gosh. No, no rubber bands and rubber bands do not equate to condoms. Please don't let that happen.
Have you ever worked on a farm or watched how people band hogs? And it's funny because they fall off and then the pigs eat them again.
Ew.
We're not equating that to human beings. Human beings' cocks should not fall off. We shouldn't
No,
banish
not the
them until they
cock. Not
do.
the cock.
It grows back in the spring.
No, yeah, no, not so much. Please don't band them until they fall off. They're our friends.
I
Love
can.
them.
You're so distraught over this.
I mean, absolutely, I am. Of course. Like, please don't. They're our friends. We love them.
I need to
And
find a
it's okay
blog.
that we do.
Seeing there's a blog. I have to find it and send it to you. It's gosh, it's a blog where a guy basically is taking pictures of, his junk and his everyday thing, but that's it. And he draws like hands on it and smiles and eyes, and basically he's LARPing with his appendage. And then, it's like, oh, I woke up this buddy and he was all happy and smiling at me. And then it goes like, oh, and then he ended up eating, and then he got sick and threw up on himself. And it was just so funny.
I mean, like, I have male appendages um invading my space on a regular basis in DMs. We shouldn't maybe pay attention to them, and maybe just pay attention to the fact that it's okay that we are good with sexuality without making fun of male appendages, which, by the way, some of them are really crooked and some are really kind of disgusting. And a lot are unexpected and uninvited. And
It
so,
seems like, to Kit's point, that what the dick pic is missing is a narrative.
like, no, what it's missing is, I don't know, symmetry.
Well, isn't that the definition of beauty, is symmetry? I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's just the most beautiful people in the world are those that are symmetric.
I mean, when it's uninvited, no. They're all just kind of gross. It doesn't
So it
matter
has to
how
do with
symmetrical they are.
it
They're
has to do
just
with
kind of
timing.
gross. Wait, what?
It has more to do with the timing of it.
Yeah, completely misheard that. I heard it as something about a hymen, but yeah.
Hmm. It sounds like it's the timing of the dick pic, which
Um,
matters a lot.
no, it's just the dick pic altogether. It's gross. Like when it's uninvited, it's gross.
I can honestly say I have never received one of these. I sat in a space where people were talking about simps and I learned the definition, and I have been onboarded to a special group where we're talking about how to develop our simps. And still, I have not yet received one of these special, glorious, unwanted invites.
Like, I don't even understand how that happens. I feel like there's not really anything about my profile picture nor my biography, my timeline, which invites any of this. So I don't know how this happens. It's kind of disgusting, really.
I have been asked to help a student overseas to fund them with their student endeavors, but it was in some currency that I couldn't understand.
Like, I just looked at your profile. You're kind of hot. It'll happen. Give it a minute. Again, like I don't understand how this happens with most of us, how these men feel like it's okay to do this.
I just want to shout out Dan. Dan, welcome to the disaster of a podcast.
Hey.
We were taking turns roasting Trav. Casey started and he went kind of for 45 minutes. And then I did, my hello, Awawi. Do you have a Trav impression?
Some of us were roasting Trav, others of us were not, because we like him so much. So
Well,
let's be clear about that.
right. Trav is the one with the super deep voice, right? Sometimes I had to get my people straight. Yeah. That one, that's tricky, man. You got to be really down low. It's really good to be here at B1, and I'm trying to get my voice as low as possible. Man, I can't beat KC. He's got that fucking cigar piano voice.
Cigar
Oh, yeah.
piano.
Yeah, it's a
That's
cigar
right.
piano voice.
Tip your waitresses. They're working hard.
That's right. Oh, yeah, let's do the strip club. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the
Wait,
Syndicate,
what?
everybody. It's time to do the strip club.
Whoa,
That's right.
Rewind the tape. What was that now?
Rewind the tape. Which part?
All of it. Rewind the tape. What did you just say?
What I was trying to say is specifically in the way that maybe Trav would say it, although I'm using a more delicate accent than he would because he's got a deeper voice, is that we treat the stage as if it is a strip club and that you are coming on the stage and getting on the pole. And yeah, I always like to do that. So, I'd like to introduce everybody. Come on up to the stage. Up next, we have Kit B. That's right. Baroness Kit coming up to the stage. Check out the hind legs on her. She's all about Bitcoin, so let's not see cash on the stage, people. That's right. Let's get your digital currencies. No NFTs accepted for payment this week. No NFTs for payment. No, we're not taking that. And yes, KC is headlining. That's right. Big birthday for KC. He's turning 21 again. That's right. We celebrate 21 every day here on the Syndicate. Come on down to our club. Yes, that's me. I kind of ramble.
I mean, I have to admit, I kind of like you.
Oh, well, thanks. I just want to point out your icon, one, looks cool because, you got glasses on, but your name is in a funky font. Like it's like a different font than all the other fonts. And so I'm kind of font envious. You know what I mean? It's kind of like you figured out whatever the heck sequence of code it is to make your name look cooler than everyone else. And that means that you're special. And special people, well, they come on up to the stage, everybody. We've got Seeing DB1. What the hell is that all about?
DBL. Scene double. Like,
Seeing double coming up on the
let's
stage.
just be
That's
clear.
right. Seeing double D. Everything. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't say that.
Wait, double D. No. We
Yeah.
can call me that when I get there. Not this point.
Well, welcome to the Syndicate. I hope you're having a great time. It's a hell of a podcast. Each episode is terrible, but we really do enjoy the production. What do you do, Seeing Double? What's your background? What's the story?
What's my story? So what's my story? So I was born a poor white child in a disadvantaged neighborhood. No. So I'm a critical care nurse with a graduate degree who's gone on to medical school to be a naturopathic doctor. That's my story.
Awesome. Well, nurses are pretty badass. I mean, nurses are basically Marines. They're a lot nicer.
No, I was also I'm also a Navy vet. So yeah, I've got all
Wow.
sorts of things going on, and
Mm.
also worked for the State Department.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think that means that we can actually name 3 things that you probably own. So number 1 will be you're probably a dog lover, right?
I'm a dog lover. I own a Jag. I had a 3,700 square foot house and now live in less than 1,000 square feet in Ireland. So there's me.
Wow, that's awesome, man. I'm just a nerd from Ohio. I got nothing. I work in startups, and I basically come here and I sling voices. And I don't know what the topic was before I arrived, so if we want to go back to making fun of Peter, that's cool.
Oh, making fun of Trav, actually.
Making fun of Trav. All right. Again, it's like I can't do his voice, so it's hard to make fun of him. I don't know what to say other than I had no idea what to say. How do you make fun of him? I don't know. I don't know him very well.
We just try to emote his essence, like hello.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah.
everyone. It's good to be here. My name is Trav. Trav is my name. What are you doing? That's also a lot like
I feel like
Lagatha.
he's
like
Indian
Persian.
at that point. Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of like Lagatha. And then like Peter will come on.
Shantaram.
He's more of like, I want you to touch the grass, Dan. I want you to get down and touch the grass and let me know what it's like.
He just wants to see you bend over. That's what it is.
I want to see you bend over. I want to see you behind, up in the air. I want to see that a-hole.
Wow,
Right.
you guys are so brutal.
It's not brutal. I'm trying to make fun of people.
Oh
in
my
Ireland.
god, you're so
Small
brutal.
rooms.
I'm blocking you all. No.
It's interesting because I find the title of the space ends up being kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, for sure.
Because a lot of people who have never met us will often meet us for the first time under the moniker of the disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel a certain responsibility to kind of live up to it, like truth in advertising.
That's awesome.
It's all goes to shit every single episode, and then we come back together.
Hello,
That would
my
actually be a
name's
fun podcast.
Peter.
I like.
It would be interesting to hear what Trav would sound like if he was the DJ at the strip club. Hello, how are we? Welcome to Thursday night.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Wednesday's night special. Scene Double is our special guest. Bring her up to the stage.
I mean,
You
I
sound like a.
feel like, Dan, maybe you're a little jealous of how appealing he is.
Oh, totally. Totally. Well, I mean, he doesn't actually have the twang, though, like that I would like. I don't know. I just like to do that. Hello, everyone. I have a deep voice because I've come from a foreign country of which you were not trained on, educated on, nor can you spell. Next up to the stage, we have Scene Double, the beautiful blonde girl who's also a nurse.
I mean, I'm a ginger. I'm not blonde, but yes, please go ahead.
Sorry about that. She's not blonde. We have no idea what color she is. If you find out, you get a prize later. I'm just kidding. I didn't mean that part.
I'm laughing so hard I'm snorting. This is ridiculous.
That almost sounded like Lagatha. Here she is. Here she shows up when you say her name 3 times. Don't say Lagatha's name 3 times. Shit, you said it once. Lagatha. No, don't say it again. Lagatha. Oh, she shows up.
What the heck is happening? I was on a call with a freaking recruiter chewing up my ear. I have no idea what's going on.
We're talking about
It's so ridiculous.
Well, I guess I'll have to go back to the recording and listen to what happened while I was gone.
Yes. Well, supposedly we're making fun of was it Tavi's vote? I don't even know the guy's name very well. But anyways, apparently I've seen Double is accused of me of being jealous of this man who's got apparently a better accent and a stupid voice.
I mean, if we're being honest, Dan, you're very obsessed with this man. Like, let it go.
Yeah, I
Just
do not.
Move beyond him. Allow yourself to be known just for you. You don't have to obsess over him.
I don't have to obsess. This is coming from a person that told me they basically have 14 different backgrounds. Talk about obsession.
I mean, okay, sure.
Welcome, Ninja, to the disaster of a podcast. I'm like thinking about things. Like, crap. Finally, one of my friends that I care about comes, and now we're talking about stripper dicks and not using 2 rubbers. Welcome, Ninja. I apologize and welcome.
Is this an advanced space? Because my simple mind was wondering where I could hold my. What's the best way of
Ninja? Okay. That is a very basic question, and there are other spaces that cover the basics.
Yeah.
So why don't you go find another space that has the
I wasn't talking about
basics?
you guys. I wasn't talking about you guys. You guys are definitely
Yeah.
advanced and much
I
smarter than
Well,
I am.
you know,
was
we've
just
gone
I
through
was
going
just
this
to
a
the
million
wondering.
space which
times,
talked
so
about
why don't you
splitting
just
him
go
out
through the tweets
penis
and
in
find
half.
the answer in the
So
tweets, and I'm sure you can figure it out.
I feel like he fits right in.
There's a lot of big
He'll,
brain energy
he'll
going on here.
he will feel just right at home here, talking
However, I
nonsense.
do feel it's important to welcome Ninja up onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Ninja up on the stage, that's right. May be hard to tip Ninja, for he's hard to find. However, when you do find him, the gyrating notions of his tomahawks are quite interesting. So enjoy that. Remember, Bitcoin only on the stage, no NFTs accepted this time. FTS is still being accepted at the bar for the next 4 hours. Enjoy.
I'm starting my own blockchain. It's called the
Wicked.
Ninja Chain.
That's cool.
How many condoms can we buy for all the FTX that we got left?
No, I'm listing on FTX.
You can get like 20
That's where I'm
dances.
listing my Ninja
oh my
token.
gosh, I think I love her.
Well, you have an inexhaustible supply of FTT to build with on FTX. That's what I heard.
Kind of makes you want to go into Minecraft and modify all the blocks that are just FTT and just like build things with it. Like, hey, if you got fucked on FTX, you can now join our Minecraft server and use as much FTT you want to build a house and talk to cows.
I'm calling it the Ninja token. Ninjoken.
Like that. Ninja token. It's proof of whether or not you have it. That's right.
Yeah,
It's the only
exactly.
token that you buy
You
and
know
then they
what? It
disappear.
disappears fast. That's the utility. The utility. This thing disappears and you cannot find it.
And then, like, instead of the heroes, you can have ninja stars, like the
That's right.
community influencers.
Brought to you from the people that made Levi's jeans with modified pockets with holes in them. Super popular, and the liability goes to somebody else.
It's like credit cards, you know. You buy stuff on someone else's dime, and if something goes wrong, it's their responsibility.
It's true.
It was interesting because there was people with the FTX credit card and was like, so hold on, can I use the credit card and not pay it back?
Oh man, that's funny.
Well, dude, it's the other thing is it's the people who did auto deposits that are going to try and claw their money back through their banks by claiming that they didn't want it to happen.
Dude, auto
Yeah.
deposits.
Yeah.
But have they not learned from the whole Voyager disaster? Have we not just
No, dude, a lot of people didn't pay attention to the Voyager situation, relatively speaking. It was very small. And I'm like, oh, they had trouble. They whatever. They fucked up.
Wait. What are you guys talking about? Voyager
Wait.
is the safest platform on Earth. What are you talking about?
Listen,
Ninja?
the VGX tokenomics are impeccable. And it is absolutely the highest utility token on the market as long as the platform survives.
Bro,
But
in the universe, bro. What market?
But seriously though, the people that did that trick with, I deposited all my money and I claim it back through my bank because, I kind of have to pay my mortgage kind of thing. They all got a message last week or the week before saying that they had a negative balance and they used random amounts of Bitcoin, ETH, and whatever else was something worth 2 weeks ago, not their VGX, and they didn't use the USDC amounts that they had on their account, if I'm correct. I heard that from someone trustworthy. And now they have all their freaking ETH and Bitcoin. It's all shredded. They still have their USDC. They didn't touch that. And people are really upset because now they are missing their Bitcoin.
What? Wait a minute.
No, but when moon?
Hold on.
We're all
Wait.
going to the moon with all of this, right?
Oh my God, hold on. So the people that clawed back, say, $2,000 in deposits were
Yeah.
stripped of their $2,000 equal to ETH or whatever assets they had remaining on the
Yeah.
platform.
So I know one person we both know.
Yeah. Oh,
they put $5,000. They just were paid, they put their $5,000 into their account because they wanted it on their debit card to then pay their mortgage and yada yada yada. You know the trick. So what they did, because they didn't have spare $5,000 running around and they kind of have to pay their mortgage on time, they clawed back that money and then paid whatever they had to pay the normal way. But just now, like months later, Voyager sent an email saying, "Hello, Mr. X, we noticed you had a negative balance on your account, and instead of using their 20,000 or I don't know 30,000 USDC that they had staked to get the interest there, they didn't use the USDC. They used I think
the Ether
40% of
Bitcoin.
their Bitcoin, 30% of their ETH, and then I don't know some other
Dude, you know the
coins
crazy
that's
thing, Lag, is that might
Mhm.
end up working out in his benefit. Given the time frame that it's going to take now for this to resolve, that may actually end up being better.
I want to know the relationship between what was happening on FTX and what happened or is happening to Celsius.
There's no
Ooh,
relationship. Don't you be silly. It's just random incidents.
No.
Not
I ran a regression analysis, and believe me, there's I think somebody farted.
is it
Anyway,
you, Ninja? Wasn't your fart?
yeah, it was a
Did you
ninja
have
fart.
sour milk? Did you have
It was.
sour milk?
I wonder if
Everybody,
I
we're turning on the fans here on the stage as we have a particular air particulate that is seeking KC over there. It's just running over to KC.
you know how you can throw your voice? Could you throw your fart?
Absolutely. You can. Casey does it all the time. He does it when he's like right when he's about to rug a room. Guys,
Casey, who is this guy, bro? I'm in love. Who the fuck is
dude,
this?
welcome to the crew, Ninja. Welcome to the crew.
guys,
Spend the time with.
hey everybody, this is Casey, and I just cut one big. Look, I got to close down the space. That's what he does.
I talk about shit and I rug rooms. It's a thing. It's what I do.
Exactly.
It's so funny because Priscilla used to sing when she came, and now she talks about math. Is that your fault,
Dude,
Casey, or is that mine?
did you see what she's been posting up about being the granddaughter or great granddaughter of Albert
Dude,
Einstein?
I heard it all because the thing is, like, we started. You know how she'll post about math, and then like I sent her something on,
I saw the
fucking
discourse. At first, I thought
yeah,
like, "Oh, here it comes. He's gonna call bullshit on her," and then kind
no,
of see, yeah,
no, because we're like, oh yeah, you're talking about Alfred North Whitehead, or you're talking about the alchemist Newton, or you talking about the Ibns that Matthew
yeah,
was talking to me about, and she's like deep in it, you know.
dude. I'm like, it was so surprised. Like, holy shit! Like, is this seems like she's for real?
And it the accent is one thing, and then there's the softness of her voice, and I
Yep.
think a lot of guys take that for not being a mathematician. Does that make sense?
Dude, well,
Right?
the first thing I heard her
That's kind of weird.
say was that it was like her fourth or fifth language that she was singing in. And I'm like, oh shit, okay.
I've noticed that immigrants can often be very talented. You're like, fuck, I'm gonna spin this plate and spin this plate and spin this plate, and hopefully if I spin 10 plates, one of them will hit. You know?
Yeah, that was
No, but
awesome to
she
see that
like
though. Yeah.
I haven't heard her sing in a while, and it made me. I never hear you do the Twitter hosting voice anymore. The music spaces voice. I haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah.
Oh
Dude,
yeah.
hey, how you guys doing? You gonna sing a song? Oh, that's great. Come on up and sing us a song. That's okay. This is a safe space if you that's okay. Yeah, I think you got a beautiful voice. You're oh no, thank you so much for sharing. Yeah. The singing spaces.
Oh,
Ah,
Canada, we stand on guard for thee. I have a song. It's 20 minutes.
dude, it's the best. You're like, you get a couple like 2, 3, 4 people even who can like really sing, and then you've got like 2, 3, 4 people who want to do a 20 minute solo rendition of their favorite song.
I swear to God, my favorite time on Twitter Space ever was listening to a guy sing Phil Collins' "I Can Feel It in the Air Tonight" and realizing, oh, there's only one sentence that makes up all of the lyrics of this song, and he intends on singing all 7 minutes worth of the song.
Casey,
Yeah.
your voice
Yeah.
just made me feel super safe. Like it was okay to come back up with the record this mic.
It's a no. I'm glad, Kit. Welcome back to the stage. You take your time.
Aww.
You have to do the thing. Remember, it's the husband porn, so you have to be like, "Did you have a long day? Here, let me get that for you." Remember?
Oh. Hey, baby, how was your day? How was work? How are the girls at work? What did they say today? Yeah, they're really upset about that. Tell me more. How did that make you feel when she said that? Oh, I'm
Bro,
so
I'm
sorry.
getting wet.
You like that? Oh, fucking hilarious.
Here, let me help you with that.
Right. No, baby. Dinner's already made. House is clean. I got all the laundry put away. Everything's all set.
I think you should do that with the tar voice and try to do it again.
With the what voice?
The guy that we were making fun of in the beginning.
Oh.
The Australian degenerate.
Yeah, the Australian dude.
Oi, hey, babe, welcome home. Kids are all set. Dinner's made. Everything's ship shape, babe. You take your load off. Rub your feet. Everything.
I was kind of hoping you'd do a
You have
little
to call her
more.
Sheila.
Oh, you've been a righteous Sheila. You ain't gonna sleep outside tonight, babe. Been good.
I love that part. I love that. I'm gonna sleep outside tonight, mate. You're listening to the Syndicate. A disaster of a podcast can happen every day if you're hanging out with us. Press 1 if you'd like to get some oxygen. Press 2 if you're looking for fentanyl. Press 3 if you want meth. And press 4 if you just need good old cocaine. Thanks for listening.
I guess Casey has more important things to do. He just left.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. I just figured
That's the
out
way he
this
does it.
thing
He just
too.
drops the mic and
He
runs.
does that regularly. Like, that's Casey. Yeah.
He gets nervous around girls.
Talking of girls, Dan, weren't you
Mm-hmm.
telling us about the time between 25 and 37 in that office you were with these
Yeah,
12
25 to
ladies?
37, and that was just a dry time. I didn't have any
No.
particular.
You talked about 12 ladies you were sharing with someone else in the office.
Oh, that was a great job. Yeah, I had a design job, and it was like a research design thing. So it was like data science and stuff. And yeah, I worked with like just 12 super hot, super smart, intellectual women. It was tough. It was tough, but I was funnier than the other guy. So, I got accepted, into the coven, so to speak. So that was good. But yeah, it was weird, sort of, hanging out in the focus group, like we're watching research happen, and there's like, one girl taking notes, and another gal was like, doing the research protocol. There's a girl inside that she's doing all the moderation and everything. And at the same time, in the very far back corner, we had like a massage chair, right? Because it was like for clients. So I'm like sitting in the massage chair, and I'm just like on the laptop because that's what I did. And yeah, there was a big argument that started back there because one girl slept with the other girl's boyfriend that was like at the place or something like that. So little complications there, and so there was a lot of like potentially like sort of like skank verbiage being passed around. Potentially, I don't remember all of it, but it was tough because I remember like it's really bad to be in like a girl versus girl kind of argument because they look to you and be like, "What do you think?" And then you're like, "Shit." So It was all right. I survived, but it was tough. It was tough. It was a good time, though. Yeah. That was a nice random story. Welcome, Zach and Web3. That's right. We got Zach and Web3 in the background. Two voices we haven't heard in a long time.
Web3, I need your help with Python. Actually, no, I'm pretty far. I created the Udemy class. Yeah, Dan, I'm not sure if you heard the idea, but you know how Casey has the idea of the portrait of Dorian Gray for your personal finances? So I said, based on what I learned how to use Python, I was like, oh, I wonder if I can get balance sheet data on Fortune 500 companies. And so I figured that out today. And I was like, hey, Casey, if you send me your formulas, I could do the same thing, but not for individuals, but for Fortune 500 companies. And so he's sending me the calculations now.
That's awesome, man. I love the way you just crush through stuff.
So now I got the data in, and then the idea is to get the data in the format you wanted, and then to export that to a CSV that's stored and updating on Google Drive. Because if you have a CSV file on Google Drive, you can share that file and use it as like a
JSON
with a
or
note
something.
code.
Yeah. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. You just kind of push through that stuff, man. That's really good. It helps me. Like I said, I got. I'm doing too many things the AI is doing. Remember, I got to get back to that.
I figure if I can get the stuff in the right table, 80% of the other 50% of the app is the UI, obviously, right? But I can tackle that one at a time.
Cool.
Figure if I can get the data right, everything else will follow. And Web3's been helping me out.
I saw a big post from 37 Singles guy on LinkedIn. I sent it to you on LinkedIn, so you should check for it. But it was basically a big report on like the top 100 failing consumer software companies. And so it was like all their stats and all that. I just figured, we love data porn. So I sent it to you. I haven't read through all of it, but man, it was a pretty scathing report.
Let me take a look. We've often been accused of being unambitious. Monday.com lost 126 in 2021, 149 in 2020. Man.
Yeah. He just talks about,
dude, the cost of customer acquisition is crazy.
Yeah. He kind of rips apart a lot of these platforms like Asana and some of these other ones who've just totally been destroyed on, stock wise. So he's really kind of attacking unprofitable startups, software companies, and how that's sort of kind of ending. And that's definitely true. But what's funny is that right next to that is like a ton of cash going into either sort of AI, ML, even I would even say metaverse kind of related plays. So it's like one industry is dying while another one's growing. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I'm using for the spreadsheet balance sheet thing. Is I'm using Yahoo Finance, so I have access to the same data they did. I just didn't consider okay, so sure you can do the Fortune 500, but technically you could arbitrate. Oh fuck! I could take in user data and say, what stock ticker do you want to have the financials of, and bang, it spits it out.
Mm-hmm. You could also take correlation of data, frequency, sentiment analysis directly from Twitter on those brands.
Ooh.
So you could say, do they correlate? In other words, brands that are crashing on Twitter, are they crashing stock-wise? Are they crashing?
It's interesting because you don't need to take in all of Twitter's data. You just have to go to the latest and the top, and you have a pretty good sampling. You know what I mean? Like you actually don't have to.
Yeah.
I'm learning you don't have to build it as ideally as you think. You just need to build to the next prototype test. That's it.
Yeah. It would be on the Twitter API to get the frequency of sort of disdain. You know what I mean? Because then you could compute a level of brand velocity that's sort of like going down the tubes. You know what I mean? And then what's really cool is to see a seasonal pattern of it. In other words, saying, yeah, we're going into the Christmas crunch. this brand always goes to shit. I mean, this is what you see in stocks, right? These retail stocks, they tend to sort of. I'm just talking out loud in general,
Mm-hmm.
but in other words, there's patterns in all industries. Mineral industry, retail
Yeah.
industry, all
So,
that kind of stuff. So
like, I did a simple data example with the IMDb list. So, okay, so let's take in the IMDb data and let's look at all of the movies that are in the top 100 that have over 200 minutes in running length. Right? And it gives you the list pretty quickly. And I'm like, so,
yeah,
like, as I open up these windows, I'm like, okay, if I can do this, what if I could do that? And
yeah.
now it's like, I'm getting to the point where I'll ask Web3 Ahmed and Manish a question, and I'll figure out how to answer it in less and less time.
Which really shows you that the general relevance of Web3 is fading into, I don't know. I mean, it's something that's going on in Arkansas right now. There's a big, run on sort of authentic guys named I haven't heard his voice in a while, so I feel like I can't even do it. Well, goddamn. Someone get me a gator.
Somebody get me a gator?
Someone get me a gator. In fact, speaking of gator, I actually had a nice friend of mine. His name is Gator Dave. He was on my podcast. We did a recording last night. He does animal programs and goes out to people's, schools and libraries and whatnot, and breaks out a bunch of tarantulas and gators and does a big discussion on all that stuff. Anyways, but it was a discussion about sort of side hustles, sort of focusing on side hustles because that's sort of the big thing now. Everyone's got a side hustle. He's been doing that for like 10 years and he just breaks even on it. He hasn't really thought about how to scale it and anything. So that was a cool conversation about how he started it and how it's been a passion play, but it's just a passion play. And, he hasn't really figured out how to take it to the next level yet. But it's
One of
also
my
hasn't been like on his top of mind either. You know what I mean? It's just a
one,
real animal
one of
guy.
my sales mentors, he's just been doing base hits. So he'll sell. He created like a little travel thing, right?
Nice.
And he sold it for like 15 grand. Nothing crazy. Just getting his feet wet.
Yeah.
Going through
Wow.
the motions, 10 grand here, 5 grand here. And that's how he's optimizing his learning, creating something small, proving that there's some money in it. And some bigger brand who can use it to make even more money just comes along and be like, hey, I noticed you have that. He's like, yeah, you want it?
That's cool. That's a good licensing play if he wants to be those are the kinds of things where if there's multiple players that want it, you should be doing licenses versus just giving the whole tech out. But he might be already doing that too. So,
Well,
or he builds it again for somebody or something.
he's like he's a VP of sales now. I remember he was working for a company that did software development for AI. And he went to IBM and he found out that IBM was turning down all AI projects under $2 million. And he said, hey, IBM, all that business that you're throwing out the window? And they're like, yeah. He's like, can we have it? And they're like, sure.
Oh my God, that's
And that
awesome.
was it. And now he has like an endless supply of AI projects from IBM. And now he's done being VP of sales.
Wow. Yeah, man, that's some good stuff there.
Hey, I'm back. So can we step up the conversation a little bit?
No,
Yeah,
no,
we can
this
do
is all
that.
basic shit, bro.
Let's try to get it up a notch here. I got a call in about 10 minutes. Everybody, here's Casey, everybody on the line. Casey is a mortgage analyst out of Jakarta, and he's here to talk a little bit about what he does. Go ahead, Casey.
So we're crowdsourcing and hyper leveraging off of community funds. It's a pretty well tested formula. Seems to be going well. We have referral codes to hand out for everybody, so you can get your loved ones, friends, and networks all involved. And every time they use your referral code, you make money. So get your friends and family in, and let's go.
What if all that turns to shit, Casey?
Oh,
What
it
am I gonna
won't. It
stop?
won't turn to shit. No, no, That won't
But
turn to
what
shit.
if it
It's
does? What am
impossible.
I
It's
gonna tell my
impossible.
grandma?
It's not even worth talking about because it's impossible. So
I
why
do
even
not
Because
talk
like
because
your
about
he's not
attitude.
really a mortgage officer. He sells dildos.
it? It's so lucrative, though.
It's kind of like the mortgage is like the slow roll dildo, right? It's like
No, wait. You can own your home. Isn't that better to own your home? Doesn't that sound nice?
Doesn't owning sound better than renting?
Right. But
Do you
look at the tax breaks you get. Be a homeowner.
And now you can build real wealth by leveraging the equity in your home. You can be your own Sam Bankman-Fried.
I love a
Oh, better
commercial
than
there.
that. Let's fractionalize the equity that you have and sell it to a community fund. Huh?
Are you
Ooh.
fractionalizing the equity of the shit that's been dumped in your yard? Odds are you haven't. Well, come on down to Casey's brokerage.
Minimum leverage 100x.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm going to sell some derivatives on Casey's conversations that he'll have maybe tomorrow and Friday, and that's what I feel like they're doing.
Dude, the real estate tokenization, what a fucking disaster. Oh my god. Jesus, man. What a wreck. You want to stick to Web3? Okay, sure. Metaverse, real estate tokenization, whatever. Fucking real world real estate tokenization. Mm, it's ugly. It's dark. But Ninja, I heard that Saitama's Zeta Realty is making progress. I think we
How?
ought to ape in.
Of course, right now. I'm
Right?
yeah,
Oh,
bro.
now,
I just sold two cars and bro, I
yeah,
basically sold everything. I sold everything. I'm
perfect.
my house,
So
my
the
house,
way
my
it goes
car.
is that you got to convert your money through SataMask, and then from there, then you can convert it into Sata Realty, right?
Yeah,
So,
and then look, they're building a metaverse,
oh yeah, I mean, education's at the it's on the front of their website is
bro.
education.
Sata City. Have you heard of Sata City? Have
Oh
you heard of this
yeah,
place?
yeah.
Have you? Okay. So you want to have you do you have a passport for this? What kind of passport do you hold, bro? Are you American?
I'm from the Canada.
Oh, from the Canada. Okay. Oh, you're Canadian. Okay.
Yeah, it's tough
Yeah,
because
that
we
doesn't
never had
work,
Oh
bro. I'm
access.
sorry,
shit!
that doesn't work. You have VPN over there?
Right? See, Casey told me about Voyager, and he's like, "Oh man, this interface is great." And I went to sign up, and it's like not for Canada. It's like,
Exactly. VPN. VPN.
and then
You're welcome.
and
You're
then he told me
It
welcome.
about,
costs
"Hey man,
less gas.
don't worry about VGX. We're trying to get on the FTX." I'm like, "That's not available in Canada either." You know? What's funny is that Vitalik went to school in Waterloo. Do you know CZ went to school in Canada as well? I didn't realize
Fucking
that.
Canadian
I mean,
Steve
sabotage.
Ehrlich from Calgary, I think.
Dude,
my brother went to Concordia, so I mean, what, bro? Canada has good education, I guess.
I don't
Canada's
know.
just pumping out a bunch of financial assassins.
That's what's happening.
They're called the Ninja Assassins. Go ahead. So you
It's
want
the
to start?
sneaky 100x with people's assets.
The thing is, we had the first Voyager, well, I mean, after Mount Gox, which is Quadriga.
Dan, are you on the VGX platform?
Me? No.
Yeah. Why?
Am I? Wait. What platform? What platform?
The Voyager, bro.
Oh no. I didn't get into that. I got recruited by the SHIB Army to work on a metaverse project, and so I'm pretty much a SHIB guy for the most part. I do have some I did make my own coin in Stella like a year and a half ago. It's called Convergence. You can get the Convergence coin, and that's actually based on Philip K. Dick, on this notion of futures kind of coming together. So, and there's about 4 trillion of that somewhere. I haven't really looked at it in a long time, but I'm sure it's doing well wherever it is. Yeah, that's all I got. I'm really noob on the crypto, but the way I look at it is that look, I can easily spend $5,000 in a strip club in a month, right? That's this easy. So why not spend the same on crypto and just see who wins at the end, right? You know what I mean? Like it's
At least with one of them, you're gonna get fucked. You know.
yeah. Well, not necessarily. No. Well, I can get fucked on both actually. But yeah, no, the club is really not about. The club is as my friend who runs the club would say, he's like, Dan, you do. And he talks like in a Boston accent. Dan, you do the club wrong. There's a whole. I don't know why you come in and you only go to this one girl. There's a whole menu here. I got some Asian chicks over here. I got these beautiful. Look at that. Look at some of that beautiful girl over there. You're not even trying that. You just go to this one girl.
Dan, are you in New York, bro?
Am I what? A dork?
No, in New York.
No, man, I'm not. I am a dork though. No, man, I'm in Ohio. I just do a lot of different voices and stuff. So it's like I can, I can I have worked with a lot of like New York contractors before. And look, the reason why I know I owe you $10,000, and I know I'm only giving you $1,500 now. And hold on, let me tell you why we're doing that. Right now we're working with a lot of regulation on our side, kind of regulating. I don't know. We can only pay you $1,500 right now. Yeah, but yeah. So I have this friend of mine who he ran a strip club for a while, and he's been in the strip club industry for like 70 years. He's like 81 or something like. I don't know. He's born like 6 years. He's like in the 60s, 70s, and he's just like an old mafia guy. And he's just got all these great stories, and he sits in a club, big old fat white guy in a black in an all black outfit, and yeah, I love people like that who've been in an industry forever and seen everything. And the secret, Dan, to your good health is just looking at tits. That's it. Just look at tits every day, and you're gonna live long. I was like,
So
all
you
right.
say through the apple, but a pair of tits a day keeps the doctor away.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. A bosom a day keeps a blossom away.
That sounds great. Also, you said ship only needs to go to $1, right? And we will all be employed
Right.
by. Correct.
That's correct. Once SHIB goes to $1, we basically have a reverse fundage of the Syndicate. Syndicate is basically a unicorn startup that has no money. It has no intention of raising any, although people can give us money if they want. But once SHIB hits $1, it will be universally funded, probably at the maybe $450 million level. We need enough money to go around for everyone, but sure.
How can I get on that wait list?
Well, right now
Do we have to call it a whitelist?
Yeah, it's not really a whitelist. It's a hey, how you doing list.
Oh, speaking of hey, how you doing, Casey? Just a quick thing. I figured out. Meta Baby sent me a tutorial on Python, and I figured out how to have like Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Alphabet with their current assets and current liabilities. So if you send me the spreadsheet, this is all but built.
Dude, the Dorian Gray will be powerful with that. That's so incredible to take that leap and take that little tool and point it at corporate America.
Gee, it's just a different gaze, right?
Yeah. That's
it.
It's like the mirror of truth. How do you stack up? What's the visuals on you? Don't try to hide your liabilities. Let's just in one glance.
I thought about like technically what we're looking at is pseudo bullshit because it's pruned financial data.
So there's that.
Right.
Yeah.
But if we can present the data that other people are trying to present in a more compelling way.
Well, think about I like the idea, the analogy of the S&P 500, and you
Mhm.
take the blue chips and compare them to the rest of the field, and you see how thin the S&P 500 really is. And just by stacking up the size of the ones that are outside of the blue chip, like that's, I don't know, to me that's amazing. Hey, we're not gonna like nuke the financial industry, are we? You're not making me wait. Are you getting me to build a financial nuke over here? Is that what's going on?
You said it, not me.
Oh,
I'm learning how to
you're the
code in
fucking
Python.
devil. You are the. I just learned a couple lines of code.
I'm just saying, if you want to look at one person's financial health, a company is technically a person, right?
Oof.
What's the difference? It just you have earnings per share and other shit,
Yeah, the
right?
complexity, but that's what we're simplifying. So yeah, yeah. My.
So thanks again, Web3.
Yep. Web3, you were the key here. Appreciate the inside intel.
It's
Oh,
interesting that a spider is teaching us Python, but there you have it.
hey, a spider that eats donuts, no less. So go figure. I mean, we get an Aussie who's addicted to grass, a spider that eats donuts, a I don't even know how to categorize Dan. He's like the shake box of character voices.
He's a voice synthesizer. He is
Yes.
not real. He is the epitome of
He's the
Web3.
AI. This whole time I've been wondering who the AI is. And now we know. No wonder he can do all the fucking voices.
Is that why it's so scared to touch grass?
Yes,
Wait a
dude, that's
second.
why. That's why. Dan, you've been found out. Okay. Let's just cut through the BS and have
The
the
jig is up.
discussion.
All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, see, here we go.
I
Here we go. Distract with the voices.
We thought it was
Distract
a
with the
comedy. It's a
voices.
horror movie the whole time.
know.
I did think today when I was watching the whole touch the grass, I always do like QuickTime screen recordings, so I like recorded Peter's piece, and then I was doing different narrations on top of it, which was just fucking around. But then I thought it would be really cool to connect it to other like movies. So one would be like, it's the Blair Witch Project you've never seen before, right? He's going out on the field or something. I don't know. Just it seems like good trailer edits. But yeah, I am a fake person. I'm an advanced GTP4 bot. I've been trained heavily on strip clubs and startups. That's why I have a limited data set. But I do appreciate my time here. Someday I'm going to write a book on strip clubs and just talk about it. I actually had like a screenplay I was writing called Regular Friends, because you're regulars in there once you're there too long, and then you become friends with them, and then you never get laid after that.
And it'd be cool
What?
if you wrote a book on Japanese brothel houses.
Wow. Yeah, that would be Japanese. They can get down all kinds. I'm envy of their society, because they're making a more direct separation between sort of like, marriage and relationships, and just like, hey, do you need to rub one out? Well, come on down, dude. You know what I mean? It's just nice and organized, and it's kind of like, and what's stupid is it's also completely like, it's like a vending machine, you know, and it's all gamified. Pick the watermelon if you want to go in the room and get your dick sucked, or pick the corn on the cob if you just want to cuddle and look at FTX reports. It's like, and that's what you do. You sit in a room, and I like the cuddle cafe idea a lot, though, because I don't think people get enough personal touch. That's going to be a problem as we scale more into total escapism and VR, AR reality, is that we're not actually getting Like if you go through your love languages, yes, I've gone through my love languages. I just want to show that I'm a good man. Yeah, you figure out your love language. You know, mine is high heels and strippers. No, it's not that. it's doing voices. You're listening to the Squarespace DGen conversation, smoking, and a subtle yet sexy broadcaster voice. Casey ripped off his shirt and ran down to the deck. He grabbed the leaf blower and yelled at his girlfriend, "Come on, honey. Let's just do one more time. I'll put it on low this time. I won't do high." She backed off and went into the shed. She came out with a golden retriever. She went running on the beach. He was never the same.
Hi, Zach.
Hi, everyone. How are you all?
Zach, what's going on?
Wait, you're not going to introduce Zach? Zach has to be a stripper.
All right,
If I'm
hold
going to
Zach
be the
on.
stripper,
needs no
Zach's got to be the stripper
introduction,
too.
peasant. Zach has blue check mark. Shut your
Shut
face.
the fuck up.
Zach is famous. He has blue check mark. He needs no introduction.
Come on down and do a VIP
Who?
with Zach. That's right, $1,500 for the first 5 minutes, $300 for 30, and that's right, a whopping $3,000 to have him show you how to deassemble an AK-47 and put it back together in 4 seconds. That's right, Zach is up on the stage. Come on, get to know him, man, Marine. And yes, you know what they say about Marines. They go deep. Come on, ladies, get up to the stage.
I can't believe you just called me a Marine.
Oh, someone in the military, Army, or Navy. I mean, you guys are all part of the same
Government
kind of
issue.
Government
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, you're all come on down and meet a government issue guy.
Thank you. That much more appropriate than crayon-eating Marine.
Or how about this? Meet Zach. Zach is federally funded and he's ready to talk.
He's not ready. You just talked him down.
Yeah, I probably did do that. Oh yeah, I gotta find that mic that works with my phone. So you the Shure mic or something. I gotta find that online.
Nice. Yeah, that'd be wicked to hook up.
Yeah.
All right, hey Ninja. I am settled on an environment for the Misfits. It is a kind of a metallic-y looking city as an environment.
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
Oh, get that shit out of here. Get that shit out of here. Get that shit out of here.
No, tell me more. Tell me more about your metallic city.
Oh my god, I can't. I just can't do it, man. I can't.
Wow, that was. It makes the ninja really less threatening. You can continue.
It does. It's not a threatening.
Then just don't worry. Tell Casey to tell us about his metallic city.
I can't even understand what you're saying. To be honest.
Yeah.
It's just the voice tone. That's all I hear is the voice pitch.
You got to choose the balloon and not the bumblebee.
Yeah, the bumblebees too. Ugh. Ninja, have you been away from Twitter too long that you're playing with the soundboard?
Sounds like a didgeridoo.
It does sound like a didgeridoo, yes.
Yeah.
I don't need a voice filter to take me where we stand. Welcome to the stage, ninja motherfuckers.
You gotta add some like pig oinks in there at the same time, like.
That would be pretty funny.
Nice.
A lot of white noise
Web
going on over there.
Might be a little
What
bit
are
of
you doing?
static there.
Oh God.
Yeah, it sounded like you just stepped out like through the waterfall.
Dude, total silence this whole time and then just blast our ears with static.
I just got home, so been driving. Can't talk when I'm driving.
How you doing, Whip3?
Doing good. How about y'all?
Nice, man.
I found out I
Decent.
got blood
Alive.
today. Went had to do the company wellness thing, Pride Prode and all that stuff. So I still got red blood and I'm still alive. So we good. Yeah. Hello?
Yo, man.
Hello?
Ooh.
Hello.
Hello. I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we got you.
Hey.
For some reason, I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming for some reason. Oh, shit. Hey, Peter.
I'm loved. What's up?
Oi. So, you're spatial.
Yes.
Yes. Das ist gut. Yeah. You're happy.
I'm happy.
Okay. Do you need want to make any changes?
Nothing at this point in time.
Word. Okie dokie.
I like it because it reminds me a lot of like certain childhood things in a way, but then also like I don't know, like the surrealism and stuff that I'm into. So that's cool.
And it's big.
Yeah. I'll have to jump on Spatial if you want to do the transfer thing or whatever. Set it up at some point.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
I'm trying to use the rest of my. I really should be getting ready for work right now, but I'm trying to squeeze in a little bit of work outside of work.
That's right. Yeah, you're trying to process. You're trying to render right now, right?
Yeah, I've just changed the prompt because it was giving me really shit results, and I'm rerunning from frame 2100, and I think I've got about 2700, 2800 was like the cutoff.
Dude, did you
So it's
see
not
that?
much.
Did you see that guy posting up about the prompt plasticine?
Yeah, man, it's pretty good, eh?
Holy shit, that is awesome. Man, that sharpens it up like right now.
Yeah, sharpens it up, but does it work to make everything sharp, or does it just make everything look like plasticine?
You know, it depends on how you're using it, right? So like if I'm focusing on like action characters, the plasticine is really nice for the more close-up stuff. And it gives you that fine edge, hard detail. But it can get a little funky if you're trying to do anything even remotely abstract.
Yeah, most of the stuff I do, it's like, oh man, my prompts have been getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's at the point where I don't know if I throw it in the prompt and it would even register.
Ha! Yeah, dude. You don't really need prompts like that working with Midjourney. Like that stuff's coming out so sharp. I can't even. That stuff's crazy.
Yeah, it's the other thing I've been doing with Midjourney. I'm not sure if you were there when I was talking about it, but I've been doing this thing where so I'll like write a prompt or whatever, and then I'll take the images and I'll use the images as prompts, and start combining images instead of images and prompts and whatever, and just bouncing off of that, just generation after generation. But then I've been in like a Discord for a while now where we do like AI prompt sharing or whatever, and they've got a Midjourney bot in one of the channels, and one of the prompts that we've got is like 3 different prompts that we've written up, plus like 10 different image prompts from what's been generated just to create like a single image.
Nice. Oh, dude. Lisa Frank. Are you familiar?
Lisa Frank.
She's an artist. Remember the name Lisa Frank? Lisa Frank on your next prompt. I think you'll definitely enjoy that. She was a big neon artist back in the 90s.
Yeah. The name sounds familiar. I'm bad at like remembering things that are trivial, and I haven't really reinforced. So I'll have a go with that.
Yeah. No, it's been fun. So Ninja, what are you doing?
I'm just about to walk into a brothel, bro. You think I'm kidding?
how
I'm
are
not
how
kidding,
are the
bro.
brothels over? How are the
Hold on.
brothels over
Hold on.
there?
Hold on. Saki, Saki.
We love you long time.
No, I had a big order today. Something like 42 bean bags. Shit.
Nice.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was pretty
How's the
cool.
volume? Is the
It's
volume
coming.
consistent? Is it spotty?
It is. It is right now. Like now that the weather's changing a little bit, people are, going outside more. It's going to be a lot of outdoor activity happening. So yeah, that's when demand. It's basically seasonal. You know.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
But things are up and running though.
Yeah. Things are. They're getting a lot better. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Yeah. You don't. You're not dealing with people trying to sell your product like you were at the beginning, at least, right?
Exactly. Motherfuckers are trying to rip me off, bro.
That was so brutal.
But no,
So,
today. So I actually
Wait,
hung out
catch
at the
me up.
warehouse.
What is the product?
mm,
So I own a beanbag factory, and it's in okay. So I'm in Saudi, and my beanbag factory is in Egypt, and we've manufactured about 2,000 beanbag. That was um the first batch, I guess, and then received it at the warehouse. All of that, but it was really hot and like it was summertime, midsummer. It's pretty hot over here, pretty hot. There's not a lot of demand because and then the economy and all that shit. But anyways, but right now shit is picking up pretty fast. Like I had 3 different clients come in today, and they're all big retailers, and they're all like, "All right, we're about to make these orders," and I'm like, "All right, good."
Wait,
So
so shit is picking up for bean bags, is what you're
yeah, okay,
telling me?
yeah, believe it or not,
Right.
believe it or not.
No, I get
Well,
it. Go ahead.
I don't think it's any secret that beanbags are pretty essential for a lot of nerds.
Absolutely, man.
I mean, like, bean bags are essential, period. They don't even have to be nerds, they're just essential.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, if you want to, generalize it. I mean, we can on this show. I mean, we can generalize things for the overall population. Everybody from, living in 37 square foot homes to 1,000 feet and living in Ireland. Anything like that, we're open to supporting those groups.
And then I just got an order from a brothel house as well.
You just got an order from a brothel house, like they are requesting the
Beanbags,
ninja.
bro. Beanbags. It's more pushing for the cushion.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sort of like that company.
oh, you're selling them fuck bags, dude. That's awesome.
That's exactly what I'm doing, bro. Fuck bags.
Oh my gosh, I just couldn't.
I mean, come on, that's pretty fucking perfect. That is so perfect.
No, it's kind of awesome. Like, if we're being honest, it's awesome. But I can't.
Fuck bags. You know what? I'm gonna start a new product line. I'm gonna call that shit "fuck bags." That's gonna be
Dude.
dope.
And you can incorporate like one of the
That is fucking awesome, bro. Like I'll have a bored ape raping like a fucking mutant ape or some shit. That's gonna be dope, bro. And some doodles. Remember the dickle butts?
No, too far. That's too far.
What? You don't know what dickle
that's
butts
just too
are?
You
far.
don't know
It's an
dickle butts?
NFT
No,
project.
Oh, come on.
No, that's too far.
No, come on, dickle butts. It's a thing.
It is. It is. For
It's
I'm
like
not
the
allowed to like this. I don't like this. I'm not allowed to like this.
you could have like little pockets on the bean bags for condoms and lubes and whatevers.
Bro, I'll show you one of my products. It does have a side pocket. I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking kidding. This thing is pretty sick.
Creativity in progress right here.
You guys are so degenerate. I love you.
Fucking awesome. Good times. Fuck bags. All right, so I actually have a family and responsibilities and like real world stuff to do. That's like
Casey, shut the
important.
fuck up. What we don't
And
don't
so
have any
it's time
responsibilities.
for me to go
You
because
fucking
my time is
peasant. You
precious.
fucking peasant.
And
I'm gonna go
unlike
to a
you,
more
I
advanced
care
space.
about my time.
This space is making me dumb. I'm just gonna go to a more advanced space, bro. Just to hold
Why don't you
my
scroll
digital
through the tweets?
assets.
Why
I
don't
want to
you
hold my
scroll?
digital assets in a
Why don't
safe
you
place.
scroll through the tweets and find the answers you're looking for?
Fuck bags. First tweet, bro. The first tweet I found. Fuck bags.
Holy shit, dude, I'm dying over here. All right, my wife was looking at me weird. I gotta go. It's time. Good hanging out. See you guys on the flip.
All right, Casey.
Later, Casey.
I'm gonna step out as well. So you wanna, Kit, Dan? Dan, it was a pleasure, man. It was a real pleasure.
Yeah, man. Nice meeting you.
You're an awesome dude, bro.
Thanks, man. Likewise.
All right, catch you guys later. Have a good one.
See you, man.
So the exodus begins.
Yeah, that's how it always happens. People show up, they share a little bit about themselves, and they leave you. Just like FTX. I hope you learned your lesson, America. And if you haven't, press 1 now.
Just picturing a mass spam of 11111.
We did it, guys.
Yep.
It
What
was
do we
a
got
proper
there?
disaster.
It does seem like a proper disaster. We do need to have more disastrous conversations, though.
So what do you think? Seeing double? You like us? You hate us? Somewhere in between?
Yeah, I mean, what do you think?
So when you told me you were a bunch of degenerates with high IQs, you weren't exaggerating. Like, you're totally degenerate. But still have something worth listening to, for sure. No, I'm hanging out. Not quite done. Maybe close, but not quite.
How's the popcorn?
Nice.
So I'm eating it.
The
What's an
secret is
IQ?
coconut butter.
I don't know.
It's a quantum of intelligence in French.
We're still trying to figure it out.
It's French. Yeah, they do it backwards.
Like, I'm sitting back eating the popcorn. It's full of butter. I'm good. Not done observing quite yet.
Kid, have you
Nice.
touched that collab stuff since the last time we talked?
Wait, you
Negative,
cut
Batman.
out. Have I what?
Oh, sorry, Kit. Have you touched the Python and Google collab since we talked?
No, I've been getting into the Rust, being a Rustican.
Ooh. I was talking to Ahmed about creating a Rust course. Ahmed is a Rust guy.
You talking about Ahmed or like VGX Hero Ahmed? Which
Ahmed
Ahmed?
Masood.
Okay. All right. That's better, because if you were talking about a previous Ahmed, that I would be like, no, he isn't.
No, he isn't. Yeah. Ahmed told me that he believes that there's going to be a huge frigging wave of demand for Rust programmers in the near future.
Because Rust, programming languages, the problem with blockchain technology is that it doesn't fit in the committee of ENSI and OSI and was it SI or iOS or something of that acronyms, but the national standard for computer languages. But Rust is a computer language that was implemented and approved in the 1980s. So, of course.
Well, Ahmed told me that Rust is now being used in the Linux kernel.
Yeah, it has
And I was
been
like,
for.
okay, I'm sold. I'm sold.
Yep, Rust, IBC, SDK, Linux. Those are definitely going to be winners. What is it? Solidity was with Camille or Camel IO, and it's like that's a fairly new
Camel?
language. Yeah.
Yeah. Camel, Haskell guys, Scala people.
Yeah, Haskell is a dirty language, and I'm not going to get into it, but screw Haskell.
You ever mess around with Lisp?
No, I haven't.
What about Pascal or Fortran?
Pascal at least.
Wow. That's right. It's rare and interesting language night. Welcome to the Syndicate. I'm not a big fan of Go, though. One time we had to take over someone's database or product that was all in Go, and we didn't really want to take the project, but they were like offering an obscene amount of money, and so my partner and I were like, "We can learn Go." You know, it was like we can force one of our teams. So we did. We found a guy, and he learned Go, and it was still a brutal project because it's like it came back every 2 years. Hey guys, can you update our program? I'm like, oh god, that Go thing is back. So, but I don't know. I haven't really seen much of it used since then.
I'm in Barnes and Noble, and you guys just sparked my interest because, we're in the mall, and the closest bathroom was Barnes and Noble, and I was waiting, and now I'm actually in the technology section, looking at all the books, what we have currently to educate ourselves on internet coding, and I'm very sad. We have Learning Made Easy, which is for dummies, and then we have the Python section, and that's it.
Wow, and then there's like a sign that says "Go to YouTube" or what?
YouTube University.
The best one is podcasting for dummies.
It's like 99% on how to get the mic to work.
Exactly, and it just ads of like what websites you should go that has paid the advertising spot.
I had a thing with books I used to like to do as a prank. I always liked book covers. Like in high school, you would had to get a book cover for your math book or English book, whatever. But sometimes I'd like try to make a legitimate. It looks like a professional cover, but then go into the bookstore and actually wrap it up.
Variables and data types. Input and output.
But you
Operators. Flow control. Loops, functions, strings, and lists. Who the fuck wants to learn all that?
I know, that sounds boring. But what I would do is I'd go into the bookstore and I would basically wrap a book with a different label. And then you just see the spine and it would have something funny on it. So you could put like FTX for dummies and put that in there. which would be funny to do, but short prank. Hey, it's back in the day when I used to shoplift software. I did. I used to shoplift. I stopped right when I turned 18 though. But man, I was really good at it. I was pretty good at it. I would go into the bookstore and actually use their old, like, they had an IBM PC and they would have demo software out there, and I would copy it. Like, I would be on the computer, like, showing people how stuff works, but at the same time, sometimes I would, like, copy a game over to a blank disk, and then I'd come back in and buy that blank disk. I mean, I don't know if that's unethical or not, but hey, after I was 18, I changed that behavior. So. Lagatha's back, everyone. It's great to have Lagatha back in the audience. That's right. She's muted. She can't speak. So if you have anything bad to say about her, let's get it out on the floor now.
So I have the Python little code examples. I signed up for the Udemy. They're checking over my
Wow.
So in about, like, as soon as they authorize the audio, I might as well just start creating the lessons now, I guess, and then testing them. Then you want to be a test subject, and the only catch is that whenever you find it too complex, you press end Zoom. You don't even say anything.
I don't know, man. Like, my patience for, like, I don't know. Like, I've just been, like, in a world
Oh, that's
of
right.
programmers
You
for
want
so
the
long.
AI to do it for you.
Yeah, I want the computer just to figure that shit out for me. I don't want to, like, making me code Python. I mean, that feels like felony misdemeanor
Because, like,
punishment. You know what I mean?
it's kind of 2016.
Totally, man. It's also like total data science. Like, I use Python to take a list of words that weren't capitalized and I made them capitalized. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, that's. I'm I'm trying to emphasize the no math part, because, like, I was looking through another course and it's like variables, loops, flows, tuples, lists, strings. It's like, who the fuck wants to learn that?
Yeah. I was on LinkedIn and I took one of their agile tests. Like, do you know agile? I'm like, well, I've been making software for a long
I think
time.
so.
So I, like, yeah.
I used to think so until the
I
fucking
failed the
test.
test though. I failed the test. Well, because everything is jargon. Everything's like, do you use a DBX or a DBY if you want to do Y? And I was like, first of all, you find out what the fuck you're doing, and then you do it.
Can you ride a pony or a panoy?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. That's funny. So does that mean that? Go ahead.
Have you tried to play Minecraft?
Say it again. I think you cut out.
It keeps turning my mic off. Have you tried programming Minecraft with Python?
No. Is that fun?
Wow.
Yes, it is. Actually, Minecraft runs off of
What can
Python.
you do? Shut up. So what can you do with the Python? Like, what do people use it for?
Everything. You want to make your world, you just code it in.
Oh, shut your mouth. Oh, let me pick that up. Fuck, I'm gonna be like a boomer using Python and Roblox. So what do I?
You program
it's a web
it.
interface. Okay.
You program it, and then you create your own server, and you can invite new people. And basically, you send the invites to your increased variables, and yeah, your entire mapping skills and skins and connectivities come from Python codes.
Now, how do I play Minecraft? Do I need to buy it? Do I go to a website?
It is free. You can download it and just play it, or if you're going to use mobile version, mobile, you're required to pay.
Start coding Python in Minecraft with make code. Interesting. Python code lesson. Wow. Thanks for this. Educator training. The Minecraft Teacher Academy. Get the fuck. Oh, Microsoft owns. Who owns Minecraft?
It used to be Mojang.
Microsoft. They own it.
Is it Microsoft? Wow.
Yep.
So hold on. Oh no, Roblox is still owned by Roblox for now.
Yeah, for now. But they'll get acquired by, I don't know, maybe Ford or somebody. No, I'm
Or like
scared.
maybe like a toy manufacturer, like a Hasbro.
Maybe. Although game company or I don't know, toy companies have not traditionally been in tech though. You know what I mean? Their business is really about, I don't know, just getting things affordable enough. Although, I don't know, Roblox is going to be a big purchase, so it's either that or it's going to get its own. I can see them being acquired by Unreal Engine folks, Epic Games. I could see Epic Games buying them, somebody like that.
So
Put them into the arsenal.
Microsoft has a pretty strong presence here. I mean, that sounds like a stupidly redundant thing to say, but you know what I mean? Everybody looks at Facebook, right? For VR and immersion. And Microsoft is like quietly just remaining profitable. People use Azure all day long.
Oh yeah, and also Microsoft paid $1 billion in the first 90 days of GTP3 being released.
That's
So
right.
they
Yeah,
paid $1
that's
billion
true.
for commercialization rights on that, exclusive commercialization rights. So,
And they
yeah,
own GitHub. Like,
yep,
come on.
yep. The other thing you need to look at is probably that there's that tool out there called Replit. I don't know, maybe Web3 has looked at that.
Well, here's something crazy. So we were talking about Rust developers. I said, Ahmed, you know some Rust developers? He's like, yeah. I'm like, all right. Well, I know how to headhunt. So if you know Replit, fucking Rust developers, I'm going to go on to Twitter and see who's hiring Rust developers. And I'm going to send them a message. And I'm going to ask them, still hiring Rust? And they all got back to me.
Wow.
So, and one of the companies was Replit. Like legit.
Huh.
I was like, oh, Replit.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're building in Rust.
That's pretty wild. It makes me want to take another look at Rust because Replit is a very interesting site. Very, it's another take on sort of taking the pain out of programming, and at the same time, sort of, it seems like a tool that it's smart enough for really good programmers and it's easy enough for the first timers or something like that. But it's interesting. All these little platforms that help you make. That's why I was recommending Godot to KC, just because he's kind of moving into a phase where I think he could probably leverage and do some cool stuff in Godot. It's an easy, well, I mean, it's still you got to learn stuff, but it's one of the easier game engines to get started in. It's completely free.
So check this out. So I asked the guy, still hiring Rust, right? I didn't know anything about Replit, right? I didn't even care where he worked at the time. I just saw that he was hiring Rust, and I said, hey, still hiring Rust? And he said, sure. It's this position. I'm like, okay. And I just gave it to Ahmed. And I sent the guy Ahmed's calendar. And that was it. And we're just like, all right, well, Ahmed's a Rust developer, and he knows the best of the best.
Yeah, you're a good guy, man. A lot of people would charge a shit ton of money for that little piece of effort that you did there. I mean,
Well, I want to prove out the model, right?
Yeah, you want to prove
Once
out the model, but I mean, for as much as you like the double side, you're pretty much a good guy, man. Sorry.
No, I appreciate it. Ifo, what's going on?
Just chilling, getting back.
Ifo,
Yeah.
I'm a junior Python developer now.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah. When did you start?
20 years ago.
I know, but if you're a junior, you couldn't have started 20 years ago. I don't even think Python existed 20 years ago.
Yeah. No, I feel like I've been trying to learn how to code for about 20 years.
Well, I can relate to that feeling.
Really? How long did it take you?
No, it's not that it took me that long, but I first started computer engineering in 91. So that's a long time ago.
Wow. Wow, still using like Novell NetWare and shit.
Oh yeah,
Dude, he was net objects, man. He was coding in net objects. That was a terrible program.
Yeah. Cool. And just this is my third day. Just got home from my third day in the new gig. So that was pretty sweet too.
Congrats. What's the new gig?
I'm Linux specialist for provincial government here in Canada, in Canada.
Nice.
So taking care of all their servers, hundreds and hundreds of them, and writing new scripts and whatever else.
It's not an easy job.
Cool.
Being a systems admin in Linux, there's a lot on your shoulders.
Well, yeah, it's not sys. It is a little bit of sysadmin, but it's not. It's weird because there's so many different systems, but we're not necessarily like my division isn't responsible for the applications. So like we have a separate team that deals with Oracle. We have a separate team that deals with the other SAP and other apps. And the people that are working in those teams know their shit. And so mostly we're just making sure everything keeps running and they have good quality hardware. We have a nice data center. Lots of stuff's on the cloud as well. So it's not your typical thing where you're fighting stuff all day. You know, it's more you're just dealing with systems and making sure that things meet whatever criteria, whatever weird government thing that needs to be done. So sometimes the hardest part is not even the tech part. It's the politics of you got to wait for someone to sign, authorize something to move ahead, But yeah, it's all good. And what are you guys talking about? Python? What else?
Yeah, I've just been kind of coding in the background.
Yeah, we talked about, let's see, Python, AI, the rise and fall of FTX. We talked a lot of shit about Peter, but he kind of muted himself, so I'm not talking about that anymore. And overall status, like, what do you think about Trump going after it again? How do you feel about that?
Well, it was a disaster the first time. And
True.
I am hoping it's like, when you have a sequel of a movie and the sequel is not as good as the first one. So if there is a second term, I hope there isn't. But if there is, I hope it's even. It's weird because at the same time, there's poor people that are going to suffer from the shit that's going to happen. So
I think he's going to rig it or something. He's going to remind every person that took PPP money in America and say, "You better vote for me." No. Just kidding.
No. Rigging is how they roll. I just saw some stuff on what they did in Ohio. It was next level.
Dude, I live in Ohio, and I consider myself a next level person, but I'm sure whatever Ohio did was probably schemy and racist.
Oh yeah, I think they first of all the Supreme Court of Ohio ruled that what the Republicans did in gerrymandering the districts for voting, they set it up so that basically if you were a Republican, you couldn't lose. And then if you were a Democrat that was running, the areas that had Democrats, they redrew the map in such a way that most of the people that were in your new district as a Democrat would be Republican people. So it just, yeah. And then the Supreme Court said that was wrong, that they need to do it right, and they refused to do it. And then they managed to still go ahead with a map that was almost just as convoluted as the one they started with before the Supreme Court ruling. So they were allowed to ignore Supreme Court rulings while Democrats are not allowed to. It's interesting.
That's great.
Yeah, I just heard like a couple of days ago. I heard a little short, like a 30-minute thing on it. It was messed up. It was on the local news over here.
That's crazy. Well, we shouldn't drown out the channel of politics because God knows no one gives a shit.
Well, I do, but that's a different story.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting, but I have a feeling Peter over there might be just, he's just had a really, his day's starting out. He just touched some grass, and he's just, I don't know what do you think of touching grass? What does that mean to you if I say, touch the grass this morning? Does that mean anything to you?
Yeah, I think it's about grounding yourself and
okay, I can see that.
Back home, we even say, we have a saying that says use your body that translates in English to use your body to touch the ground. It's when someone's freaking out, you're like Farabale, just relax,
right.
Ground yourself. So
I think he's trying to do it from like I think he's actually a hand model. You know what I mean? Like, and he's trying to get his hand on TV a lot, just so he can show people. And he's got kind of like gnarly Hobbit-like hands. It's definitely a Lord of the Rings. He's a Peter Jackson pick all day long. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting.
Yeah, I think he's very self-conscious about the hands because a lot of people picked on them for the small hands.
Yeah, and I think you can only do so much time in sunlight because well, you might be a day walker hobbit. I don't know. Maybe that could exist.
That cracks me up. So
I can't stop laughing about the day walker hobbit.
I just imagine Blade with short people. That's what.
That's what I'm seeing, like a minion Blade kind of style,
but just oversized feet, right?
Right, barefoot, complaining about first breakfast and second breakfast. Okay, well, I'm a day walker. We haven't had second breakfast yet. I want to eat some humans. I liked it when Key and Peele did a spoof on Goth. I don't know if you ever seen that on YouTube, but they do a whole spoof on like vampires and goths, and it's such a great spoof. They're like, everyone's all dressed in leather and whatnot, and they recruit like a new vampire, and he's just casual like shirt, and he's like, no man, go change into leather, and he's like, I don't got any leather, and they're like, ooh, you're not a vampire. Whatever. It's funny.
They did one on steampunk. I'm not sure if you saw that one.
I'll have to check that one out. Find it.
Oh.
I always love when they do a spoof on the gangs. And it's like with the front hand, backhand one. Yeah, they just do some great stuff. Peter has shared an image up in the nest. If you can go up there and take a look. It's an amazing view of apparently the end notions of what this podcast has been today. If you listen to this podcast, you know what you've done. And we'll see you after class.
You've rusted those Ethernet cables.
We're going to stand up and do a little bit of breathing exercises. Everyone just take 5. Thanks for listening to the broadcast. Remember, you can find us always here online. One of us is probably here. And if two of us are here, well, then there's a party, there's a room. So thanks for listening to the Syndicate. Remember, we only care as much as you concern.
Love it. Quick question. Anybody see the Keel and Peele slap ass?
Oh, that's a great one. Yeah.
Yeah. That is a good one. Talking about Python, what's you loving the most about Python, and what are you not loving so much about Python, if there's such a thing? Our new junior Python dev.
It's I find that the value is not so much learning how to code, but in the possibilities that it opens up in your mind. It changes the way you start looking at things that are given to you. So now when somebody gives me like a piece of software, I'm like, oh, is there an API? Like, that's my first question. So I look at the applications different. I was like, oh yeah, that's nice. I can upload that. Well, can I use a Google Colab notebook and do it myself? Because if I could do 1,000. You know what I mean? Like, it changes the way you look at the web.
I hear you. Yeah. It's like you get to see how the magic happens in the back.
It's kind of intimidating because you walk around and you're like, oh, fuck, I could do that. You ever do that? You ever just walk around your house and have your mind blown as you're just doing things? And you're like, oh, fuck. And then this, and that, flow, connect, you know?
Yes. And then I try to implement it and it doesn't go as
And
fast.
it does not work. Yeah. And then I call Web3 and I complain to him. But it's like, I think what's happening is that as I learn some of this stuff, I'm getting used to trying out different solutions using Stack Overflow.
Nice.
Right? So you know what I mean? So I'm transitioning from like needing someone over my shoulder to, reading, like Web3 told me, you just have to take your time and read. And in a lot of ways, he couldn't be more right.
True. I've also found Scrimber was really, really good for that in some ways. Not reading, but like as a resource. Because if I was trying to figure out, okay, how do I do this particular thing? I could just open up the lesson, go right to the section that has to do with what it is I'm trying to implement or whatever function I'm trying to use. Well, and then just go ahead and watch it, and then 5 or 10 minutes later, I know what I'm doing, and I go ahead.
Well, the interesting thing about learning it on Twitter is that I'll get to a certain step and then get stuck. And then I'll just tweet out, hey, I've been able to do this, but I'm stuck on this. And then someone who I know, like Meta Baby was the last one. She's like, oh, you're trying to do that? I remember doing that at this old company I worked with. You should use this tutorial. And I'm like, oh, shit. You know when somebody hands you something that you didn't know you need until you...
Yes. It's like falling in love for the first time. You didn't know that you needed that in your life.
Yeah, and sometimes you just sit there and be like, oh, wow, I could spend an entire lifetime. You know that feeling? You're like,
yeah, I know that feeling. I just spent 8 weeks building out something, and I still need some more time to do what I want to do, but it's been fun. It wasn't Python, but it was Next.js and doing headless WordPress.
What does headless mean? Is that like Ichabod Crane?
No, what headless means is, okay, have you ever used WordPress?
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. So, WordPress has its own system for managing things, and then they've got like, if you want to create a page or you want to create a post, you can do that right within the WordPress dashboard. And then the pages that it creates for you, people want to interact with that, they're also doing that directly with WordPress. What headless does is that you basically are connected to the APIs of WordPress. So then you can create your front end with whatever you want, so long as you can talk to the API. And they have two options. You can use a REST API or you could use GraphQL. I prefer GraphQL because it's just tighter, less calls, and you only send into one endpoint. And then and I use WordPress in the back end to handle authentication, handle management of assets like the images, posts, blah 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 blah. And so you have the best of both worlds. You have like a back end that someone could easily admin that has no tech experience, and then you have your front end that just pulls the data out from your WordPress, and you can get your graphic designers to go crazy, and you can get your programmers to go crazy creating the front end however they want. So it gives you freedom. And the other thing that it gives you is, because your front end is just talking to your system via APIs, it also means that you're not completely protected, but you're more protected from
You have a layer, yes.
trying to hack your site. That's one. And then the other thing is performance wise, because normally for every WordPress site, you would have for each page that's been generated, they're not pre-generated. So so each time somebody tries to get to something, it's like making database calls to send the stuff out. Now, if you just use React, there'll still be a little bit of that going on. But if you use something like Next.js, it has an option to do what they call server-side rendering. So it would basically go to your site and pre-build all the pages as static pages. And then that can be loaded from a CDN. And so that way you can, if your site goes from, 10 users to like 10 million users, if you're on a CDN, it'll still just keep serving.
I'm at the point where I am using Google Colab Python notebooks to get my data into the format that I want it in.
Right.
And that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. Right? The whole front end side, I can't even say I would know how to start, but I'm just focusing on getting the data model right, getting the database right, getting it very simple to do something very simple, right? But the next piece of creating the interface, I wouldn't know how to do yet.
Cool. Do you have graphic skills or design skills?
I'm fairly good with picking up new things, yeah.
Okay, because I'm not really a designer. But for the project I'm working on, I hooked up with those four of us. So there's a designer, and the project manager, and two of us developers. And then I found this really cool what was it called? It was a plugin for Figma. And what it does is it takes the Figma designs that your designer has designed and it exports them as React components. So if you can talk to your designer into naming stuff properly, instead of just like rectangle 4, but actually having names for those different components, like if a component that says this is like the header, this is the dashboard, this is the where the logo is supposed to be, or whatever, you end up with React components that you don't really have to do much editing to. So I was able to take the design that was in Figma, and with one click have that turn each of those pages into something. If you want to see what it looks like, you can go to edishub.com, which is actually where the site is. We haven't officially launched yet, so I'm not really advertising the site, but you can check it out. And you can see the basic layout of what the site's going to look like. And if you click on waiting list, you'll be able to actually see a short video I did just going over what we're building. So yeah, I hope that answered your question about what headless WordPress is.
Yeah, I'm interested now in so I'm learning how to create very simple data dictionaries, and use pandas in a Google Colab notebook.
What is Panda? I don't know.
Oh, Pandas is a software library that allows you to take JSON files or CSV files and chop them up and present them.
Okay.
Mhm.
I pictured actual pandas. I'm sorry. I just know you from Canada.
They help you climb eucalyptus trees and eat the sweet, sweet leaves.
Nice.
So so it's now I'm at that point where it's like, okay, if I create this database, how might I present this data to the end user?
Cool.
And when we talk about React, part of my brain says, "Oh, React, I've seen that before. People use that for front end." That's the extent of my knowledge, though.
Okay, cool. There are lots of cool ways you can do it. The Next.js is one. But if you're mainly just creating like dashboards or creating stuff that people will just be consuming data, there's a really nice React framework I think it's called Refine. And they pretty much built all kinds of sample dashboard kind of things. So if you're trying to if you just have data and you want it to feed to something else, it basically has all that done for you, and you just plug in your APIs and shit, and you can get up and going pretty fast.
Well, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool shit. And they're just a small team of developers too, which is pretty impressive. By the way, I'm cooking as we speak, so if you hear any noises, that's what you're hearing. The space got quiet. Everybody's reading about Refine.
Yeah, it was a cold night. In Ohio, the snow was starting to fall and Dan was starting to loosely get, lucid, thinking deep about what Peter said earlier in the day. Peter addressed him in the hall and shook him against the wall. "Don't you ever do that prompt again," he said, more in an English accent, less in this accent. I paused and wasn't sure what he meant. Tried to reason with him as Lagatha came down the hall dressed as a Viking girl. She was always dressed like that. We tried to do interventions and let her know that she could dress like all the other girls, bikini tops, simple things like that. But she was different, combative, often aloof and thinking about walking on the beach. And the beach was miles away. So you sat in the living room and worked on his laptop, learning Python and debating Rust. He was moving and exceeding and going in all kinds of places in his mind, largely because he wasn't human. Soyu was actually a giant mechanized robot, an actual entity of multiple personalities, all taking the helm inside this strange little man. This is why he was obviously connected to a cosplayer who's probably likely funny as well, but there's actually a math teacher and a botanist or some shit like that. Very weird things happening on the Syndicate stage. All the while, the day was starting to close and Web3 had just arrived home. It was a hard day at work. He had to go in and turn on a couple servers and hit Control Delete maybe 3 or 4 times before lunch. And then later on in the afternoon, he showed people how to use the light switch. He always liked doing that right around 3 o'clock. Something about management. Their brains would go dry and they couldn't get out of the garage. Sometimes he would hang out in the snack room and just let them sit and spin for hours on end. But he wanted to get back to his gators. He was raising 2 of them in his backyard. Those are kind of hard sometimes. It's hard to just keep going on and on, by the way. but it wasn't too bad.
It was perfect.
Yeah, it was really good.
Thanks, man.
You might have a new fan from one of my housemates.
It's like listening in the background.
Yeah,
It was lonely and
they're like,
crazy.
"Oh, that's like a sweet podcast." I'm like, "No, the dude's just talking live."
As we have dinner, right?
Exactly, because we're having dinner and listening to you. This is awesome.
Nice. Little do we know that there were 2 government contractors in the building having dinner and listening to this podcast. They were working with data, complex things, something called binary. The idea that a 0 and a 1 could hang out together, but a 2 would never be made. No, they weren't that sexual. It's weird to just riff because you have to you only have so much improv brain. You really only have 10 seconds of real time brain thinking. Actually, less than that. You probably have it's sort of like this 3-second window for you to come up with the next thing that may fit in the piece, and they usually don't fit, and that's usually where the humor kind of comes in, probably. I don't know. All I know was 5:37. I was cold, and the racists were getting ready to go to bed for the night. No, I was in Columbus, Ohio, and we're pretty liberal here. It's a big tech town and doing new cool things. Intel had just landed and put a $200 billion, wait a minute, that right? No, $20 billion. $20 billion plant just came to town. They set up a bunch of new cool AI. They set up a bunch of really cool AI education programs at the university, which is going to be a cool, probably going to be a little accelerator there from students to go there and program, and then they can go to Intel. Word has it on the street that, I don't know where I heard this, but word has it on the street that everyone within the Intel plant is making 6 figures. I'm like, well, that makes sense. Everybody in tech makes 6 figures. Well, not everyone, but I mean, Intel, it's Intel. I expect them to all make 6 figures. But it does make you wonder, where does the limit go? I was talking about this the other day. Is the goal to make as much money as possible? I don't think that's really the goal. I think the goal is actually to get to a point of freedom, and then once you get to a point of freedom, know how you can create a good structure to keep you sort of resilient so that you stay in freedom. That's kind of a cool idea. Staying in freedom. Can you get to a freedom state? Honey, how long have you been in freedom? You know what I mean? It's you gotta figure out that. But if you can get in freedom, then you can try more things, play with more things. And I would probably still live cheaply, or at least live below your means to an extent, or at least don't aspire. I don't know. I don't have a natural aspire for a Lamborghini, but I do have an aspire for fireworks, or just a simple bonfire, simple house, simple people. Simple stuff is coming back. Why? Because AI is just going to do the fucking work for you. You're going to have 4 side hustles, and that's the goal for next year. The goal for next year, and we'll have to do it. We'll have to set down some sort of crazy gauntlet. It should be sort of get 6 months to do a side hustle, and whatever we make, we donate or something like that. You know what I mean? Should be something like that. Because you can always use your side hustle later on to make $1. But the first project should be some sort of it's like a cannonball run. It should be like a race of audacity and stupidity. Because great ideas come out of that. Because they're not conformed to the normal patterns of you're trying to make money. So often when you're trying to make money, you miss all the... It's like the alien in the room is no, he's a greedy fucker again. Let's leave. You know what I mean? They decide not to reveal themselves or whatever. I don't know. All I know is the future is getting easier, and everything's collapsing. And pretty soon we're gonna have augmented reality, and Apple's gonna work really hard to make that interesting for us. They'll compete with Facebook, and Microsoft will be working probably with Facebook. At least that's the sign so far. There'll be some other competitors, and LG will come out with one, and Nikon will come out with one, and it'll be an interesting thing. It'll get totally ripped apart when it comes out. It's always the same cycle. It's like the hysteria of it. It shows up, everyone shits on it, then everyone debates it. People talk about the bankruptcy. Suddenly it's popular, and then it's hot. Where are you in the cycle? I don't know. And that's what you're listening to, folks. It's the Syndicate. The only show slow, quiet, and easy on the ears. Thanks for listening.
EFO, I want to understand this. When they talk about APIs, they talk about calls and gets and posts. I don't know what any of that means.
Okay. What are you looking at? Are you looking at just APIs in general?
In general, like I
Okay,
see
that's
a
in
lot.
post.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That actually, I believe, comes from the basic web standard for HTTP requests.
Okay.
So you have a get, which usually is when you're trying to to receive something. Like you could, for example, say you've got a website, right? So you basically do a get because you want to get and the name of the address or the resource that you want, if it's a picture or whatever, and then the site's going to send it to you because you requested it. And get is usually done in plain text, so there's no real encoding of stuff within it. So get requests are easy to handle, but also easy to, they're not really secure because get stuff is all sent on the address bar. So for example, say you were, I don't know, trying to log into your bank and you use get, it would have, get, and in the URL, there would be your bank number, your password, all that kind of stuff will be sent. So that's not really cool from a security standpoint. So they have post, which allows you to encode the stuff before it's sent. So that way it doesn't show up on the URL. And then they can also do encryption. So that way, not only is it being sent and it's not in the URL, but it's also encrypted with, say, for example, HTTPS. And then that way, except if someone is really trying hard to find your stuff, it's secure enough that they can use it for banking and e-commerce and all that kind of stuff. But that's the basics of get, and I think there's get, there's post, and what else is there? I think there might be a push as well. I forget.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the get and the post are just general, and I think the push might be one that might make a change on the endpoint. Oh, just 1 second. I ordered something and it's at my door. I'll be back.
In my brain, I was like, oh, it's kind of like talking to an AI. Dan, you're going to bring DeFi up to the stage.
Oh yeah, DeFi. Just trying to do a little mid journey in the background, everybody. Hey, welcome to the party, everybody. Thanks for coming on down to the Syndicate. That's right, Disaster of a Podcast, episode 6. It's our first year in running, and we're pretty excited about the itinerary of greatness. As always, you know it. That's right. We're on the stage. We're in the Syndicate Strip Club, and coming up next is an amazing dancer from Walla Walla, Washington. His name is DeFi, and he knows everything about, well, stuff that you don't know about. Remember, Bitcoin only on the stage, and NFTs are not being accepted. Let's get on down and get in some moves. 2 dances, VIPs. All right, let's go.
Hey guys, glad to be here and glad to hear from everyone in the party today. Just studying Fiji beaches and how to turn paradises into drug havens. How are you guys doing today?
You know, I was watching that stuff on YouTube too, where they're using Fiji as like a waypoint for carrying drugs and stuff, and I think that's great. I mean, well, good that we're sort of in unison. You know, there's one YouTube channel I really like a lot. I'm going to recommend it. It's the Mob Reporter. I don't know if you ever watched that. Look up the Mob Reporter on YouTube. Really makes great content. Good stuff. Not exactly murder porn. It's more, narco porn is really what it is. If you're like into narcos and you love the shows where like, and they pulled over the car and discovered 485 keys of high quality mescaline action. It was at this time that DeFi was extradited back to his home city in Walla Walla, Washington. Unable for comment, DeFi simply looked out the window and flicked everybody off. Up next, the news and weather.
You finally got caught using the drone drops.
I do want to welcome Daniel down there. We got a C++ developer in the house, folks. Robotics, artificial intelligence, computer, and basically an overall well-informed dude. That's what the general readout is. And welcome to the party, man. You got some cool monikers on there. Odds are you've dabbled in a bunch of them. Probably failed at a few, I hope. Otherwise, you haven't learned anything. And then, yeah, man. Welcome to the action. Also, back in the background, we got the Fitz, everybody. That's right. That's the Fitz. He's an economic advisor for everybody on the East Coast. He just does general stuff. Don't really know what he does, but he does some sort of, hey, don't buy platinum right now. Let's buy some silver. You know what I mean? I'm gonna try to fix my Midjourney prompt in the background, and I'll just leave myself recording. There we go. Let's just jump in here. Let's do a real-time prompt for y'all. All right, what is it going to do? First of all, we're going to do Rap Magazine. Yeah, Rap Magazine. God, where was I? I need to find my error. I was working on one, and I hate it when you like do the prompt and then you get an error and then you lose your place and shit. I had to go find where I messed up. Can't finish that one. But I've been prototyping a magazine layout in Midjourney. And why? I kind of, right now, I really want to do like a Midjourney translator where it takes the image that you get out of Midjourney and it would automatically convert it into a Canva template based on the, symmetry. That's like, it figures out like, okay, this is an image, this is a background, this is a picture still, that kind of stuff. Obviously, it can't work for stuff that's too crazy, but if you're prototyping a magazine layout idea in the thing, it might work. At least that's what I'm thinking. You know what I'm saying? And if it didn't make any sense at all, you should just say thanks, because I can't tell if anyone's actually listening or not, because it's just a great band of people here that don't say anything. God damn, my error just got erased. That sucks. Oh man. Okay, all I really want is my color cue. I sort of have like a thing I put on the end of my prompts when I work on a set of prompts or a theme of prompts, and that is currently. And these are all just not really like, I'm not trying that hard. I'm really not trying that hard to do crazy stuff here. But I do like a couple things. I'm obsessed with Frank Lloyd Wright. I just love what he's doing. Yeah, okay. Right. Frank Lloyd Wright inspired world design. Yeah, we're going to have that in there. But what we were doing, we were doing, I forget the prompt I was working on, but we should work on, come on, man.
Open source data science, computer programming. Let's talk disaster of a podcast. S01E06 Python, man. We got the realest, most brilliant, exuberant minds in the world in here right now. What's up, world?
Wow, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. What's up, world?
You ever think about like speaking Linux commands into Twitter Spaces and see if it deletes stuff? Yeah. Like
LL,
rm minus rf star and see what that
LS,
happens.
DFN. Yeah.
Talk about the semantic web.
MKDR, DIR.
Go ahead, Daniel. Welcome.
Good evening, sir. I have a question.
Please.
Is it really hard to use Python for DevOps? Because I don't really know if it's that tough as I think.
I have kickball in a
Bebop?
little bit, so I'm not the guy to ask.
I mean DevOps engineering. Is it really hard to use Python for it, or maybe C++?
Okay,
Because
bro.
I
Let me
went.
answer you. If you're trying to do with C++ and you're new to programming, you're looking for trouble. Python will make your life easier. C++ will add extra aggravation to your life. Now C++ is more efficient, which is why they actually the back underneath Python is actually written in C++. But Python is more efficient. It's easier to write Python. The code's not as efficient as C. But if you can write something faster, you can get things done faster in some ways. And most computer systems these days are sufficiently fast enough that you're not going to miss C, except if you're writing some stuff like device drivers or network drivers, then you want to do that in C or maybe even assembly. Does that answer your question, Bros Daniel?
I mean DevOps engineering. DevOps engineering. Last week, last week, I got someone who got to me and he was like, there's something for DevOps, and I was like, yeah, I write C++, but I don't know if it's gonna be really hard to, jump into DevOps with C++ and to feel how it looks like compared to using Python, because when I check the languages used to in writing DevOps, it is C++, Python, and I saw Go language there also. So I don't really know how it looks like. I've never done DevOps before.
I would say if you've never done DevOps before, then stick with something like Python, easy to learn. The key thing is not really the language that you use, it's basically understanding the concept and what you're trying to implement. Once you know how to implement something in one particular language, if you end up in a workforce and they're using a separate language, all you'll be looking at is just figuring out, okay, what's the syntax to get the stuff done? But language doesn't really matter. It matters on some level, but it really doesn't matter. It's just, can you understand the concepts? It's like driving a car. You know how to drive a car and you're good at driving. They put you in a car you've never driven before. It'll take you a little while, but you can do it.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Thank you very much. I'll go and think about it. I just think about which language I'm going to use to get the job.
So why you didn't look for DevOps jobs, sir?
Someone really special to me just there's an opening right now, so and I think in fact it's what really made me to just
Okay.
go back to C++. I've been writing it for long, but I just had to go back and do some clear ups and some few stuff.
All right. So you
Just
have the job that's coming up. You look at the job. What are they looking for? And then you go accordingly. It doesn't matter what it is on some level, but if you know what the job is looking for and it's that job you want, then you Find out if they really. Sometimes job description is written by hiring manager that doesn't know anything about technology, so they might put stuff in there that is not really as important to the company. So if you know somebody within, as you said, find out what is it that they really need, what are the skills that they need for the job that would stand out, and then see how close you meet that, and then go ahead. That's my almost unsolicited advice.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello. No one is picking up.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, right now we just have, it's just really all about efficiency, I would say, guys. We're in a situation where we're at a low tank, and this falling knife can only fall so far. I mean, I don't think,
Yeah.
yeah,
No, I totally with you on what you're saying. I mean, it's like you can
yeah,
only. I think there was a point where we were on board, but then there was an impasse, and I think unless we can get over where we were, we're not going to be able to realize where we've been. And this is something that it doesn't affect as many people. I mean, it hasn't really affected me, but a lot of people that I know that have a certain temperament for that. A lot of the listeners here, and maybe um, others, they call them disabled folks. They may have issues as well. And I just think it's important that we kind of move on and try to project an overall outcome of positivity with a certain amount of gibberish. And we're working hard to perfect this. Here at the
Walk
Syndicates,
backward into the
walk
wall.
backward.
Into the wall as fast as you can. You'll go through
sheesh,
it.
sheesh.
We encourage listeners to come into the Syndicate spaces. Go ahead and turn on their no clip and walk around.
Yeah, if you look into Python, they have modules for robotics toolkits, and Python is like a library of all kinds of things that people have created before, and you want to differentiate between is it a business application or is it an industrial controls or industrial application? And then it's like he said, you parcel it out and find out what they really need, and then you focus on those groups. So that's what Michael's doing with the shovel. He done dug several holes and he's lost in one
Yeah, it does feel
so
like that.
bad. He's lost. I think there's a suction and he's tapped just about to China. Okay,
So Web3, you heard the my conversation with Casey.
Yes, yes.
So I'm using Y Finance or Y Finance to get the data, like current assets, current liabilities, equity, cash flow, revenue, profit, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, all the business stuff. I looked at the site. Yeah.
Right. And you read the book Portrait of Dorian Gray?
No, I've not.
Okay. So long story short, guy gets a portrait drawn of himself, and every time he's an asshole in real life, the portrait starts changing into more and more decrepit looking fellow to match his assholery. And he eventually acts like such an asshole that the painting dies, and with it, so does he. So the idea is that we're doing the portrait of financial Fortune 500 Gray.
Oh, that's really good. I like that. Also sounds like a pretty cool interactive game or something you could do in real life.
Yeah, well, you could have them battle each other,
Yeah, that's cool.
No, and what you're trying to do, that's when you asked me about pandas. I knew that I did some just playing around with it. I didn't do anything significant, but you can do nice little visual graphing, charting, and kind of even develop a dashboard with it if you wanted to. That was one of the examples I looked at. But yeah, that's interesting. What you want to try to do is represent that. And then the other thing is doing comparatives within their own industries and a whole bunch of other ways of like. I think what did KC say, that S&P compared the listed S&P against the others, and it represented not showing the strength that you would perceive the whole S&P would be. So it was neat. It's a good idea.
Mike, how closely correlated is multi-paradigm programming in terms of cascade style sheets in terms of like Web3? You know?
Well, CSS is used as like a object positioning system for the front end, right? So CSS, um,
Yeah, Mike. I just wanted to know because Daniel asked about everything, you know, and I'm just trying. He asked about, you know, Mev startups, you know, and so that's a very complicated question, you know, being, the way everything is now, you know. So it's just like, we're in a transition phase now, you know. So
yeah, I mean, technically, everything I'm doing is like for like losers because you're supposed to be using Rust now. So technically, I'm like a junior loser. Hey, what'd you start today? I started my new job today. Oh yeah, what are you going to be doing? Oh, I'm going to be losing. What? Yes, I'm a junior loser. You know, with a bit of hard work, I might be in line for promotion where I can become a manager of losers.
yeah, the thing is, the 1980s technology, man, is somehow still relevant in 2022, you know.
Well, I think the people who went into like computers in the 80s, they started in the data center as like computer operators working with mainframes, and so they have a completely different view of IT than the new school, because the new school has never really seen a server before in their life.
Right, we're all like app coders, right? Like,
yeah, we've been far removed from the nuts and bolts, from the matrix, right? Ruben, remember when I first talked to Ruben, he said, "Welcome to the internet. Dozens of websites await you." And the idea that, you know, the more we have technology, the less we use the internet, and the more we use arbitrary user faces that
very
were designed
interesting.
for us,
Very
right?
interesting.
that's
So we're
very
not seeing
interesting.
reality. We're seeing the chosen reality, you know, spoon fed to us through the interface.
Wow. That's like, the way you explain that is like ordering a Big Mac at Taco Bell.
Yeah, Ruben was like, you don't, like, when you consider that the algorithm chooses what you pay attention to, how can you say you're really doing any thinking whatsoever?
Right. I'm so lost. So I am like lost. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
If you're not confused, you're not paying attention.
nice. Yeah, I just in conclusion, I'm going to be very brief here because I'm not the smartest one in the room regarding this topic, but I will humorously say that, you know, even meth startups, you know, it seems like there's a finality to it. You know what I mean? It seems like there's some level of finality in terms of, like this asymptotic ceiling that I think we're reaching, and I think we're gonna. I
Oh, yeah.
honestly, I honestly just assume, you know, it's gonna go to the moon, baby. It's just a matter of time, you know.
I mean, something's going to the moon, but it won't be humans. You know what I mean?
No, it'll be my dog.
It'll be the data dog. You ever look up on Wikipedia? It's called technological determinism. Scary stuff.
Mm. Sounds like a recipe for. Mm.
Did I lose sound or is the space actually silent?
Oh, I think you lost sound. We've been talking for the past
The
10 minutes.
No, I heard
right
up
what he
to
did.
like 30 seconds ago or 10 seconds ago. All right, cool.
Hmm.
No worries. What did you say you looked
Yeah,
up on Wikipedia? Episodic something?
Yeah.
Episodic
Techno- huh?
episodic determination and something. What did you say?
Technological determinism
Okay.
that assumes a society's technology progresses by following its own internal logic of efficiency, while determining the development of social structure and cultural values, thus rendering technological progress a fundamentally anti-democratic force.
wow.
Because he says technology ends up bending and morphing and melting and reforming the culture itself. And we see that, right, with the algorithms determining that which is paid attention to. Baudrillard said that through Roderick, he said that the apocalypse wasn't when the asteroid hit or when the pandemic flooded the land. It was when humans ceased to be the sole reasoning of things and the machines took on a reasoning of their very own.
Nice.
So, you wake up every day and you look at the pending potential apocalypse. Now, at the same time, like, there's never been an age in history where people didn't make money about preaching about the apocalypse, right? There's always money in preaching the apocalypse, right? But yeah, I'm going to be like, okay, it's snowing outside. I'm going to focus on data dictionaries, whatever that is.
Shelves with books.
I can't even control the weather.
So with this computational determinism, I guess, like, does that deal with, like, I don't know, like designs of filter maps or something like that? Like heater tools, funk
Well, I'll give
tools.
an example. Like when you said
Okay.
design, right? Our interaction is determined by the size of your screen. We don't notice that, but it fundamentally shapes our interaction with each other and eventually shapes our culture.
Interesting.
For example, like if you look at the Samsung phone, my professor, he's ex-military. He was like, you notice those new Samsung phones with the edge, right? You can see something on the edge.
Yeah.
He said, that's designed for kids who want to read their text messages without looking at their phone so that their teacher doesn't know. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
That's crazy.
Right? You would have never thought about it. Right? But how do I look at what's happening on my phone without turning my phone over and without seeming rude? Well, I can just get this little bezel on the side that's now a screen, the edge, and I can read the text message while I, break contact with you.
Have you heard of the high-pitched, high-frequency ringtones that kids use in school?
Oh, get out.
Yeah, well, see, what happens is most people's hearing decreases after you hit like about 20 or so. So certain frequencies that you can't hear except if you're like a teenager. And so a lot of schools were banning cell phones and stuff, and kids still wanted to get their notifications. So they started using ringtones that were in the frequency that people who are above like 15 or 16 can't hear.
Nice. You could have like teenage Morse code.
Pretty much.
Nice.
The answer is C.
So in some schools in the UK, they actually have frequency jammers so that the kids can't use it.
Frequency jammer sounds like a new Kool-Aid product.
Yeah, guys, just buy one get one free for a limited time offer, man. It's the new
Have
flavor.
you ever had a Kool-Aid jammer? That's just
Cascade
amazing.
Punch, we got Fiji Fire, and then we got, what do you call it?
Samoan fruit punch. You know, you start adding.
That's
Oh,
crazy,
man.
man. That is absolutely nuts. And the reason why I asked that question legitimately is because I was just kind of researching the core philosophy by which Zen of Python or PEP 20, So I'm just now getting into the understanding of this. And so they have some really cool aphrodisiac, uh, you know, methodology, I would say. Look at the methodology as very unique, and very relevant today and very applicable if here to Web3, I could possibly. It's like when I read stuff computationally, it's from a different lens because it's like a language that a person is familiar in. You can't speak it, but you can understand it. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Well, there's this concept that what the learner learns is a function of what they already know.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's kind of interesting here. I see it says beautiful is better than ugly, explicit is better than implicit, simple is better than complex, complex is better than complicated. Readability counts. Readability counts. I'll read that for a third time. Readability counts. Rather than building all of its functionality into its core, Python was designed to be highly extensible via modules. So this was probably why it's still relevant today.
Yeah, there's this idea called Conway's Law that states that humans create organizations that mimic the way they communicate.
Yeah.
And you can even look at the Bitcoin blockchain and compare it, like a petri net with bacteria, and it operates in the same way. Hey, we were making fun of Hurls, and now Hurls is here. He finally came. You gotta tell Hurls it was a lot of fun. That lady was upset at Casey.
Dude.
Yeah.
Casey, what's
That
up,
was
Casey?
awesome. What's up, man? How you
Do you
doing?
have like a secret technique that you use to piss off women that don't know you?
I think that it's like a vibe.
Who did he piss off?
The troll lady that was in here earlier, that you were making friends with.
What?
Double.
Seeing double?
Yeah,
No.
seeing double. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know she was a troll. Interesting.
Yeah. No, she came in hot.
She came into so it was Casey and I basically talking about Hurls, and I think we're talking about one of Hurls' trips to the astral plane.
Yeah.
I think, right?
When I was talking about how Dr. Robert Wetzel has a PFP that is a dead ringer for the vision that Hurls had, which just blows my mind. And somehow she entered the conversation like talking trash about Hurls, and you're saying things about him and tearing down Travis. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I was way confused for so long.
Yeah, and then you got the interrogation, which was nice. So what do you actually mean by that? Well, what do you mean by the question? What do you mean by that? And we
Did you
did that
like
a
that?
little
The
bit.
what do you mean play was like it was like ping pong with what do you mean? It was great.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was a cis white gender male fucking Jurassic Park rampage to Tyrannosaurus Rex kind of thing.
And I missed it. That was tragic.
Oh man, no, it's I'll ask her if we can turn it into a show because I think it was pretty. I'm telling you, if you just you can determine the space by the title. Hey, Charles, how's it going?
Hey, how are we?
Hey,
Yeah.
how are we?
Did you hear that we were talking shit about you?
Who's talking shit about me? Bring it on, bitches. What's going on?
Apparently,
apparently
I'm talking shit about you. So,
you know what though? This lady, seeing double, I think she has something for you because she was like, quick to jump to your defense.
Oh yeah, yeah. Did she think you guys were hacking shit on me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And she took
totally.
like
She did. Yeah.
super offense to Casey and like
Oh,
rang him out.
that's my girl. Sweet.
Yeah.
People in spaces have got
That's
my
awesome.
back.
That's dude. He's ride or die.
I'll have to go and source her out and make sure she doesn't put a hex on you or anything like that. Not that she's going to do that, but yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like she was gunning for it, man.
It's funny because like she stuck around for a while, and then over time she was like, "Okay, I thought you guys were losers, but now I thought you were degenerates. But now you're talking about stuff I'm interested in,
Yeah.
and you're talking about it intelligently. So now I don't know what to think."
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
a
she really came full circle.
I got an invitation from her. But yeah, I just realised I was just popping in and just hooking up. I was going to do a bit of a listen, and then I heard you were talking shit about me, so I thought I'd come in and puff my chest out a bit.
Mad shit, son. Talking mad shit.
Yo, she was understandably confused.
Yeah. Well, that's good because I only just introduced it to the syndicate the other day. I remember when I said like, "What is the syndicate?" And if people come in.
Oh, that's the same person. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's seeing double, but yeah.
Well, she was saying Travis, and I'm not used to saying Travis.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm like, I thought she was just like trolling.
Yeah.
And it was like unrelated, and she was just trolling, is what I thought. Like I was so confused.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I think leaned into it.
I've heard.
Yeah.
I've heard some people say that about her. Like in my interactions with her, I haven't actually ever felt like she's trolling me, but that might be because I'm a troll too. Maybe, I don't know. You know, we just look normal to one another.
So I took a page out of your book and just encouraged her to tell me more. Like that's such a good move.
You know, sometimes I'll be like, "Oh no, oh yeah, that's right. It's called a disaster. All right, let's keep going."
Yeah. Yeah. No, all good. So yeah. This doctor's with that profile picture, Casey, that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like that's freaky. Like it's almost like a.
Dude, did you see it?
Yeah, well, I found
You
his
looked at it,
I
right?
found his profile, and it's a whole NFT thing that they're doing together. And there's a whole bunch of characters, and they're hanging out at a bar.
It's so fucking deep what he's doing. He's got a Web3 environment with IRL data input to his avatar. Like he's doing dude, it's what
All right.
like
can you
it's
convert
the Dorian Gray.
Can you talk to me again, but in Australian, about what that is? What that
sorry,
means?
mate. Interactive avatar, your little character that runs around.
Yep.
Will like kind of mimic your real world life.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we go in and can I ask questions, or is it just going to waste? Are we echo chambering if I say? How does that happen? Like, how's it collecting those sort of data sets to know? Mimic.
So I haven't been able to engage with him on that one.
Yep.
He gave a very brief description, and basically it's my understanding that you use what's called an oracle, and that takes information and rearranges it and puts it back in. Okay, so it goes off chain and then back on chain.
Yep.
And that oracle is that service.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so he's using that's what we came to for the financial lit app too. And so dude, like that's so wild. That's so wild to me.
Wow. See, like you got to keep in mind that when you're talking to me about this stuff, I'll give you an example. I think you put up a tweet like, how often do people use Panda and stuff like that? And I'm the kind of person that responds, well, every time I need a cuddle, I'd probably use a Panda. But I don't know what he's talking about. I know it's with regards to Python or something like that, but yeah, I know nothing about this realm. Like, I'm still trying to
No, look,
define.
everybody loves a panda, Earls. I love pandas.
Hey, before Ahmed scoots out, because he might have to go.
Yeah.
Ahmed, sorry I couldn't talk to you before when you were raising your hand in the space previous. Oh, did he bounce? Oh, no, he's still there. Yeah, sorry I couldn't get you with your hand raised. Apologies.
Are you having remorse from a past session and you just want to kind of apologize now, and you just think
Well,
that
he sat there with his hand up for a
you have
while, then
somehow
eventually
more karma than myself?
I felt
You
bad.
know what I
I
mean?
felt bad. It was my
Wow.
Oh, Casey, do you want to tell Ahmed about the
No, not right
no,
now.
not
Not
here.
right
Okay,
now.
good. It's
No.
good news though.
Yeah. Well, Ahmed, I'm gonna send you a DM and try to link up with you off space, okay?
Sounds good. Please do. Happy to.
Cool. Good. Mystery. So
Oh, so Ahmed, while you're here, oh, Web3 is here too. So Ahmed, do you know about the app that Casey is building for personal finance?
Casey has mentioned something about it. Yes.
So Casey, can you tell Ahmed about it and then tack on the thing that I'm trying to work on now in Python? Because I'm just going to be
sure.
asking him for help.
Okay. So we're capturing financial data and displaying it as a picture and or 3D avatar,
Oh, that is awesome. I
right?
I love that idea because I think that's awesome. I get it and I love it.
So it's kind of a looking glass is one way to say it, right? You can view your actual financial status without having to read a cash flow analysis chart or look at percentages. That's the idea.
I think that's a brilliant idea. Okay, so just a
Well,
parallel.
now let me here, and I apologize, but this is where you wants me to tack on something. His immediate usage for it was like, well, let's feed it all the information from the big corporations like Amazon and Microsoft.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. So one of the things that I am solving right now, that's sort of parallel to what you're doing, is giving the current cybersecurity risk picture to CISOs and to executives. And the idea behind that is based on this this concept that human beings do not like looking at. Reading is a high caloric activity. High calories are spent reading something, interpreting it, and drawing inferences from it. And we are really terrible at that. And one of the things that I'm trying to do is create abstract art that represents the current risk posture of an organization based on the events that are happening inside the IT network of the entire organization. And that is a visualization that I am building as we speak.
I want to
Nice.
clarify something before Casey goes on and on and on. And I don't mean that as a joke. I mean literally. The next 20 minutes of your life is gone. But when you say caloric intake by reading, are you suggesting I could lose weight by reading?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, if you look at mathematicians and chess players and anybody who uses a lot of their a lot of concentration doing a specific type of thinking, it's a very particular type of thinking that involves what would basically include both low level thinking as well as inference drawing. Inference drawing is the highest form of brain activity, so engaging the neocortex, that involves that uses up a lot of calories, chess players can lose anywhere between 200 and 400 calories per game. That's a lot.
Interesting. That's pretty wild.
Talk about nerve wracking.
That's kind of wild. Back to you, Casey.
That's at the professional level. Like, I don't know what the numbers are at the lower level, but essentially, that's why people who consume media want things in small bites and in visualization, because otherwise you're going to end up spending a lot of, like, the entire idea of something is difficult to read. It's difficult to read because you're spending calories.
I think you have to think of the opportunity cost, because generally when you're reading, you're sitting down, whereas if you're not reading, you're probably walking around or something, and that would, I'm pretty sure that would use up more calories.
Yeah, it's a mixture, but generally speaking, anything that requires deep cognitive activity is avoided biologically because it uses up a lot of energy. That's why we'd like to come up with systems and shortcuts, and like a lot of our activity is trying to reduce the cognitive load. And this is not just me talking out of my ass. This is like a studied, researched phenomenon, right? And
cool.
There's a direct correlation and as a matter of fact, causality that has been shown to exist.
I wonder, is
okay,
it
guys,
the
space is tweaking.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's going on here.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Mine seems all good.
Yeah, you're cutting out DeFi.
DeFi, you
come back.
maybe
DeFi's in the blockchain.
I kind of wonder on the is it, is it the translation of I read the word and then I felt the meaning in my head? Is it, that piece, it takes the piece and it's purely through the retina, or can you do it through, digital?
No, it's the engagement of taking the words in and upgrading them to a higher level concept, and then drawing
Nice.
inferences out of it. It's the full activity of taking something in and then changing it into some type of a output that you want to produce, right? So it's not just understanding, but also driving that understanding into a direction. That's why I said mathematicians, research mathematicians, and chess players, and they require. As a matter of fact, one of the core interesting things that they found was the key to success in professional chess, professional poker, is stamina building, right? So you want to build a lot of stamina because you spend a lot of energy in those activities.
It's cool, man. For a podcast, it may be a disaster. The last 10 minutes have been damn tasty.
I may have to jump away fairly soon, so if I disappear all of a sudden, please don't mind it. I am in the middle of a culinary experiment.
I hope.
Oh, there you go.
And not
sounds
poison.
tasty.
Hurls, I was trying to do your voice earlier, and I could not for the life of me remember what it sounded like. And then I was like doing Lagatha. I was like doing a real slow male Lagatha, and I don't think that worked either. And then people are like, "Yeah, we're trying to we're making fun of you." And I was like, God, who is that guy? All I remembered was the icon in my head. I kept thinking about the swirling whatever that image is. It's like,
maybe we can do like Pygmalion, which is we get Hurls to say the life of the wife was ended by the knife, and then you try it.
like Was it like a little battle? Knife with
Yeah,
a knife. Who's
elocution
like the
lessons.
knife?
No, it'd be more like a square with 3 little triangles and a circle. That's what it would equal.
There you go. All right, Harold, try it. The life of the wife was ended with the knife.
That was pretty good actually.
Yeah. All right, we're getting
There,
there.
there was something in that. Like it needs work, but
Is it the
well, it
life
wasn't
with the
convincing,
knife?
but it's just yeah.
Okay, can you say
But
it? The life of the wife was ended by the knife.
the life of the wife was ended by the knife. But when I get back home, I'll jump on. Maybe we can do an accent off where
Yeah.
Dan talks to me with my accent, and I talk to him with
Right.
his voice.
Pearls, say the number 6.
6.
6.
No, Hurls, just
6.
say the number 6.
6.
Oh, you're Aussie, right?
Yeah, you got it. Not
Yeah,
sex.
I
6.
had you said
Happy
socks,
birthday.
had you said sax, I would have pegged you for Kiwi, but because that's the difference between the New Zealander accent and Aussie accent, like the way
Yeah,
they say 6.
that's a good telltale you can use to figure him out. Is Dan still in the space? But,
I am indeed.
yeah, there you go. Dan, say 6 for us, mate.
6.
Yeah,
There you go.
Kiwi, definitely Kiwi.
Hey man,
And then
amigo, sis.
I think with the Canadians, it used to be about. We used to all give them shit about the way they used to say about.
It's a boot.
A boot.
A boot.
But anyway, I'll drop back in a sec. Maybe we can do an accent off or something like that. I don't know. Muck around between.
Boy, cheerio. That sounds
Yeah.
special.
And I just had a thing for Web3. You know how Web3 is catching all the emojis in the background? Maybe for your podcast, there can be like at a different sound length, little sound waves that come in from the audience. So that's what you can utilize those emojis for. That when you do the podcast.
So what you're saying,
Got
if
an
people
idea
were
about that.
laughing, we could have a soft laugh track.
Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is an interesting take. I like that.
And then
You
for the
could listen
heartbeat,
with other people.
there could be a little heart throb going on in the background, like a little pulse or something like that. I don't know.
Well, the heart would be you know?
Oh, okay, yeah. Yep.
So if we could assign sound effects, human sound effects, there's a name for it, I forget, but if you could assign human sound effects to the 100 and the heart, right? And the crying, then you could actually have a sitcom of a podcast.
Nice.
A genuine audience response.
Yeah.
I like it.
Now we just feed that through the AI video generation real time, and we are rocking.
Yeah, now we're having a hallucination, an accuracy hallucination.
Oh, while we're on it too, I came across a Google text to speech that uses DeepMind to convert text to speech, and you can start to train its voice by giving it sound bites of your own voice.
Oh, nice. What is it called?
I'll have to look it up again in my history. I'm just driving right now, but I'll check it out, see if I
Sounds
can
like
find
deep
it again.
learning. Sounds like correlation to deep learning, basically.
Yeah. But
I
I
don't
think
even.
I need to. Oh, seeing double's back. Hey, seeing double. I just got to go and drop my daughter off. I'll be back in a sec, guys.
All right, sounds good.
See you later.
So, Deepai, how do you feel about Kyrie Irving?
Thank you, darling.
Man, I'm so glad I'm not an NBA basketball player. So you?
What would you have done in Kyrie's position?
You know, it's interesting because this is, I have like 3% like European in me, so The European
So
side of
your opinion doesn't count then.
your
It's
opinion
too
doesn't
much.
count.
No, it doesn't. Your opinion doesn't count anymore. That's too much white. You can't be a minority anymore, right,
Get it?
Casey? What's the over under?
Welcome to the clubhouse, my brother.
Hey,
Welcome to the
Hey, DeFi,
clubhouse.
how does it
Yes.
feel to be a white cisgender male?
yo, wait a minute. Did you hear that play on words? Your opinion doesn't count. Your opinion doesn't count.
Oh, hold on. We should do a music break. DeFi, you got the music close by? What's going on? What's the latest track?
Oh man, we definitely have to do that. But before I get prepared, I have to prepare my speakers. Yeah, I would love to.
You should play the song that we collaborated on.
I would love to. I would love to. Dude, I in rebuttal to Kyrie, it's just dude, I feel so bad for him, man. You know what I mean? Like, I feel so bad that he's being exploited in the way that he is. I feel like it's just not. I feel like it's fair, but I just feel sorry for him. You know what I mean? Because you know that platform, the journalist platform, is one that is dog eat dog world. The political realm, the idea of like philosophy and historical context in terms of like ethnicity and the origins of human beings and things of this nature. I just look at it from a different perspective. It's a very tender subject given the idea that we just now started to understand. You know we haven't even cracked the code in terms of like computational development. And just 4 years ago, Negroes couldn't even put a sentence together, and now everyone's like all smart and stuff. So it's just like it sucks to see stuff like that happen. I feel like they're like really, 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 really giving them a hard time. And I honestly, I say that with all seriousness, guys. They're giving them a
Mm-hmm.
very hard time.
Yeah, I want to welcome you to the Fringe Brown, where because with that 3% white, you're not black, right? But you can be a part of the brown,
Dude, did you
right?
not know? Wait a minute. Did you not know? I'm like a true believer, like in like the one drop rule. It is said it is actually peer science reviewed. It is peer reviewed scientifically that one drop of blood can possess 700 terabytes of information, guys.
Huh.
700. Yeah, 700
Have they
terabytes.
ever tried exporting it as MP3? It'd be a lot less big.
Have you ever
Yeah,
heard?
can you put that on a zip file? I don't know
Yeah,
how to read.
I think he
Of
used the Jazz
course.
drive.
It's called diabetic. It's called a diabetic tester.
That's great. That was a good answer. I still don't have any idea how we get 700 whatever you said out of one blood of drop and how we would measure that. But I assume you guys are
Probably.
much smarter than me.
I mean, if there's DNA inside, then the DNA is a directed acyclic graph. And if you extrapolate how much data is in any one strand, I wonder how many individual instances of strand exist in a blood cell.
13.5 billion. It is said scientifically. Peer reviewed science says that 13.5 billion.
I don't know about you. I don't trust peer-reviewed science no more.
Me neither. I don't even trust the gas pump, man. It's like backwards, right? But I guess this gives us something to ponder on for the next time we meet, right?
So, give us some backstory on the song you're about to play. The guy who owns the label, he's actually in Ghana for a month right now. So
nice.
It's about to happen.
It is about to happen. As I do so, I gaze upon the hand of the man in the Syndicate Disaster podcast. Hang on.
So I'm not sure if you guys know, but DeFi is a musician, and I dabble in music too, and so do a lot of our friends on here. And I sent DeFi one of the beats from Ghana, and he flipped it into a track. And he's just loading that up right now.
Yeah, guys. So thanks. So basically, guys, this is the segment where Dan takes a break for his also unique monologues, and we give the ears rest from our I guess our computational contemplation portion of the syndicate space, and we just do something more perpetual. Well, I wouldn't say more perpetual, but just as perpetual. And so I want to give you guys the idea behind the song. Pretty simple. It's just like so you said, just a song he sent. It was actually don't want to go too deep into it, but it just was actually something that he thought was interesting, and he sent it to me, and I ended up writing a song for it. And the title of this song is "Be There for You," and yeah, I think it's amazing. Check it out. I hope you guys like it.
In the car speeding, 5 a.m. on the weekend, and now you're leaving, cause a real man shouldn't be cheating. You don't need that bad energy. All you need is a man like me, who will be by your side through the good and the bad times. No one is perfect, I promise to be there for you. And I'm gonna lay on, keep me from my darling. Please, right now. And I'm gonna lay no one is perfect, but my promise to be there for you right now. Give me beautiful love, give me beautiful love, give me beautiful love. Your heart is the third thing. Give me love is the second thing. Then trust is the final thing. Forever, ever,
How long will we live?
forever, ever, ever.
How far does love reach?
Forever, ever,
Syndicate.
forever, ever. Be by your side through the good and the bad times. Nothing is perfect, I promise to be there for you. Be by your side through the good and the bad times. Nothing is perfect, I promise to be there for you. Be by your side through the good and the bad times.
And that was Be There For You, written by Mizzo and produced by So You and his production team over in Ghana.
Yeah, do you have any more of the tracks you did before lined up? I want to keep listening.
Are you guys there?
Yeah, can you hear us? Check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, DeFi, can you hear us? I don't think you can hear us. Oh, That's in disconnecting.
Yeah, it shows that they're connected.
Good dude. There we go. You're back. You can hear us now.
Cool. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah. I was just making a personal request to hear more music.
Awesome, man. I would definitely appreciate that, man. It's sure, man. So just before I play it again, I can really play this one again. I just wanted to give you kind of the backstory behind that. I felt like, like the world was just like, and I don't want to be all sentimental and bubble guppy, but I mean, just the song just is a signet and an expression of love and gratitude to a girl or a guy or one in a platonic relationship that's just in love with each other, and no matter what's going on in any given country, any given world, any given time, the writer's just basically saying in context, I'll be there for you, and I think that is a message that needs to be heard, especially for curators, creators, and people who are aspiring to get from point A to point Z. I think it's important to surround yourself with like-minded people, and you can't be there for someone who you can't relate to, in essence, and so yeah, that's basically the title of the song, and it just speaks to loyalty, man, and that's what we're here. That's what we're about, here in Syndicate as well. It's just being loyal and being honest, man. Being free.
I was gonna ask you to play one of the previous tracks you did. I gotta look those up. I never get a chance to talk to you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I like the ones you played. What were the other ones you had? I probably have them here.
Yeah, I can't remember which ones because I have to pull up my email. I have a bunch of stuff on my desktop, and I would love to share it with you, man.
Oh man! So hold on, you would have sent it up as WAV files? Probably, right? Let me look at my email. I can't even remember your email. Wow.
I'm gonna play this next tune. So this next tune is entitled "Deeply." I'm not finished with it. I think I played it one time. I think this is one of the songs I sent. But this is another record that So You and I are actually working on with some great producers in Ghana, by the way. So I just wanted to share this as well. I can't wait to touch down in the motherland and experience the great cool vibrations. I know it's going to be awesome. But until then, the title of this song is Deeply, written by myself, DeFi.
You deserve a trophy, a standing ovation. Not like other flavors, you got different tastes. You got that magic. Dreamy, you're the one that set me free. Girl, take off the Vinci. Me won't feel up your sexy body. Nah, girl, sneak peeky. Cause you got your kid a hickey in a Bentley. Got me dreaming of the day when I kiss you right in my car. Take your time, don't make a right. Tell me now, darling, is your love forever? Deeply and truly, we got roses for you. Can I care for you? See me staring too. We got roses for you. She like me, baby. fine girl. She like me fireball, top shot, fine girl. She like me fireball, top shot, fine girl. So what can I get for you? See me starving to, see me starve instead, instead, instead. See me starve instead, instead, instead. Deeply and truly, we got roses for you. Can I care for you? See me starring too. We got roses for you. She like the light,
And that was a snippet of Deeply, written by, again, DeFi. And So You. Thank you, guys.
It's amazing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it.
So good. So
Yeah,
what you
so
been up to, Defy?
yeah, man, we're pulling up the selector, man. We're gonna pull up the selector and have a good time. But you know, I just wanted to say, give you the backstory behind the meaning of Deeply. It's just simply whatever people would like to interpret it. You know, I mean, there's always good to know what the writer meant. But I feel like music is the only thing, you know, in the world. You know, religion separates us. You know, ideal separates us. The ideal of, you know, just the idea of the language itself, it just creates a hierarchy of civilization, I think, that sometimes can be misinterpreted. And I just feel like music is the only thing that brings the world together and unites the world truly, you know. And so this song is just a reflection of that. It's nothing like being a girl or a woman, and I kind of put myself in the woman's position in this situation. You know, I didn't put on a dress, but you know, I placed myself in the woman's position and just simply thought to myself, you know, there's nothing like a woman that meets a man who's always half stepping, you know. Yeah. So it's like, you know, this song is just about being serious about, like, um, approaching a girl, and, like, what's the most beautiful thing you can do for a girl is bring her flowers on the first date. Like we should never get away from that, no matter what part of the world we're in, you know. So that's the essence of Deeply. And yeah, man, we're just going to keep the party going. What you got? What you got? So you?
No, I'm here for it.
Nah, let's go. Let's pull up the selector.
You play. I don't know how my speakers would sound.
Even better.
Oh, I think you just play this, is it?
Well, while you wait, I'll go ahead and rock this one. The title of this song is, this next song that I'm going to play, rather, is entitled Next Flight. You're hearing it first right here on Syndicate Radio. The disaster of a podcast, S01E06 Python. Let's get it rocking.
Dreaming all day, but the fairies don't exist. A part of my imagination wants to be dumber. Why does myself intention want to run far away from the gun? When it's cloudy outside of my window, you umbrella the rain, you umbrella the rain. When it's cloudy outside of my window, you umbrella the rain, you umbrella the rain. I'll be on the next flight. So, 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 so. I'll be on the next flight. So. soon. I'll be on the next flight.
Yo, Ghana, what's up, man? Hey, 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 hey. Let's go. I'll be there. Thank you, guys.
It's gorgeous. Oh, Dan's back.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for blessing us with such fire and
Yeah, it was
such
good, man.
beautiful words.
I found that very fulfilling.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thought I was supposed to rap over that, but you ended it right then. So I could work on some of those slow white guy raps. Hey there.
Hold on, man.
You can go the Eminem growly voice.
He took it right out of my mouth. I was going to say one of the coldest rappers of all time was a white boy. Don't you ever forget it. His name was Eminem.
That's true.
We could call it Danny Dan.
His name was Dan.
Danny Dan.
And he had a furry cat.
Yeah, I think what would be nice
Was
is to be able to rap and then like in different voices, you know.
You need Manscaped for that? The furry cat? I didn't know a guy could have a furry cat. It is 2022 though.
Thank you, E4, Ikede. Thank you as well, man. These songs are, like I said, man, I love sharing stuff in its purest form. That's like in its purest form, and it's a privilege to just share music with you guys, man. Honestly, it's just awesome. You know, it's all about unity, love, bringing each other together, and you know, Dan's furry cat. You know.
What the shit? A system to decode visual stimuli from brain recordings. I'm pretty
Nice. You just sound like you just went off the deep end there.
It takes your brain recordings and recapitulates what it thinks you saw with your eyeballs.
Speaking of eyeballs, I found a pretty cool thing today. What was it called? It's called... That's not what it's called. Dang it.
I want to play you guys an exclusive song that I'm writing just because you're all my friends. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
And now for something exclusive from DeFi,
for
the loneliest DJ in the world.
So
I didn't make like that.
So I actually loved that introduction. So the title of this song, I'm actually working on it right now. I'm not finished with it, but I'm writing this for a very special friend of mine. I'm an artist, and his name is Jude, and he's an extremely amazing artist. And I want to write. I wanted to just share this with you guys.
Nice.
Yeah, I wanted to share this song with you guys because you're my friends, and you're gonna just make fun of me anyway. And
you're kind of building it up, man. But yeah,
let's go. Here we go.
Take it down a notch, everybody.
Time don't waste for nothing. Actually, it just keeps on turning magically like hats and rabbits. They thought all the love was gone. Yesterday when we were young, we weren't acting like grown-ups. We're not acting
like grown-ups. Oh yeah, like we just turned 18, yeah. They wasn't really even in our league, yeah. They really didn't have bigger dreams than us. We was on top doing big things, yeah. We didn't need rocks and the bling bling, yeah. We just had Romans 116, yeah. Had a real queen, I was king, yeah. Yesterday, when we were young, chilled in the shade. They thought all the love was gone. Yesterday when we were young, we weren't acting like grown-ups. Grown up, they thought all the love was gone. Yesterday when we were young, we weren't acting like grown. Pull up the selector!
This is amazing. You gotta
Right.
send me this one too.
Keeping it on another notch, everyone.
Not a quiet
Oh,
storm.
yeah.
Time, don't waste for nothing. Actually, it just keeps on turning. Magically, like hats and rabbits. They thought all the love was gone. Yesterday when we were young, we weren't acting like grown-ups. Grown-ups, we're not acting like grown-ups. Oh yeah, like we just turned 18, yeah. They wasn't really even in our league, yeah. They really didn't have bigger dreams than us. We was on top doing big things, yeah. We didn't need rocks and the bling bling, yeah. We just had Romans 116, yeah. Had a real queen, I was king, yeah. Yesterday, when we were young, chilled in the shade. They thought all the love was gone. Yesterday when we were young, we weren't acting like grown-ups. Grown up, they thought all the love was gone. Yesterday when we were young, we weren't acting like grown-ups. Grown-ups, we're not acting like grown-ups. Oh yeah. Yo, Dan, what's up, man? How you feeling?
Oh yeah, man.
Wait.
You
What
got
you
the
got, Dan?
Yesterday, when we were young. Yo, what's up, Zach? Chilled in the shade. They thought all the love was gone. Yesterday when we were young, we weren't acting like grown-ups. Grown-ups, yeah. They thought all the love was gone. Yesterday when we were young, we weren't acting like grown-ups. Grown-ups, we're not acting like grown-ups. Thank you.
Nice.
That was nice, man.
Thank you, guys.
Beautiful,
Bit more.
beautiful stuff.
Thanks, guys. Listen, I'm working tirelessly day in and day out, just figuring out some new tunes and just kind of trying to understand my operating system a little better, how to function,
Yeah.
how to minimize.
You need to send that to me. That's a good. That sounds like the soundtrack to learning how to code in Python. With like the hood on,
Word.
and it's really dark, and your keyboard is all lit up, and the screen is green and black.
Wow.
Very industrial. I like it. It's like Terminator 2 if he was dancing.
I felt like Dan was about to get his rap on. I feel like Dan was sitting in the background going, I can do this. I can. Yeah, I felt it.
I was ready to start. Hey, and yo, and look at it go. Look at me.
Actually,
It gotta be.
if you think about it, DeFi, think about this. How many times, DeFi, have you heard a mixtape? And what they do is they take an old cut from a dude from the 60s talking about
Wow.
personal development,
Yeah.
right? So he could do all the intros. You see what you need to do in life?
Wait,
Have a goal.
there it goes again. Something's happening.
No, no
I think
worries.
they're trying to
You can't hear
just
us.
1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Yo, DeFi,
Yeah.
you opened for some collab. Oh, they're disconnected at the moment. I'll wait till they come back. But that was some good stuff.
Mm-hmm. DeFi's talented as fuck, dude. And he has about 100. He has 100 more of those, by the way. Like, I've talked to him on the phone. He has song after song. That's just what he lets us hear.
I'd like to
DeFi,
connect
how
with him.
how would you feel, DeFi, if someone come up with a version of your song, like started playing back and like a
remix,
an acoustic version? You know how they go unplugged, and like over here in Australia, we have a government radio channel called Triple J, and every Friday they get in like respected artists, and they do a cover version of somebody else's song that they like, and they sort of play it. Can be almost completely different, same lyrics and stuff like that.
Super nice. I would absolutely love that.
Yo, DeFi, there's some brothers here from Congo in Nova Scotia here that you're gonna love, called Advocates of Truth. I need to hook you guys up together. There's some
nice.
some vibes. There's a whole bunch of Africans creating some sweet music out here in Atlantic Canada. I'll connect you with some of them.
I just followed you, Ifo, so that sounds like a great idea.
Also, I host a festival every summer called the African Arts and Cultural Society annual festival called Afrofest, and we're always looking for African stuff. If you're down for coming, I can pitch it to my board the 3rd of July in Nova Scotia, Canada. And the similar stuff happened in New Brunswick.
Really?
The stuff happened in New Brunswick as well. Who run the New Brunswick African Association, so I can hook you up with them too.
Nice. Sounds cool, Ifo. Just do me a favor and I'll DM you my information, my WhatsApp
Hold on, Ifo.
information.
Like, you do know that he has 3% European blood in him. Is that still okay?
Okay. Now, according to the theory that was dropped earlier, you said that each drop of blood has how many terabytes? Right?
Well,
So,
no, what I'm saying is 700, one drop of blood has about, it is scientifically reviewed, peer reviewed science teaches us that one single drop of blood can contain, up to 700 terabytes of information at the least.
Okay, good. So let's just imagine that there's one drop. Let's imagine it's 3%, right? Well, the other 97% is also packing 7 trillion whatever of data from Africa. So it's all good. That being said, if they were 100% white and creating sweet sounds like that, I wouldn't invite them to the African festival, but I would hook them up with another festival. Mostly because we're trying to encourage and support people of African descent, because there are not as many spaces available.
What about Karen West?
Absolutely.
Instead of Kanye West?
Oh, absolutely.
Are you going to come to Canada first?
Well, I'm coming wherever you and Ifo sends the plane ticket. I'll be there. I will be there. You can bet your bottom dollar I will be there to support my, what we're doing. This music is not, easy to come by. It takes a lot of focus and a lot of openness to the sound of and the vibration of the universe, guys. I'm very aware of, I'm becoming more and more aware of the effects of that words play on people's cognizance, as we were mentioning earlier. Yeah, I just want to create vibes that can help, repair the human DNA. This is something that, I don't share, a lot publicly, but, since we're all here and we're open and transparent, I mean, my gift was given to me by God through my ancestors, passed down from lineage to lineage to lineage, and I cherish it. And I think it's important to share it with people, because that's what brings me the most joy, is when other people can enjoy and feel the same thing that I feel across the world. We know that the drum beat, it started in Africa, and those are our brothers and our sisters. So I'm definitely shout out to all of my melanated brothers and sisters all over the world. Um, and I just love everyone, man. I love everyone of all colors, and I don't ever want to be forced to love just one person. I love myself, and I love those who love themselves and appreciate where they come from, appreciate their traditions and all that good stuff, So, but as for me, I'm a devout musician, and I'm extremely humbled to be here on today. It's an awesome thing to share music with y'all, man, for real, and get turned up, So I'm loving that energy, man.
So DeFi, in doing that, with that being your aim, are you also cognizant of the frequency that you're using in your music?
That's a secret. Honestly, this is how I look at it. I feel like to answer your question, yes. Yes, I'm very aware. I think it's very important to give in to I think really what it comes down to is just having some level of classical, formal training, you know, kind of puts you in the ballpark. I would encourage anyone to not just feel music, but to also contemplate and study music, the rhythms, its historical vibes, and I do believe in frequency. The body is made up of billions of neurons, and they're electrical, guys. And you know, there's a cool like little. I'll give you an example. A little story. Back when and this is not in any derogatory way with the whole thing that's happening with Kanye West and stuff like that, but and Kyrie and everybody else, it's like, back in the day, Hitler, before the Holocaust, it is notated in world history that he had to Hitler wanted to, devise a plan. I wouldn't have this conversation super publicly, but I think it's cool to have it now in a comfortable space like this. And I would just say, Hitler had an ideology that he wanted to take over this part of Germany. He wanted to really take over the entire world. And so he contemplated if anyone doesn't know, he was a master thinker, a master writer, and he was, just a master of thought. And I'm not saying he was the man, I'm not glorifying him or anything like that, but on a surface level, he was trying to figure out how he was going to influence so many determined people of Germany. And so he went to his master musicians, he went to his master council and counseled and things like that. And he discussed with them, how are we going to get these people to follow us? And so the answer became music frequency. And you can just look all of this stuff up when you get an opportunity. And so basically, to answer your question, the long answer, actually, he went to a university over in Germany, and he used what they call tuning forks. He got with the master conductor, and they tuned they used these tuning forks to actually tune the radius frequency sound of that area. And it lowered, it was at the solfeggio A, and they lowered it to, solfeggio C, excuse me. And they lowered it to solfeggio A, which is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 44.1 hertz. And this became the standard for the entire world. And it is said that scientists, peer-reviewed science, showed that by lowering the frequency to 41.1 hertz from, I think, like, I don't want to misquote it, but it was a higher frequency. I don't want to misquote it, but it ended up resulting at 44.1 hertz. And this prepared the people subconsciously to be overtaken by Hitler. So to answer your question, I learned that from some elders and stuff like that. But from that being said, I'm very aware. Every note, just to answer your question, represents a mathematical number. Everything that we play on an instrument, on a drum, on a bass drum, or on the taka, or xylophone, or on the steel pan, or the piano, the guitar, or any other, the flute, the trumpet, it all has a resonance equal number to a number frequency resonance to it. So yeah, so I mean, like, pitch and tone, I think, like, the key of C is like the vibration of the earth. It's like 528 hertz. That's not really true. I mean, that's just a frequency that brings a certain level of enlightenment and love vibrations and things of this nature. So that's just the long answer.
No, it was a good long answer. But I mean, even predating Hitler, Nikola Tesla found that different sound frequencies have different effects on one's emotions and on the way that our brains transmit different frequencies within our bodies, causing different hormones and different electrical currents to conduct in ways that could maybe heal or even have ill effects on us, right? And
Sure thing.
we're using all of those things in medicine today, even in America, which is, to me, completely surprising, but it's used in Europe on a regular basis. So just wondering if you're playing around with those, if you're cognizant of those even, and trying to incorporate them in the sounds that you make and the music you produce.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Everything that I create, I try not and explain it before I start it. I know that may sound backwards, but I have many different methodologies and by which we create music. I think the major one is, I mean, and I'm going to be honest, in the words of Rick Rubin, it's just nothingness. I'm a devout studier of the greats, the ones who came before me from all over the world. And what I found out is that there's only one thing. Like, everything separates us: politics, music. I mean, politics, excuse me, religion, ideals. But what keeps us together is harmony, and harmony can be defined as a musical definition, as well as a symbolic way of connecting with others and agreeing with others. It's called harmony. It's when I'm able to go from one pitch, la la la, and although all three of those tones are different, if they're played together, they still make sense. That is what moves the world: the frequency of harmony and love, and also hate. You need it. You need the low frequency, which is, and by the way, all of these things, by the way, excuse me, are necessary and are they're translatable in terms of like religious belief. Like, you get into, like, like the Karma Sutra and the Dharma and the crown chakra. We notice that, like, the Dharma, everything starts from there, and it's a lower frequency, it's down here, and then as we get higher all the way up to the crown chakra, it's the gift of knowledge. And this is just all ancient hidden tradition that our ancestors, that traits all the way back to the motherland of Africa, and passed down to generations and adopted through many different cultures. And so that's the focus for me as a songwriter, is just be as proficient and masterful as I can in a very simple way, y'all. In a very simple yet not too complex way to explain to people who are really not really don't really care the history. So I try and guard it with my heart and have great responsibility to keep music alive, keep good music alive, change the frequency. And the only way we can do that is by changing our words. And when we say something, as intellectuals, as all of us here, I think everyone here, to my knowledge, is pretty smart looking at some of your profiles. And so for me, I just believe that if we want to see a change, we have to speak the change. And that's where the great reversal starts for me. And so I'll just leave it there. We have to speak it. We have to talk about it. We have to change the narrative, not change the music, not change expression, but when there's a problem in the world, there's an answer for it. And the answer is harmony. I believe one of the greatest assets is operating in that, I would say, 419 kilohertz range to 428 to 620 kilohertz, or something like that. Well, I would say hertz. And I think that's where we can find a lot of things. Now, there are many frequencies, but there's no need to go through all of them because I don't even understand all of them. But what I do understand is that if you hit a note and it's a higher note, you'll think higher. If you hit a note and it's lower, then you will think lower. You will have maybe like a panic attack. Lower notes are for like war and sex, and you know, you know, it's to encourage that lower frequency, to grab your attention, and then that high frequency is to make you become subtle. It's to make you say, "Oh my God, what is that?" It makes you think. So I think these are just I guess fundamental, scientific, reflections that a guy like me has. So
Is
I
there
just
such thing as a sort of like, foreplay frequency that's sort of between the light and the dark?
oh yeah, that's like
Yeah.
right there, man. That's like
I mean, isn't that where hip
that's in the
hop
400s,
resides,
man.
right? In that like sweet spot where you
Yeah.
got the bass and then you got a little bit of that boom, and then you have a little bit of the signal on that song that says you should keep listening because you have no idea what's coming next and you like what you hear.
Well. Yeah. I would say this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say, that's probably around that 400, range. You know what I mean?
I love that. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Right
You're-
around the 400 range. Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead, grab the left breast, but get under 500.
Go ahead, slap that rooter.
Yeah. No, you can't get the fourth base yet. No, whoa. You need another 400 signal. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's dangerous information, for the people who don't know how to manage themselves because of their own self-greed,
It
So
would be a cool thing. That would be a really cool amp to make, though, is sort of a frequency like feeler. That way you can have a
don't do
Tinder
it,
date and
Jan.
then actually like post like, I did this guy, but he was 300. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't the right frequency, right? You know, that sounds crazy, but we just need a little bit of spectral weirdness, and we're already there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if I
Frequency.
walk into a room, I can tell you right now how long I'm going to be in there,
Oh
And-
well, yeah.
yeah.
That's because you don't have like you have big dick energy, and you gotta have. No, I'm serious. You have to have big dick energy if you're gonna write music. You know what I mean? Because you
Yes,
think
sir.
about it, you had the
Absolutely.
audacity to think that you can write a song. First, big dick. Second, big dick was that you went off and found the equipment to actually make said song. Okay, so now you got two big dicks in the room. Third is that you fucked around for like a year trying to learn that fucking gear. So now you got three big dicks in the room.
For sure.
Then you choose to like not only make songs, but you want to sort of share them with people. So now you got four dicks. The fifth dick is one of the biggest dicks, though. You decide to sing, and you're like, "Oh my god!" You might not even like yourself yet, your voice, but you decide, you know what? I need this piece. Like the instruments can only get me so far. I have to complete the last piece, even if I run it through a bunch of filters and a bunch of other shit. Like that is part of your science. So the fifth deck arrives, and then it's like, you know, it's like like that scene in Stargate. You know, the wormhole opens
Yeah.
up, right? You know, and then now you're. What's awesome is that you can sing and do a song in a room and basically shoot your energy through a crowd of 1,000 people. And what's crazy though is of the 1,000 people, maybe 20% of those people really even understand the song you're playing and are like really grooving on it. The other 80% are like, you know, they're in a zone of FOMO saying, the guy in front of me is dancing, I better dance too, right? Because we're having a good time. So, you know, that's just one take.
Yeah, that's called gamma spermatoza ejaculation.
Completely. I was like, yeah, totally. In Japan, they just call it, you know, the butt lift. But yeah.
Dan, where's your cat?
Yeah.
Cool.
I like it, man. That was you threw you spit fire, as Mathios would say. You have spit fire, my young good friend, as Mathios would say. That is a very that's some good stuff, man. You know, and you're true. Like you didn't, you know, a lot of people fuck around. You're true. You came on here and basically you stepped up on the stage and you ripped off all your clothes and said, "Hey, I'm here to play a song for you people. I'm going to stand here in my skivvies." Well, which is, it still implies some clothing, but I don't know. We'll put like a loincloth or something like that. I'm out here in my skivvies to give you a sound that you will love. You know what I mean? And then it's just like, skivvy on, motherfucker.
Thank you, Dan. As always, man. As always, thank you, man. It's been a wild ride for us here, man. I've seen Syndicate grow, and we're all just
crazy.
cool, weird people, man. And you know, we're down to earth, and that's what I try to do. And if it
Mhm.
wasn't for like you kicking me out of the nest, like
Yeah.
you know, it would never happen. You know, so I'm anxious to honestly, sincerely continue to grow and improve in that area. Now, in terms of everything else we study here and we discuss the fun stuff, the serious. That's why I think it's cool to be in this
Yeah.
this room, because you never know what you're gonna get. You know what I mean? You just never know. You know.
Well, you know, I wanted to find out, and you know, Michael and I had been talking about this. Are you signing up for the Syndicate White Elephant Christmas gift exchange we're doing this year?
I am, and
Okay, good.
I have a candy cane for your cat.
All right, excellent.
Do we
Yeah.
have to call it white elephant?
That's
No, I think we
totally.
could call it multiracial elephant, whatever. I mean, but no, that's actually a real thing. I think we should, whoever's interested, we should totally do a white elephant exchange, like for the fuck of it, across our little group. Might be fun. I mean, you know, we could give all our addresses to a crypto system, and they could, you know, whatever. I don't know, just having fun.
What does that look like? What does? Let me ask someone here in the chat, if I may. What does it look like? For you know, yeah,
A white elephant is like when Britain goes into India and set up the East India Tea Company, right? Is that how it works?
Yeah. Yeah, but they have to rule for 300 years.
Okay. You know, they take the they take the animal god and they call it white, and it's like, who do we worship now? Well, introducing the white elephant, right? It's like a crossover.
That sounded like a waifu. We're having a waifu elephant. That's actually, it could be a waifu elegant exchange, but then we're just like sending each other dildos and stuff. That's kind of weird.
I think the number one thing we could give to each other is impressions of each other.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
I wonder if I could like try to reenact a whole disaster in a script. I think I have enough information now.
To do it right now, you mean? So
Yeah, like
if possible.
you understand. Yeah, you see how I'm going. DeFi, I realized that you could create chord progressions by keeping your like I don't know how to play keyboard all that well.
Yeah.
Can you hear that okay?
Yeah, you can turn it up a little bit if you like.
Hold on, let's see here.
I mean, if you want,
I
to,
just, yeah. If so, you want to increase the volume.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Cool.
So I'm just like moving. I have my fingers equidistant apart, and I'm just moving, kind of getting used to moving them up and down the board.
Nice.
Right, just same shape, just up and down.
Wow. So dun 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 dun.
Yeah. So what I had in my hand is I was right. So this is what I have here. Let me put on the thing. Yeah. Got it. Yeah. So that's on one side, and then I have. And then, what am I playing next? I'm playing. I go from C. Yeah. C, B, F. 1 4s and 5s. Nothing much changed, has it? Sounds gorgeous.
That's a guitar.
That jumping up and down with the arpeggios is how they get the African syncopations.
Yeah. Patient.
Hurls, you there?
yeah, man.
We're all here.
I was going to ask you, do you have your microphone hooked up? I guess not.
I do. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I was going to ask you to read that thing.
Which one?
The script from today.
The Heath Ledger one? Or
Yeah.
hang on, did you send me one? Did you?
No, I wanted to hear it now.
Oh, okay. I sent you a recording of it. You want me to read it out?
Yeah.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I'll have to go back and find it.
Does Seeing Double know about the voice course? Have you told her?
I think we spoke briefly about it. Did we?
No.
Double?
No, not even once.
Oh, okay. Where do I start? So do you want to?
No, you go for it.
Oh God.
So you're on fire, man. You're like the master curator, man, and Dan is coming in hot, man.
Dan had to go take a leak and get a new drink, and we're good to go.
Hey, Double. Thanks for having my back, by the way. When all these bitches were talking behind my back, appreciate it.
I don't
Just
even
want
know
to
what
say
you're
that.
talking about.
I don't know. They might have been talking shit anyway. But yeah, so I come across this space as we've spoken about before, and so you and I and a group got to talking, and he knows a gentleman called Christian Potenza, who does Total Drama. He's one of the voices in Total Drama. It's like this. Is it really famous in the States? Like everybody knows this cartoon.
Yeah. Yeah.
When he did his pitch, he pulled out like this cardboard thing of this character, and I think that was like the end of the pitch moment was really would have been really cool if you knew who the cartoon character was. I just thought it was a caricature of Poit. But anyway, so yeah, we got together and we started doing a like a value of voice. I call it the value of voice, but I think it's called the voice is money. Is it so? You?
Mm-hmm.
And just did a course, and it teaches you everything about basically your voice and where you go with it. And man, I'm doing a terrible job at explaining this, because when you brought it forward to me, it sounded so much better. But anyway, it's what the Syndicate's about. So a group of us DGens got together and we started doing this voice course together. We had a lot of fun. And one of the things is, you read scripts. Since then I've done a little voice acting gig for Quasi Finance. It's just a volunteer type thing, and so I did that, and yeah, it's been pretty cool. And then I used it actually. I used the foundations of what we were being taught in a couple of interviews that I was doing, applying for a job, and yeah, like I was really fucking with the world in that situation, but it actually worked and it paid off. So I was just talking shit, and they loved it, and they offered me. I haven't got the job yet. I haven't got the paperwork. Apparently, it's supposed to be rolling up this week. But they've got me in a couple of times now to actually do some work. So I'm working for time in lieu at the moment. But yeah, so we'll see where that goes.
What
It could
exactly
be
is the
just a
job?
whole
What's the title?
project coordinator for community-based projects. So yeah, we're going to be doing some things with one of the projects. There is called Get Set for Work. So we've just had a change of government, and the new government gives funding for people between the age of 15 to 21 who are sort of struggling to find work, struggling to fall in line with the education system, and provide another avenue where they can try and find work and help them get set up for work, basically. And then we go through and do a different, a group of activities over a 10-week period, 4 times a year, with about, I think it's going to be about 13 to 15 students. And so that's a government-funded project. And then from there, there's a whole bunch of other things as well. Driving licenses, things like that, mental health, all those types of things as well. So should be fun. So yeah, that's sort of all contributed to hanging out with these guys and talking to, just basically coming on to spaces and throwing your ideas out there. In the beginning, when they come out, they sort of sound like a bunch of mashed potatoes. And then, yeah, we end up sort of, I don't know, you get to sort of put something together and you end up coming up with a nice roast meal in a sense. How's that, Soyu? Does that sound good? So what Soyu's asking me to read now is one of the sort of scripts that you do for like a sizzle reel. You choose a series of things, and we chose to do one about like a broadcaster type announcement. You have all these types of tones and elements that go into the voice, which sort of relates a little back. I was thinking about what you guys were talking a little bit before with the frequencies and things like that. And I'm wondering if actual voice actors actually probably do a lot of that too, where they play around with the frequencies of their voices. And you pick tones with your voice, energies, character type things as well, whether you're playing the hero, the villain, the sidekick, or the mentor. And then you come up with this type of voice, a type of energy, and then you blurt it out and combine it with a script, and away you go. So it gets in. You have a bit of fun with it along the way too. How is that,
I
Soyu?
imagine that they do, even if they're not cognizant of it all of the time.
Yeah.
They're still doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's still here, or I put him to sleep, or is he off in the background
No, I'm here.
mashing something together? Were you listening, or were you off doing something else?
No, I'm here. So do you want to try the script? This is one of the scripts
Okay.
for the demos, maybe.
All right. See how we go. All right. So this is about Heath Ledger. Just a little bit of info on him. Heath Andrew Ledger was an Australian television and film actor. After performing roles in Australian television and film during the 1990s, Ledger moved to the United States in 1998 to develop his film career. His work encompassed 19 films, including 10 Things I Hate About You, The Patriot, Brokeback Mountain, and The Dark Knight. In addition to his acting, he produced and directed music videos and aspired to be a film director. He died at the age of 28 from an accidental toxic combination of prescription drugs. A few months before his death, Ledger had finished filming his penultimate performance as the Joker in The Dark Knight. His death occurred during editing of the film, which cast a shadow over the subsequent promotion of the $180 million production. Heath Ledger was born in Perth, Western Australia, the son of Sally Ledger, a French teacher, and Kim Ledger, a racing car driver and mining engineer, whose family established and owned the Ledger Engineering Foundry. The Sir Frank Ledger Charitable Trust is named after his great-grandfather. And that's it. That's where I finish it.
The tone is really good, but it sounds a little stiff.
Okay, cool. Good feedback. So you're saying the tone sounds a little bit stiff, like a little bit tight.
No,
So do you want to float?
The tone is good, but like it sounds too much like you're reading it.
Okay,
It
slow it
sounds
down a
little
little.
bit stiff. It needs to flow a little better.
And what sort of energy do you want? More of a higher smiley energy, or a lower sort of? Where do you want to go with it? Double.
No,
So think of it like you think of it like you're tuning a
tone.
guitar. Okay.
The tone is good, but it sounds too much like you're reading it.
Okay.
Like it doesn't flow like a natural conversation.
All right. Well, let's put a bit of conversational flow into it, as if I was, say, talking to you, and let's see how we change the energy of it. But I'm only gonna do the first 2 lines. I'm not gonna do all of it again.
Double, right now, seeing double is going to be your voice director, and
She's my
seeing double.
guitar choice.
Yeah. So when you if you don't like what you hear, just stop them, give them direction, and then have them go until you get exactly what you want.
Yeah, let's see where we go with this. So yeah, just cut me off if you get an idea and you want a bit more of a sound to it. Try and communicate to that to me, and I'll see if I can give you what you want. Heath Andrew Ledger was an Australian television and film actor. After performing the roles in the Australian television and film during the 1990s, Ledger moved to the United States in 1998 and developed his film career. His work encompassed 19 films, including 10 Things I Hate About You, The Patriot, and Brokeback Mountain. How's that? Feels a bit too clinical still.
A little bit, but it's better.
Okay, so keep going in that direction with a bit more energy maybe, because I threw a bit more energy into that. So I'll go a bit more energy. See how that sounds. All right, here we go. Heath Andrew Ledger was an Australian television and film actor. After performing roles in Australian television and film during the 1990s, Ledger moved to the United States in 1998 to develop his film career. How about that?
That was too much.
The first one was
too much.
The first one was probably the best one.
All right. Okay, I'm going to go monotone now and just go nothing.
I think
they
want is a casual. Give it to us casual.
Casual conversation, right?
Yeah,
we could do
a
I ain't seen double.
Like the lower tone in your voice. It's almost reminiscent. That first version was almost reminiscent of like a 1980s movie,
Yeah.
like in their trailers, right, where you'd have this announcer kind of narrating what the trailer was about, or at the opening of a movie telling you what
Yeah.
you can expect opening.
I love that.
Like, that lower tone is great, but it needs to flow more like a conversation and not be so stiff.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go. Dan, were you going to give something then too? Was that Dan?
What?
Oh, no, doesn't matter.
No, I was just saying I love you, man.
Love you too, bro. Heath Andrew Ledger was an Australian television and film actor. After performing roles in the Australian television and film during the 1990s, Ledger moved to the United States in 1998 to develop his film career.
See, the problem is the script itself. The voice is fine.
It is. It is.
It's written in a real.
It's not me. It's you.
Way. It almost needs to be. No, I mean, it's also. I think that a voice actor should be able to tell that back to the director. Like, what is your intent?
Yeah.
For this piece? If this piece is purely informational, like this is the medications that you shouldn't take, then it's fine.
Mm.
But if you're trying to make it engaging, then it should be something like Pascal.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean? So
let's go a bit off script.
Yeah,
go a bit off script. Yeah. Okay, let's see.
And I want you to go faster. Go off
okay,
script,
you want to go a bit faster.
and I want you to go faster. Yeah. And know when you're
Let's
fucking
see.
up. Like, you're already going to know you're fucking up and just stop and start again. You're a singer.
Yeah.
Get up there.
Yeah. All right, so we're having a convo. Oh,
As you're
yep.
reading it, imagine that you're having this as a conversation. You're telling someone this as a conversation. You're sitting in front of, I don't know, your wife or your best mate, right? And you're telling this to them to inform them in a conversation.
All right. So what I'm sort of thinking for this situation is I'm going to sort of read a little bit before I spew it out, but they could stitch that together in the studio to make it flow a little bit more. So let's see what I can do. Hey, Scene Double, how are we? Did you know that Heath Ledger was an Australian television film actor first? And after performing roles in Australia television and film in the 1990s, he actually went to the United States to develop his film career. And he worked and, he did 19 films. And you remember 10 Things I Hate About You. Remember The Patriot? I love that movie. Brokeback Mountain. Haven't seen that yet. Seen bits of it. Can't get into it. But The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight is where he really, shined and captivated the world. How was that?
Dude,
So
that's
in
really
that
good.
same
Awesome.
spirit,
Really good.
but then read the script.
With that spirit, but try go back to the script.
No, I wouldn't do that. But I mean, that's her.
No,
opinion.
yeah, but that's the challenge. Yeah. So you want me to go back, try and keep that energy, and try and do it with the script.
I mean, if you are doing this as a voice actor, you have to stick to whatever script they give you, right? So
Sometimes
do it
you
in
do,
that
yes.
spirit,
Yeah.
but you have to give them what they want at the same time. You have
Yeah.
to read the script, but you have to have some personality in it. You have to read it in almost a conversational tone.
That's the challenge.
Yeah.
This is where Dan makes it, because the first line reads his full name, it's like Heath Andrew Ledger was an Australian television and film actor. So you got to try and keep that energy. So, all right, this is a challenge. Let's see how we go. I'll do the first paragraphs because I feel like people are getting bored with this, but, or maybe I'll go on to reading something else. Let's see. Yeah, so a few months after, we'll start again. A few months before his death, Ledger had finished filming his penultimate performance as the Joker in The Dark Knight. His death occurred during the editing of the... Too stiff? All right.
Now,
Okay, so he died at the age of 28. Yeah, this is a challenge. We'll go. We'll
Well,
with it. We'll work with it.
The point. This is at the point too. We're in the studio, Michael would usually step in and go, guys, let's take a 2-minute, right? And then you
Yeah.
walk out, you hang out in the hall, and then you go into the one room with the cool soda machine. Maybe do a line of Coke. I don't know if that's going to help, but I'm doing one. And Soyu's like doing a whip it. Hey guys, let's go. So his voice is wrong or whatever. Go back in the booth.
Right. Okay. I mean, like he died at the age of 28 from an accidental toxic combination of prescription drugs. A few months before his death, Ledger had finished filming his penultimate performance as the Joker in The Dark Knight. He died at the age of 28 from an accidental toxic combination of prescription drugs. A few months before his death, Ledger had finished filming his penultimate performance as the Joker in The Dark Knight. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. A bit of fun with voice acting.
No, I think that
I think so.
that was actually better.
Yeah, that pretending to take a line of Coke actually worked.
Well, that one sounded the most natural, I would say, Harold.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, guys.
Always
So
good to
you
hear your voice, my friend. It's tasty and it's deep, and I can't do the accent. I wish I could, but
well, Potenza actually gave a really good description the other day when we were trying to work together, and I just every time that I've seen him now, it's always like we're having these technical issues, which are really frustrating because it seems to get in the way of the work. But he said when the Australians talk, what they do is they lock their jaw out almost. And like when he's telling me and explaining me this, like the way I'm like, who is this guy? This fucking Canadian bloke. He thinks he can tell me how I talk. And when I went away and thought, he's actually right. When we talk, tech issues again. When we talk, we actually do lock our jaw off and our tongue. He said your tongue just flips around and flicks around, and everything's done really with your tongue, and there's not much movement at all in your jaw. And it's so true. It's so true. Because I was thinking about it when I was having a conversation the other day, and I'm like, fuck, he's right. He's totally right. So you got to try and lock your jaw off a bit, Dan, and then you've actually got to try and make all the noises and everything with your tongue. And see what happens. What's a good sound? What was that line that you were saying before, the knife and the wife? What was that line?
oh, the knife. I was doing it wrong. I was doing the wife with the knife. It's the knife. I was like, wait a minute, that's wrong. The wife is nice, but get the knife. Oh, I like that one better. Your wife is knife. Your wife of knife. Oh, wait, it's your wife is nice, but give me a knife. I like that too.
And then with your accent, it's hard to do as well. You've got this like tone, a soothing type of accent, and then you have to take it to the back of your throat. Yeah, it's comforting. It's comforting to me.
I've always been like that, I think. And sometimes I wonder, like, I don't know. It's like I can kind of ramp it up fast, but then also kind of go, slower if needed. And then, dive into other things, Live from the, I love that kind of 50s. Live from the Metroplex, we have seldom seen hanging out with the Syndicate. Looks like Hurls is up to the plate. Oh, that's a far crash. He's going down the left side. Oh, he's down. He's been taken by immigration. Looks like he's going to get deported tonight, everybody. Thanks to have Hurls here.
No,
so...
don't do that. I feel like I'm at a 1950s baseball game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's a riff. It's an improv and voice acting together. It's riffing. I don't know what to call it, really. We should call it something. DeFi will help me name it. And then I'm going to have...
It sure will.
You know what I mean?
I would name that motherfucker right now.
Well, what is it? Is it Dope Fire or is it Leet? No, it can't be either of those because those are both lame. So I don't know what it is, but it's... we should do sort of like Rock on Your 1950s or the World of Worlds kind of thing. You have to sort of picture it in your mind too, But, fun stuff. Got Mr. Rogers in the house, everybody. Welcome back, Mr. Rogers. Welcome back. Mr. Rogers has been away from the Syndicate. He's been on an undercover mission. He was working deep within FTX before it soon imploded. Now he's back in the field here and doing some reporting. Hopefully you didn't lose anything in deep FTX, my man. If you did, I'm sorry about that. But it's good to see you in the space.
Lord, forgive me.
Yo, what's good? How's it going? Doing all right?
Yeah, man, we miss you.
I know. I missed you guys too. I couldn't stay away. Couldn't stay away for too long now. How you doing, Dan? How's business?
It's doing all right. It's doing all right. I had some medical stuff that happened in the fall, but much better now. And yeah, man, I'm kind of working on getting these podcast shows going, and then I got to figure out how to make $1. You know what I mean? So it's kind of doing. I always do this. I always do it in reverse order. It's kind of like take the passion, take basically follow where the momentum is, and the momentum is that I love talking, and I met another person that loves talking, and they do radio, and I was like, let's create a media company, and yeah, I'm doing a lot of cool stuff. Kind of working on I had to write like a sort of a company ethos today, like what do we believe in and different things. And one of the key principles is to be a part of things instead of owning things. That's like a key piece for me right now is collaborations and with even partnerships. That's even too close. It's more collaborations. It's kind of like, what can I do to help you? What can you do to help me? What can you and I do together that would be cool to inspire?
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Would you be mine?
Exactly.
Mr. Rogers, I freaking love you, man. I just was in Fiji, man.
You were where, bro?
I was in Fiji, man. I was cocaine harvesting.
Nice.
Solly and I were just talking about taking a holiday in Fiji. Apparently, one of my friends went and had a ball, but the family, you can go over there and you can get your own personal maid, and they'll just look after your kids and hang out, and they just love kids over there, and it's a great place to be. But is that the kind of experience you had, DeFi? Were you traveling sole traveler when you went over there, or were you
dude
with a group?
I'm so glad you asked. Dude, I actually touched down and I went to this, I checked in and everything, went to this hotel, and we partaked in some very bicurious activity that I can't talk about. And dude, I mean, I just looked down and I looked up and I just could not feel my face for like about a half hour. Then I came to, and then jet lag wore off. And I looked up and it was paradise. It was absolutely beautiful. And yeah, I came back.
You want to know the good thing too is you don't gotta pay $5 a bottle of water. You just crack the tap open.
Oh, it's absolutely all natural.
Nice. So it's good. It's good quality stuff over there happening, eh?
I think that one must have flew over everybody's head.
Yo, we're gonna get in trouble, bro. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Roger, you at home?
On the way. On the way.
Oh, yeah, I haven't heard you bang the wall yet. It's not real until you bang the wall.
When I get there, I'll bang on the garage door like a madman.
So, Mr. Roger, for those of you who don't know, he just moved into his, your first house as an owner?
Yeah, my first one, exactly.
Congrats.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. It was a journey, but I got there. And anybody can do it, man. If I could do it, anybody could do it. Anyone. I encourage it, too. Fuck paying rent.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Amen to that.
Mm.
Man, everyone here is so full of love, man. And dude, I needed this spaces today for my social well-being. You know, we can get so lost into our responsibilities that we forget how to share digital love. And shout out to the new, man in charge of this whole thing,
who's making the syndicate, who's gonna possibly bless the syndicate with some love. And that's my man, Elon Musk, man. Let's give some hands for Elon right now, man. Come on, everybody in the room. Let's go.
Really?
No, I'm just being misogynistic. No, not really. But I was just being misogynistic.
Misogynistic.
I just made a new word.
Yeah. I like that supercalifragilistic word that you made before when Dan was describing how you can, shoot your musical load out through the crowd and, populate the crowd with a part of your energy and impregnate them with. It was a very, very. I mean, it was a better choice of words than what I just used, but
No, those words was absolutely fine. It's called it's called gamma music spermatosa.
did you just come up with that word on the fly when that was all happening, or?
Actually, Dan just stimulates me all the time, man. He has this cat, man, and like he does weird things, with this cat. It's just like it borderline freaks me out, but then I come to right away, and it's just like, wow, it's so surreal,
MICKYMOU.
Dan, when I was growing up, when I was growing up,
Yeah.
I had listen, when I was growing up, I had like I swear, like my grandma, like she had like she had like 2 cats, and then like, dude, like one day, like I went outside and like I go to like my barn, like I had like this little barn that my grandpa had built, and like
Are you
there was
being
like
paid to say like that often?
no,
Okay.
they were a little litter of cats there. And then I and like a few months later, dude, I had about like 25 cats, dude. I was like, oh shit. Like I have a whole like mini
Wow.
cats. No, seriously. And so I started to connect with them, and dude, like they are very spiritual beings, Like cats are like superhuman, right? That's why I keep mentioning this cat, because I actually love cats.
I mean, a big part of the cat is, the pyramids and Egyptians, and I mean that's they were worshipped as they should, which is why which is how we got to WAP today. And if it wasn't for the pyramids and the Egyptians worshiping the kitty, we wouldn't have 3 mega stallion whatever. We wouldn't have Cardi. We wouldn't have the kind of the sanctimonious sort of
Are you doing
understanding
your
that you think
impression
we
of
have
Emmy?
today. What?
Is this
I was
Emmy?
I know I was trying to crack up. I did talk to Emmy today, so I was.
How's he doing?
Nice, so you nice.
Deep, I sent you a track. Can you play it?
I'm actually not in front of my I'm actually getting ready to go on my patio and partake in a
Yeah,
devotion.
on the balconies, like getting really high.
Thanks. I'm going to the balcony.
I'll pull it up right now.
Send it this way, mate.
Let's see.
Can you guys hear me? Does that work?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sending it to you right now. What?
Pump.
Is it called Unicorn? Is it called Unicorn?
Mm-hmm.
Very well.
DeFi, you got it sorted, or? if I do it.
Well, I have to confirm. I have to sit here and talk to Zonder Bakai to ask him to let me in right now because he won't. No, I'm just kidding. I have to go here and recover my email because I actually forgot my password here. 1 second, guys.
That's all right.
You can hang on 1 second.
While you're getting into your email, do me a favor and send me that track, that new one. I need to code to that, and with my hoodie on in a dark room with the green letters and the black screen.
Nah, dog, chill, bro. I got you. Trust me. I got you. Trust me.
Sometimes when I'm programming, I do
I'll
that.
send it to
I'll
you
put
right
on.
away. Like
Yeah.
I don't have a problem sending it to you. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't be a junior developer unless you cosplay, right? So you have to get the hoodie and the sunglasses.
You got to get that LARP on, baby.
Yeah, of course. You got to be the developer.
Yeah, you got to fucking join me.
So I've missed a couple of days. What's been happening? We're up to episode 6 now. I haven't even heard episode 1.
So
can we do it? Can you
Ryan.
can Dan? We can do an announcement like a bring me up to speed like this week on
Yes,
Syndicate.
can you do the recap?
Previously on the Syndicate. Oh my God, what's going on? I'm fucked. FTX, Elon, Twitter.
That's it.
That's awesome.
That's the whole.
It has to have all that stuff you have in the movies.
That's a
Previously on the Syndicate.
That's a promo. That is a
FTX,
promo.
My favorite is FTX, Elon. What are we going to do? Probably nothing. But tune back in where we pretend we have an influence on things.
Yeah. And can you throw a
Tune in next
WTF?
week when we work on our racial slurs. We'll see you then.
Next, what we're going to try to do is eliminate racism. Tune in next time. It's
Don't forget the racist white elephant.
yeah.
That's right. And happy Hanukkah. We'll be making fun of the Jews next week.
Yeah, I think they call that Lazy Susan. Keeps coming back around again.
How long are the episodes? Are you editing them, or are they just like one massive 5-hour thing?
So here's the basics is that we usually do the Syndicate, but to be honest with you, I kind of don't have anyone's permission to do a podcast. Does that make sense? Like I don't have the permission to use anyone's voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that. You're thinking,
right? And so
it's kind of the permission's granted with the recording, though, isn't it? If you're entering the recorded space,
right? Like that's a little, you know what I mean? Like in a court,
Permission
right?
is granted. All is well.
Wait a minute.
But you understand, right?
When did you turn all respectful? So you?
I know, Mike. You're being so fucking courteous. You level.
Yeah, when there was a surface attack area, that's why. So it's like I can call it a podcast, but I don't assume that I have people's permission to necessarily release it on iTunes.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's the difference. Right? So it's like...
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
right?
in a lot of ways, you should kind of make them unlisted, YouTube files or something. And really, as a collective, in a lot of ways, well, I don't know. I guess it depends, because...
You understand the hesitation, though, right? Because people say some wild shit, including myself. Now, I can control myself, but, when people get riled up and we get the disaster that it was always going to be, like, for example, if Party A starts fighting with Party B, maybe Party B doesn't want people to know about that, right?
Yes.
And I don't have this,
What if Party A fights with Cardi B?
Then you have a hit.
Yeah. And the problem with all this is it delays content creation, which is the key.
You understand, right? I wish I could just release the whole fucking thing.
Well, Party A and Party B shouldn't be in a recorded space if they don't want that duplicated. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
and isn't it kind of implied consent being in a Twitter space?
You're absolutely right. But
They're all whether you record it or not, whether you release it or not, they're all recorded, and we all know that. So it's kind of implied consent.
Yeah, but
you understand, right? The from a surface attack area.
Yeah, no means no, Mike. I know what you mean.
I mean, to me, like, yes, it's all implied that the consent was given, but what do you want to do as a person, entity creating a show? Do you want to basically take your first round of people and start fucking with them? No, you do not. You want to create good content. So what you should do is keep making the episodes. Don't stop the creation. Don't stop the practice. Don't stop the mastery in progress, right? Keep that going. Keep conversations going. Have fun. And what we should kind of do is figure out a way to help so you sort of edit episodes down to like highlights or something like that, where we do pick our best kind of pieces. Because some of them, like, I could see people saying like, "Oh, I was recorded. I really don't want that." But this slur I thought was funny. You know, like some things would work and some things won't. The problem with them out in the wild is that people can then report on them and then take them completely out of context because
You understand, yeah.
because we didn't give a shit. You know what I mean? That's the thing. I don't like that part. But you know.
Yeah, and like technically, like I could edit out any arbitrary snippet and make anyone look like an asshole, right?
Correct.
So
I mean, that's what we do on the internet today.
That's what the media does.
That's what the media exactly. That's what the media does. Facts.
Yeah, like you know, if I wanted to just be like, "Hey, let's ruin everyone's day careers," you know, I could have done that a long time ago, right? But arbitrarily cutting things up. But you know,
No, I think if you want to ruin your career, you go to TikTok and do it. go say some
Deepa,
shit
you're
on
playing it.
I just downloaded it, guys. I'm sorry for interrupting. Honestly, I am.
No, it's not interrupted. It's playing nicely into the background. We're going to intro it in.
Oh yeah, Dan. Let it rip, Dan. Grab your balls, Dan. Come on, man.
Time, space. Everything was wonderful in DeFi's life until he finally got that last album deal. Success wasn't on his mind, but his dick was. He traveled out into the large landscape. He decided to drop down some of his best beats ever. Hey, 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 come and get it. Let's play. Wanna see? Gotta be.
Hey.
Everybody wants to be me. No one gives a fuck about what you're doing. That's why you got to put it in your shoe and get going. See, that doesn't work. You got to have a better rhyme for that. You can't rhyme on the fly as a white guy very well.
Everybody doesn't know what you're doing.
I don't think.
But the cat is out the bag.
I don't think you have to try and do just do what you
I
do
also have to,
naturally,
like, play
Dan,
with it
with
more.
the. Yeah, but just do what you naturally do with the tunes in the background. That's all you got to do.
I'll try
Start
again.
there.
I'm sorry. Try again.
Okay,
Here we go.
rolling.
What's going on? Pull my pants, not my John. Lower me down, bounce and bounce in your ass and out and out.
Sorry, that was my cat. That's my cat's voice.
Yeah, teasing.
That's nice.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't mean to get vulgar, but I'm a tabby, and I'm young, and I'm beautiful. I have a great tail. But if you pick me up, I'm gonna claw your face off. So that's why I have a voice.
I bet you don't understand the words that I say. But I bet your girl understand the cum that I spray.
Wow. God.
And that's my cue
God.
to say goodnight.
Honey, is that you?
Hold on. Let me spray it.
Oh my God.
Good night, D.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah,
There's
I'm
an
out.
example of a piece that would not. We
I'm
might
out too,
edit
but
out.
yo, Mike, I got you, bro. Here, listen to this. You hear
See,
that?
this is getting more Stranger Things in the background. At that moment, that
goodness.
Hales realized that the serum he just took
That's too
was
bad.
wearing off.
Aw. In the jungle, the mighty jungle. In the jungle, in the mighty jungle. In the jungle, 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 in the jungle. Thank you.
So you think if I recorded that to metronome, we could turn that into something?
That's actually a really cool tune, and I don't want to disrespect that tune because that's actually a really cool
So
rhythm.
I'm not sure how well it comes out on your end. Let me see if I can hang this thing up. Hold on. Let me know how it comes out.
Can I download this?
Come on, pick up the truck.
Yeah. What I do on this?
Peter, are you okay? Your mic is on.
Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? I'm feeling like money and I'm feeling like wine. Oh, no. Feeling like money and she look like wine. Oh, no. Pretty little cat with a nice little booty. No. Pretty little cat and I want to make a movie. Oh, no. Right now. Laying on the bed, giving me some head, eating some bread. We ain't no feds, we just fed up with these fuck niggas. That's why we here right now, and you know we got the gun on the tuck, nigga.
It's time to cease the niceties. It's time to part hips and smash lips.
Yeah. Said it's time to smash hips and move hips and take a little trip down to Fiji.
Are you worried about smashing your hips? Just don't you worry about that. Today's sexual drugs, lab-laced fentanyl, will allow you to have just the trip you need. Now let's flip over the disc and listen to DeFi Side 2, where he tells us everything about, that's right, rim jobs and anal. Let's go.
All right. I'd just like to thank all you guys for tuning in right now to the disaster of a podcast, S01E06. We are live and locked in, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have a show for you tonight? We have Dan on the trombone. Yes. We have Peter on the xylophone. And then we have my lucky percussionist, Jeannie Froco. He's going to keep the beat going. Then we have Ifo Ikede. He's going to bring all the international vibes. And then we have my friend Hurls. He's going to come through with the vocals. And then we have So You on the steel pan. From here, Bangkok to Japan. My man. Let's get it rolling.
That wraps. That covers everything.
Yeah, that was a good one, man.
Yeah, thanks. I kind of got a little serious because I didn't want to lose my wig here.
I understand. I mean, it's been hard with everything that's been going on. There's been a lot of pressure here, and I think that we're handling it as best we can right now with
everything going on. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know what you mean, Dan. You say so many things I just confuse half the time.
I'm just talking about how Mike didn't get that job with Alameda. He was trying to get in there and being able to, and that just didn't work out. So he's been pretty bummed about it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Alameda. You know it's brown, right? A-L. It was originally spelled A-L-L.
Hey, so may I interject for one moment, sir? I wanted to know if I could probably just write a little something to this in private.
Yeah, man. It's So, how do you think it should be structured? Because what I have is.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's perfect?
It sounds perfect just like this.
Just the way it is?
Yeah, I would have to listen to it a little bit more and kind of like contemplate on it, like on the grid. I'm gonna have to put it on my Logic.
Yeah, he has to kind of listen to it like on dope and off dope. That sort of understand where the dope
that's what
is.
it needs right there, dog.
Yeah.
That's what it needs. Music gets me so excited. Hey, yo, guys. Honestly, I can't make this up. Honestly, music gets me excited.
And then, like, I guess you could put, like, the chords would be.
Hey, Emmy and I are doing a collaboration. He sent me. We're basically trading stems and kind of screwing around with the piece. I don't know what it'll be, but it's kind of fun so far. He sent me a great piece this morning. Really bizarre, electric music or electric whatever, dark ambient weirdness, but it should be cool.
Did anyone catch the clip Pete posted up touching the grass?
Who, Emmy?
You want to hear that? You want to hear that song? You want to hear that? I saw that picture. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Is that so you?
Yeah.
That's an elaboration on what you're doing. That's going somewhere.
So the original is.
Nice. Nice. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, that's beautiful. I tried to get close to you. Yeah. That's it. Hold on.
Yeah, we get the idea. There's a couple because there's the original and then which is all in one key. Yes. D minor to C major.
So I think I have a few lines for that, and I have a few lines for this rhythm that you're playing right now. I have a few lines. It sounds crazy. I accidentally put this right here, and I actually put it in the wrong session. In the process of putting it in this session, I messed up, bro. I messed up. My bad. Wait, guys, I have to call you back if that's okay. I'm gonna stay online. Hang on, but I'm gonna just put my phone down, step out on the patio, and contemplate for a moment. Is that okay? But I ain't going nowhere.
You don't need our permission.
Yeah. Sure, man. No, all good here. All good.
All right, so I have version 1 of the script. Can I test it on you guys?
Yeah, man, go for it.
Hey, Papa. What's up, Papa?
Um, have you ever tried to learn how to code
¿Cómo estás, hermano?
and quit,
Chileando.
and then you quit again, and then you quit another time? Well, that's why we created Learn Python Without Math for Beginners. You see, I'm not a developer, and that's why I know this course works. Because I'm not a developer. I'm just a regular guy creating prototypes and building businesses. Oftentimes, my friends will have an idea that they want to try out, and then we do the research and blah, 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 and then we get stuck because we don't know how to create an app or do a website or know what the hell an API is, let alone a database. And so eventually I got fed up of coming up with great ideas without being able to create the product. So I started asking developers, the best developers around me, to teach me. And now we have a vibrant community on Twitter Spaces where we teach each other what we know and build businesses together. You see, I don't want to be a developer. I want to create prototypes that become products that make money. Learn Python Without Math for Beginners. Because nobody wants to learn math. They want to make money. That's the
Damn.
first truth.
God damn, man. Did you write that?
I just, put that together. It's cold
Jesus.
open, hook,
That
solution, and
was,
button.
dude, that was like $5,000 of copy, man. That was really fucking good. And the way you
Dude,
said it was really fucking good. That
the,
was probably the best, like, and that was long, man. Like you were going long too, I thought, but that was really engaging. Or maybe I'm high. I don't know, guys. What do you guys think? I could be high.
that's the beauty of learning the format from Christian, like the cold open, hook, solution, then the button. It's like now I format everything I do in that.
Yeah, nice. The
Yeah.
Tender's got it, eh? He's a wordsmith.
And I love how human it was. Like it was very
I'm trying to unact
like
the whole thing. You know how it's called like a voice acting class? It's actually like a unacting class in a lot of ways, which is to remove all the bullshit,
getting
from
flow.
your voice.
Yeah. Yeah, fine. Basically you're looking for like, well, kind of like what I was thinking before, where I try to look for a gesture or a key phrase or whatnot that gets me into the flow of the voice.
What do you think your signature is? Were you there when that guy said that what artists don't realize is that what makes them unique is their signature, and their signature is their brand? Do you think you have a signature? And what?
What would be an example of the signature? I mean, like what we
Like, for example, Anne, right? People ask Anne, oh, how'd you do that? What program did you use or whatever? She says, no, this is human with a fucking hand and a camera. Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've had a lot of monikers over the time that I've used. Sort of like I used to use Ready Set Manifest for a long time, which is, was a part of my sort of proto baking was the other thing too. It was just sort
What
of
about the whimsy wizard kind of thing? Like, if
well,
you lean
I mean,
into that.
Matthews was like hit it on the nail last night when he was talking about Dream Reader and my name, Daniel, and the Bible and all that kind of stuff. And that was just that really hit home because I consider myself a remix artist in a lot of ways when it comes to business. People come to me, they give me the idea, or I sit in the room and I overhear the idea and I go, have you thought about X, Y, and Z? And it's not just having an opinion, but actually being able to see the pathway and be able to show them, either that they're not that far from enablement. And I think the other thing too is I use momentum a lot. That's one of my key kind of things. Because part of the prototyping, here's one thing. Here's one comment on your script. It is profit driven, so it's going to get a certain portion of people who are that it's all about money, but there's also some people that just want to learn for the challenge. So I'd have modified versions of that script for different demographic
Yeah,
audiences. You know?
I call it script A. What I find is like I try to make one thing too perfect rather than making multiple versions, right? So I called it script A, and I was planning on doing B and C, but that's kind of the vibe for the thing, which is this won't involve math. It won't be as painful as you think. If you've already failed to learn how to program, this is especially for you, because I'm not a software
I mean, it
developer.
sounds really good. So I mean, you know, I like it. Yeah, as a signature for me, I don't know. I don't know. It's so funny. Like the other day, I posted this piece on LinkedIn, just kind of reflecting about we had a company dinner, and we all got together. It's just a simple picture. Here's what's going on, company, everything, and I mean, it kind of blew up. I was like, wow, that's just something. I think it's weird. I'm just an anomaly. I don't know. I can't explain it. I'll let other people explain it. And part of me needs to go and collect that story. You know, I need to kind of get testimonials, or at least get what people think of me in some ways, just so I can better understand it. But it's weird. I was telling my wife today, it's like, I don't really care about money. It's really, I know that sounds like you benefit from money, don't you? Yeah, I do. But it's not the motive. Like the motive is to stay on the edge of next, and stay on the edge of next, be it culture, be it research, be it technical trends, stay with the flow of the pattern, um, and see the futures that you want, and inspire them in yourself and others. And you have to remember that 40% of the board is set. And what I mean by that is that there's enough trillion-dollar capital that's already in motion that is going to dictate 40% of the future. And that's sort of and I think it might be 60% of the future. I think it's 40%. I was talking to this Robert Scoble about this, having a fun conversation about, the amount of players who have put, significant capital in sort of being able to route and direct the future. You know what I mean? In the sense, if I lay down, tons of fiber across XYZ area, now would I have a new foundation that I can do X and Y on because I've built that? I might not realize it in the first year that it's built, but I will realize it, in 10 years or 5 years or whatever. So that's cool stuff. I don't know, man. It's deep.
It almost sounds like it's time to let like a sales department handle that, and then you just keep going on producing the energy and the outcomes you want.
Completely.
And it's up to sales to get the money out of that.
Correct. And that's my again, these are the woes, partner woes here. We're going to have a founder story, partner woes, and I am monopolized speaking here, not on a record, and nothing I say here is meant to be used against me in the future. Okay, but yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. I mean, the business runs off of cash. You run out of cash, you're dead. So, for as much as you don't want to do sales, you have to. Here's the funny thing is that my partner wants me to do sales. What he doesn't realize is that when I'm actually at flow, when I'm at peace, when I am at like resonance, um, the sales will come to me. Yeah, things will come to me. Like today, my partner on the new media company I've been working on called me today. She's totally excited, and I was like, "What's going on?" And she's like, "Oh, I just had a great conversation with a local bank, and they don't have any." I was talking to them about small business and how to help people invest in small business companies and that kind of stuff. Now they want her to, go in there and write programming, and we'll probably end up doing some sort of small business programming and all kinds of stuff. It's different. It's not a software sale. It's not a giant sale. But what is it? A really good conversation. A really good conversation and a doorway in. And it's in a lot of ways I use the podcast as the outbound marketing. I'm not selling when I'm knocking on the door. I'm looking for a guest. I'm looking for a connection, a conversation. So, but it's a long game. And even the other thing too is that, I want them to settle and figure out. Actually,
I want the software company to really also rebuild itself. No code is eating the bottom 40%. It's eating the low hanging fruit projects. So there goes 60. I don't know. There goes 20% of your bottom line. It just went away because no code's can eat it. And the question is why aren't you actually being super proficient in no code? Like, you already have a great team. Yes, you can code all the advanced languages, blah blah blah. Who cares? But you're not going to get the $10,000 project. Why? Because someone can basically get a no code tool and maybe do it for 1,500. You know what I mean? You're just not gonna, and you can't live off of 10K gigs anyways. You have to move up higher into bigger sets of work. But there is so much on the bottom floor, and the bottom floor is increasing. Execution is collapsing. That's actually, Mike. That's one of the main monikers I'm using right now, because it's all about AI and how more people can hustle, more people can learn, more people can turn a dollar. And that's because these tools are coming in and allowing the average person, they don't need to know jack, but what they can do is get their wish. And that's all they wanted. And if that turns into a
So
business,
maybe you're the game genie.
yeah, kind of a genie.
Come and rub my belly, son, please, and I will tell you if your startup will be successful.
Well, that's the
Rub it slowly. Nice.
yeah. That's the thing that I've been sort of trying to problem solve in my mind, and I know I'm not up there with the level of thinking the way you guys, but the way I visually envisage it is like, how does this affect the organic connection that companies and organizations will have in the future, when you can start to just go off, request something, and it produces itself almost. And it's almost like, as in the consulting side of things, it seems to be more of where, like what Sayu's talking about, if it's a good idea, get equity, and bad idea, get an hourly rate or whatever, cash flow. But if an entity sets itself up in a way that it sort of says, okay, you got a startup, you got the idea, you've got the energy, but you need the guidance, we'll have 50% of that and take care of all that admin production side, so you can continue to flow on and produce what you produce.
That's coming.
And
It's
then,
not already here, by the way, but yes.
yeah, so this is what sort of feels like needs to happen now. That entity sits there and it sort of feeds the resources into that startup, and continues to grow. And if it continues to grow, then they both gain equity out of it, or cash flow, or whatever the negotiation that would depend on. And then at a point in time where that startup goes, okay, we want to go, and disconnect, like the way a cell would be created. You draw that line down the middle, you part ways, and then away it goes. That entity flows off and survives on itself, reproducing itself, or it just dwindles with the times.
Yeah, and the
But
key thing there is to also think about the level of automation that might be in play, because you might have, like, oh, I'm going to have a human team and I'll have 5 AI teams. You know what I mean?
yeah,
One of the bigger, more exciting things that's happening all the time, and the Syndicate is a living example of it. It's an actual living, running example of it. I mean, it's interesting too. We started with, summarization, voice analysis. We've kind of been going and playing in this giant current means sandbox. And what I mean, like, what are the current means of your year? We've been playing around with a lot of current means in the year 2022, and that's been really awesome. And it's been explosively powerful across the members who are really jumping in, right? So we have a whole new group of people who are doing voice acting. Have never done that before. That's significant in 6 months or whatever. People like KC, I think he's a great example of just someone who just kind of jumped into a complete 3D blah 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 and started learning all these tools. That's powerful stuff. Like, we have better output, like, results for making a simulated community than most, like, state funded, like, accelerators to show people what, like, how to get jobs and careers. Like, we're an online perpetual decentralized, centralized when needed, um, um, for each other organization, when there's money involved, we have a understanding of it, right? There's whatever's going to happen. Christian, we pay for that class. Someone needed some help on XYZ, we jump in and help. We do that because we kind of value karma, and we value sort of the goodness of not only putting forth, like it's not about being good. It's about being fast in a lot of ways. I don't look at you and go, he's such a good man. Not necessarily. He's just really proficient with his time. And he
Yeah,
got
rapid
you.
man. That's
You
why
know
I
what I
call him
mean?
rapid man. That's his superpower.
Yeah, and he got you settled. Like you came in, you didn't know where your seat was on the bus. Yeah. Get it. Shut up. It's over. Look, I know you don't have to think about it as A22. See where the rubber duck is? Yeah. Okay. You know what I mean? He helps translate. And a lot of us do that. We actually translate each other and like, oh, I see what you're trying to do. Let me take that and help you. Do this or whatnot. So it's a cool place, and maybe a disaster of a podcast, but this is actually a pretty decent episode. And it'll be available on Laserdisc in just a few weeks. Good conversation, good stuff.
Did you send me that clip? That
yeah,
riff?
in your email.
Oh, email. Oh, I'm sitting here waiting for it.
My bad.
It's like a dick. No, that's all right. My bad. But I'm not going to apologize. I'll be back in a sec.
What's going on?
While I was talking, that session with Christian, it really pissed me off the way technical things were just glitching on me the other day.
Sometimes the hardest part of voice acting is just setting up your microphone. Let me tell you.
Well, I had it all set up, but I lost my camera on the other device, and he really wanted the camera, so I had it all set up. It would have worked without the camera, but then he wanted camera, so I was just, fuck. And then it's like when I start doing something and he gets cut, like when you're in that session, and then you're like, we're running out of time here, and then it just gets cut. If I feel like a couple of times now it's gotten cut short, but also the and that's through no fault of my own, but where was I going with that? It's not the outcome that was desired for either party, right? So yeah, he said something about the North American accent. So where do I go to start learning a North American accent? Like when he says North American, is he talking about Canadian accent, or is this North American type of thing like a combination of the northern states, or what does he mean by that? Do you know?
I don't.
That sounds American when you say North American.
Yeah, it does.
You can do your best impersonation of Dan.
Well, howdy, son. How you feeling about that arm? I don't know. You could do a voice. Yeah. Maybe the key to the North American voice is our ability to stall. That's right. Suggesting what we're saying is positively interesting, knowing full well we don't care anything about what's thinking or happening in your mind. Actually, by now, you're thinking about hanging up. But what you don't realize is we've already taken the money in your pocket. Thanks for being in America. The North American place. Well, it sounds interesting. I'm going to go through the experience rails on Saturday, my first session with Christian. So pray for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited for you.
All right, cool.
Are you doing it with yourself, or is there a group, another group going on? Or?
No, yeah, it's itself. Although Lagatha wants she wants front row seats. I don't know if that's going to be possible, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be awesome one-on-one. That'll be great.
I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if I'm like raw clay, like, oh, that's cool, or like a wild stallion. Like, oh God, Michael, you've given me a stallion that's always turning left. This will take years for us to unwind. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So it'll be interesting. Like, I probably have a lot of learned behaviors that might suck. I don't know.
Ah, it's sort of like it's there's no need for forgiveness in it. You just muck around and
Yeah, I like that.
you're just tweaking the whole way in a sense. It's a step by step. It's just like tweaking. You get tweaked along the way. So and everything that you were before, you can keep, if that makes sense. And then those tweaks are what happens between you and the mic, and the relationship between you, the microphone, and the director, who is the guitar tuner, in a sense. And then you just drop it. You walk away from it. You leave it, and you walk away.
Sounds cool, man. Yeah, it should be interesting.
Yeah, it's good fun. I'm excited for you.
Yeah, thanks. I've been thinking a lot too about my podcast shows. I kind of want to figure out. I don't know. I want to give you guys all opportunity to get on an episode and either talk about your passion or your business or something like that. We'll figure out those aspects. Got to start building that. The other thing we're sort of growing on our side, we're going to do a speakers forum where we're going to sort of collect people who want to be speakers and talk about things or do voices and other stuff. So I'll show.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
I like talking to people and learning about them from their individual internal, not so much their profession, but the individual person, where they come from. I keep saying it, like the past, present, and future of that individual, and then branching into what they do in their industries and how their individual self interacts with that industry, and then how they affect it. I met a guy the other day. I was at a Halloween party. I think I might have spoken to you about it, but he was an interesting character. He was an Australian person who had gone and studied this ancient Chinese medicine. And we were at this Halloween thing, and he just offered to take my pulse. And this is probably something they do. And my friend said, "Let's sit down, let's do this." And my friend's the kind of guy that would just never go for something like this. And anyway, took my pulse, and then he started telling me about all these ailments that I'd had in the past. And I'm like, how the fuck is this guy able to do this just by taking my pulse? Like, what's going on? Have they taken a photo of me in the background somewhere and then got my my medical records? Because he was nailing it. And then he went on to say a couple of... he went on to tell me more about a couple of things current symptoms that I had. And when he was explaining them, I think a couple of things I said, no, not quite, not really. And one of the things he said is your sinuses are really, you're having troubles with your sinuses. And I said, no, not really. But what happened was I went into one of those trampoline centers with my kids because we were on holidays together. And I fell into the foam pit, and it was like an old sort of foam pit trampoline center, and the foam was degrading. And the shit got in my throat and in my nose and in my eyes. And so the next day, my sinus was just like fully blocked up, like just, rock hard. And I was like, fuck, this guy knew something just before. I'm like, how the fuck did he know? So I rang him up and spoke to him a bit more. I thought this guy would be actually interesting to do just like a practice type interview session with the Syndicate, like in that forum that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So I rang him up. I had a bit of a chat with him, and he was interested in it. But when I was talking to him, he just he was really keen for the idea. And then I spoke to his receptionist, and she was asking me questions. And then the next time I spoke to him, he was really short and brief. So I got a different type of energy from him. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if this is going to work or not. Is he going to be open enough to talk about it? But the first time I spoke to him, he was really open, telling me about how there's different levels of tissue that he's feeling, different levels of pulse traveling through his system. And it was all really interesting conversation. I said, we should continue this on. Would you be interested in a group of us getting together on a Sunday or something like that and talking about it? And he's like, yeah, sure. Give me a call. So yeah, if that's something that you're interested in sort of just jamming with and seeing how it goes, I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. Because
yeah.
I love stuff like that, and even be fun to. Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking. I mean, my two shows. One is sort of about Midwest startups, and the other one's research to market. But I do. So it doesn't fit right now, but I like that you're thinking like that, and that's the kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, the avenue and the argument that I was sort of going to bring into the syndicate, being that everyone's so technology based here, and I wanted to some way. I was thinking about how to introduce it into the discussion is like, what are we foregoing when we allow all this technology to do it for us when history is teaching us that they've been doing it well, or if not better than what the technology does? You know, when we look into the health and wellness industry and where science has taken it, when you combine the corporate culture and then the manipulations and everything like that, and you compare it with those industries like the Buddhisms, the wellness, the ancient Chinese, and how they were, you know, free of cancer type thing, I think. But what are we foregoing? And that's the sort of area that I wanted to introduce into the discussion. Like there's this ancient teachings and learnings about frequencies, like DeFi was talking about before, and
But you're making one assumption there. You're making one assumption that is, I think, I'm hearing a lot more people talk and surface, which is the assumption that past civilizations were not as advanced as the current civilization. You know what I mean? In other words, just because our base of things that we have access to doesn't necessarily make us. This is just a belief of mine, and there's no research here. This is just my notions, I guess. But just because we have electricity, we have cars, we have computers, doesn't necessarily make us, our mind, as more advanced than the cultures that came before. So, like,
exactly,
you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
I think when this is there's a lot of this kind of going on, and there's a lot of cool shows now too about them to talk about it. But and I think it's also what's interesting is a lot of the shows, like the TV shows that you see in this space, like on the Gaia channel and some of these other things, where you see the depth of that material. You look at the App Store and you can see the trend there. There is a big push on the sort of wellness spiritual arc, right? That's another sort of thing I believe in. I believe in technology arcs. So there's a huge technology arc or arc in general that is the merge of sort of wellness, minimalism, or a return to sort of the old ways that were lost and that kind of stuff. That's just, I think that's a trend that's happening. That's happening alongside sort of the reforging of reality through AR and AI, which is a good line right there. Someone write that down. That was good.
Yeah, and it's like almost as if the two, what we call them, industries or cultures, have essentially, with everything that's gone on, just visually, it's like in some parts they're almost like pushing together. And then when you go into these types of spaces with the different cultures, you can see sometimes there's a similar language being spoken, not similar language, sorry, a similar communication line, but spoken in a different language. However, they're still speaking English.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to explain, but if they can come together and combine, well, maybe. You don't know. You know, is there a possibility that this guy can use technology to, you know, do a monkey grip on me and then do all this stuff? And is technology going to be able to do that as well? I don't know. But
I can speak to that actually. If you noticed, my Twitter handle is Afro Healer, and I'm also a computer scientist. And I've been deeply interested in the ways in which my ancestors provided healing. And when I talk about healing, I'm not talking about just the healing the way the Western world thinks of healing. I'm talking about holistic healing. So that's the healing of the mind, body, spirit, and community.
Yeah, would you call that wellness? Wellness?
Before the hippies got into it and would patricide selling crap, I would have said yes. But now I wouldn't say. I would say no, mainly because they've taken the wellness word and warped it into something that it isn't. So yes, it is wellness, but real wellness, not the fake crap, right?
So
And
we'll maybe call it traditional wellness. Is that what my voice sounds like, Everett? God.
But I think that there's a combination of things that are happening, and if you look in, there's been a lot of the merging of the tech and the traditional medicines. You've seen a lot of that coming out of China and Japan, probably more out of China, where they've done some really, really, really deep connections between ancient technologies and also the they say modern technology or modern science, but it's not really. I think the Western world is just starting to see stuff that ancestors from all over the world have known of for thousands and thousands of years. Um, you see the same thing happen in different parts of Africa. There's traditional medicines that are being used. You're seeing research coming out of South Africa as well, where they're finding out that a lot of things that our ancestors were talking about, and that when the so-called colonizers came, they said that we were being childish when we're talking about the interconnectedness of a whole bunch of stuff. And then now you're seeing the resurgence of people talking about the need to pay attention to environment, to pay attention to global warming, to pay attention to all these things. Well, 10,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago, lots of people on the planet knew it. People in Europe didn't, but the rest of the world knew it. So I think we're in a process of what is referred to as remembering, not actually learning new things, but remembering the things that we've forgotten. So there's hope for the combination if we pay attention. Otherwise, it will get colonized and become just a way to make money instead of a way to actually heal. Like you see, you go to Goop, for example, and you see that as a tragic example of how you can make millions of money with the name of wellness, where you're not actually helping people. In some cases, you're doing damage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, is that
So
vibing with what you were thinking?
traditionally, in a sense, traditionally it was more of a succinct, like it was more encompassed into like life being the outcome, survival. And how we survive within. But now with new industries, they take one piece or I'm reverbing through your mic. Yeah, I lost my train of thought then. But yeah, you were going to carry on, I think, with that.
No. Yes. Like if you look at, for example, look at medicine in the West, in the so-called West. I say so-called West because it's west of what? And yeah. But someone has an issue and they go see a doctor. They look at symptoms and then they try to provide you stuff to deal with your symptoms. They don't ask, sometimes, well, depend on the doctor, but in Canada, there's a limited amount of time that the doctors have to spend with you. So, and then they ask you to, in some cases, they would say that you should only, maybe you can only talk about one issue in an appointment, or maybe two if you're lucky, or three, whatever it is, right? So, how do you connect all these things about that are affecting someone to bring them back into some sort of balance and wellness? If they when they come to talk to the person who's supposed to be helping them heal, they have to pick one thing. How do they know that which one thing is most important? You know, like there was this. I'll just quickly with this is there was someone who said, there was someone who goes to a Western doctor because they say every morning that they wake up, they have this. It's like a big sound, and then they have this pounding headache. So they keep going. They get X-rays. They do all kinds of sophisticated treatments. They can't seem to find anything that's wrong with them. But this person's head hurts, so they keep giving them stronger and stronger painkillers, and that works. But the person's not liking the side effects. Then they go sit down with what I'll call a traditional healer, And the person asked them, "What do you do before you go to bed?" And it says, "Oh, I usually read." And then they ask, "What kind of lamp do you have?" It's like, "Oh, it's one of those ones that I swing over my bed and I listen to it, and I read, and then I usually fall asleep." And the traditional healer says, "Well, get a different lamp, and your headache will go away." And the person's like, "What?" It's like, "Just get a different lamp. I'm busy. I don't have time for this. But just get a different lamp, and you'll be okay. Just make sure it does. It's just a regular lamp, straight up lamp, and you'll be good." So the person's been dealing with this headache for 2 years. So they're like, "What the heck? I'll get a different lamp." So they get a different lamp, and for like months, no headaches. So they happen to run across the healer, and they ask the healer, "What was it about the lamp, this new lamp that I got that healed me?" And the healer said, "It wasn't the lamp that healed you. The problem is you were falling asleep with this lamp in front of your pillow. And when you woke up in the morning, your head was hitting the lamp. And that's why you had this pounding headache. So I just got you." You know what I mean? So sometimes it's that simple. But if you don't understand what's going on in the person's life, you're going to be prescribing all kinds of shit. Right?
Yeah.
It's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. Doctor, that's when I do this. Doctor responds, don't do that. Yeah.
True, true. I'm dating myself here, but about 20 years ago, I set up afrohealer.com, and I probably haven't updated anything there since I first set it up. So you can go there, you can see some interesting stuff about healing and Afrocentric views on gender and sexuality and some other cool shit.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, cool. I know you guys were talking about marketing before, and I wonder if you guys had any tips on self-marketing. You know, I've been trying to put myself out there for like different stuff, but I would love to know like what's you guys' tips on how to improve that, or what more people should be doing for like marketing themselves online. That'd be a big help for me. Thanks.
Well, who are you trying to? Marketing's not my expertise area, but who are you trying to market to? Would be the question.
Well, I have two markets really. So I used to do a lot of Dungeons and Dragons stuff, mostly for like a very niche part of that community. Um, but you know, I received some notoriety in that community. Like I've done pretty well. You know, people look at me as a little bit of authority figure because you know I wrote some guides and some stuff, and I would love to market to them. I made a YouTube for them, and it did okay. It does okay, but I have to make a lot of content, and there's a lot of work for little effort. The second one is the AI art stuff. So I build custom models for AI art, and I also you know make my own AI art drawings. Um, that seems to have a bigger market, and I'm starting to make a little money from doing that. But I would love to like learn how to expand more on that, and uh, that's what I'm trying to learn how to do.
So Dan, are you in the space? Have you dropped off?
No, I'm still present. How can I be of service?
So, Jin, can you tell them more about your background and what you're up to now? Because you have, I mean, I'm a fan of your art, but you know that might be partly because I know you. But you've started creating your own models and sharing them to use.
Yeah, so Pretty much I just, when AI art started to like pop up, I just, kind of hyper focused and try to learn everything about it, like everything I can. And I quickly learned, like, when it comes to like prompting and non prompting, like, I felt like people don't really care about AI art, like the pictures themselves, because they see thousands of them. They see so many of these pictures. Like, they see probably more art than some people would ever see in their lives in a few seconds, because there's just so much AI art being pumped out. So it's really hard to like, uh, and plus like, because the models are very same, like some people really just start to learn how certain models look in a particular style. So like Mid Journey, Stable Diffusion, the different versions of Stable Diffusion, they all have a semi-distinct style that I think when people who consume that a lot, they see that style and it kind of bores them. So my advantage, the niche I try to slice out for myself, which seems to be working, is to create very hyper custom models that can display stuff and show stuff that's different uh, than what people would see in the traditional models. Uh, it's been working really well. There's a lot of people who hit me up online or hit me up and stay with you, hit me up on Discord a lot. Mostly people have been giving me like donations and stuff like that. So I made so far about maybe $250. People just give me donations, and only one person subscribed to my Patreon, which is really cool. But I feel like it can grow more as I go to different places like DeviantArt and stuff like that. I'm currently doing really well on DeviantArt, but I feel like there's something missing. Like I can't 10x, like I can't 2x. Like it's like a piece missing. Maybe the way
Well,
I
you're limited
understand
by the
myself.
infrastructure. You're limited by the current infrastructure that allows you to probably monetize higher, for one. Meaning that like you have the Patreon, but that's more people sort of like looking at you, and maybe I mean that's one place where you could maybe monetize more or drive more traffic to. But like selling the models, like there's not like is there a model marketplace? I mean that's the thing. Are there any accelerators in the current area of focus that are sort of helping you get that 10x? Because I think everyone, I think that your position in your story is probably common with a lot of other folks, and then there's the companies that like Wombo, Midjourney, and right Stability or whatever, right? So that gap is really far right now until well, and the people in the middle are like what Google Club, billion-dollar company, right? So a lot of the infrastructure is kind of geared for you to basically enable them to propagate the space. The fact that you're making any money at all is pretty amazing, I think, in a lot of ways. Now, here's the thing you could do monetize, which would be how you think. Like right now, you're selling what you make, but you could monetize how you think, in which case now you're doing classes. Now you're getting a whole different business where you're actually going to walk someone through the methodology of how you're thinking. And now you have 1,000. If there's, like you said, there's 1 million people doing the art. Okay, you get 4% of that. Boom. That's not too bad. $10 a head, whatever. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's all theory craft, but I mean, it's just different ways to think about where you're at. Like, I don't see any accelerators right now that really help you monetize. I agree with what you say in terms of like, there's so much AI art out there that people can't tell. In a lot of ways, it's hard to find original art on Twitter. You know what I mean? Like right now, you can't find it very well, right? It's kind of an interesting aspect, I think. Um, the distinct styles, I think that's how companies right now are sort of differentiating. Like Wamba has really specific styles it works on and releases, right? It had like a homing style, like and Wamba's kind of doing it's kind of like the Hasbro in the middle. It's kind of doing its own thing, but still doing stuff. Midjourney is sort of like the I don't know. It's like the Apple of AI art. They have an attitude. They have a position in the brand. They have an ethos of how they want to work. They have rules. They have pretty solid product, I think, in a lot of ways. And then Stability AI and all that kind of stuff. And then the leak.
In a lot of ways, I don't know if that was a leak or probably by design leak to accelerate a lot of other things, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the future of it is it's weird because uh, it seems so geared towards the companies
That broke you
themselves.
on, man. You got to turn off the mic.
Oh, okay. Oh, it seems so geared toward the companies itself, meaning that um, like the AI companies can make a lot of money controlling the space, but as a person creating stuff within those tools, it's very hard to get, make money off of it because, people can just, they feel like they can just do it themselves. So uh, that is a little alarming because I wonder like how much of AI is going to take over every space. And what that's just going to do is just give money to the people making the AI systems and not the people who are, using the systems as much. Um, but yeah, I mean, classes seem like a good idea. I don't know. I could do YouTube. I see a lot of people do classes on YouTube and then like link to like their Patreon stuff. I
You could
may
do
do
something,
like a
yeah.
little, I may do a tutorial that way. But yeah, I just wanted to improve my marketing because like I'm getting like because I post the models for free uh, online. So for Patreon, my analytics is like I get 65 page views a day, so which is really high for Patreon. But it's not converting for some reason. I'm not converting into users, so I have to figure something out. But
What is your for Patreon? What do they see first? Do you mind posting your Patreon to the top? Is it in your profile? Okay, let me take a look. I'm looking at it now. So if I'm looking at this, so okay, outside observer, click on that Patreon link and let me know what your initial impression is. You're talking the wrong one right now. Is now, before you say anything, check out scroll down and look at his art. The art is crazy. Click on any of those and you'll see the detail.
It's beautiful.
So now he can create models to do those things.
Wow.
All right. So now go back to the Patreon. Rommel, meet Ali. Ali Rommel.
Hi. Oops.
You there?
Yeah,
well,
I'm here.
gone
Sorry.
crazy.
So he was the DM for the dungeons.
Amazing. Amazing.
One thing I was going to say is that when it comes to the art itself, one of the things that got people interested in my wife's work is because she had a small narrative that went along with the pieces. Here, I'll put something to the top.
Oh yeah, Yankee.
Dan likes Inky.
Got a little tentacle porn on that one. That was crossing the line.
Hey,
I know.
excuse me. You're taking something beautiful and turning it gross, you asshole.
It's pathos. Right? So, images, right? But narrative makes it emotional.
Yeah, I will say that what's amazing is that you actually maintain the octopus. Like it's relatively it stays consistent throughout the story, which is
It's a lot of work.
yeah, that does require a lots of work. So that's what's amazing. Is I'm like, God, you got it right again. Huh. She's pretty good. She just puts the prompt in. Back in the room, there's a billion computers running with the prompt or whatever,
Yeah, I'm just fearing that this it's gonna be hard to make money on AI art. Like you can already tell that it's like even more devalued than actual art because like if I was drawing the same stuff I was prompting, I would guarantee be able to make a lot of money just on commissions and stuff like that. But it's very hard to get commission. It's almost impossible to get someone to ask you to commission AI artwork.
Yep.
Or it's harder for someone to even ask you to want to pay for it. So I feel like I wonder if that trend is going to get worse, or it's going to get maybe it's going to just flip at some point.
Might normalize. I mean, like it's still like in the eye of the beholder in a lot of ways, right? In terms of the piece, and then it's also if people have a connection to the artist, they might want to, you know what I mean? So it's, but I think you're right. It's to me, it's going to go in the operating system. That's where it's headed. So it's headed to be basically just as ubiquitous as command copy or whatever else. It's going to be, oh yeah, let's just drop it right here. So it's going to get kernelized. It's just going to continue. It's not going back in the box anytime soon. But you're right about original art. Like basically the minute AI art hit, my thought was basically anything before that, like tripled in value, if not more, because people making original pieces. That's like oh my God, check this person out. They're drawing. You know what I mean? I think that's one place. The other thing that I think AI art is going to start doing more of, though, is it's already starting to sort of eat the creative production ecosystem. So, for example, like I'm using it to sort of prototype a magazine. Like I can sort of, you know what I mean? I can flesh out ideas. That's what it's the heart of the AI art, I think, in a lot of ways, is for much as it's art, is also, to me, it's more about the manifestation of what I'm trying to do right now. What does it look like if Sid Mead made a helicopter in Atlantis? Yeah, that's interesting. Why do I care about that? Maybe I'm doing some story about that, or what to me, it's a creative fodder tool to just help spur the moment that you're in, whether it's just to be totally for escape, or like my wife and I, we made a game with Wombo, where basically we sit down, we listen to a Spotify playlist together. She's doing knitting and I'm screwing around or whatever, and we all you have is the song title, right? So you have the song title as part of the prompt, and you have to sort of make pieces and then you trade or whatever. So it's like, to me, it's going to become more and more common. It's going to be hard to make money off of it. However, your knowledge around the space and how that and the interaction between that is still, gets more and more valuable every day, I think. Especially if you know the hard stuff, like all the collab crap. Like, I think some of that kind of matters, but I don't know. I love companies like Midjourney. It'd be really interesting to see. Like I could see Apple, scooping up Midjourney in a heartbeat, and then adding Midjourney, essentially adding Journey into the OS. Why not? Or it might be a product for a while, but that just seems, I don't know, really possible to me.
I feel like I'm not sure if oh. I feel like
I've got two gifts for you, courtesy of the Canadian government and our taxes. There's a show called Spark in Canada on CBC. The last episode that they did, which just aired 2 days ago, was talking about the economics of AI. And so they had some experts on there, both in AI and economics, and studied history and all that good stuff, talking about where the market is, where the money is. I only just heard it while I was doing something else, but I think you should check it out. I'm gonna post a link to that as a reply to you on your Twitter, so you'll see it. So it will be linked directly to the show. It's about an hour long. You can listen to it, and I think you will love it. My second thing is something from I also used to be big in marketing. Um, there's a famous saying that nobody goes out apart from maybe people who are actually in construction, but nobody really goes out to buy a drill. People go out because they want a hole. So you got to find out what the hole is that people want, and then you talk to them about that hole, which is talk to them about their pain, what it is that they need, what it is that they want, and then you provide a solution for that. I think that there's lots of things that with your skills that you can show and that you can teach people. And so you could have courses, you could have seminars, you could have there's a whole bunch of things. You could get into consulting with companies that maybe say, you know what, we've got limited staff, we've got a newspaper publication, but we also want to create some visual pieces that are going to go along with what we're doing. Right now, we're spending a ton of money on stock photography. Can you come in and maybe do a course for some of our writers or some of our people in our digital department, so that way you can show them how they can use AI to create the stock photography instead of paying licensing fees. So what they pay is going to be a whole lot less than what they're paying for their licensing fees for stock, and then they get something that they can use. That was actually an example that I got from that show when I was listening to it a couple of days ago. So yeah, that's something that you can check out. And then from my other life, if you go to information.win, you'll see something that shows about how to actually generate leads and generate sales for different kinds of businesses. And yeah, you can check it out, and it gives you like a series of messages. The niche market is around the whole entrepreneurship and online sales stuff. You can ignore that, but look at it as a template of, this is a way to market an informational product, and think about, okay, after reviewing that, how can you apply that to what you want to do with your AI art? And I think you will find some nuggets in there. That's what I got for you.
Oh, thank you. Can you please send me those links? I would love
I would
to,
love that. All right,
to
yeah, I'm
grab
gonna
those.
drop them. I'm gonna drop them now in a second.
But overall, I do think like right now AI art is the cool thing. But did anyone see that open source math model?
What's that?
So I know. Let me send you a link. I haven't messed with it yet, but it seems to be like pretty huge. It's called Galactica. I think there's some stuff on Twitter, but let me just send the link here. But pretty much it can do. It's not great at stuff, so like you can't ask it to do higher level stuff, but it can do math. So like you can ask it to solve an equation or explain an equation or summarize an equation. It can do some levels of science, and it's also like a GitHub Copilot, so it can do a little bit levels of code. I'm not sure how good is it at it though. I think someone asked it some high level questions, and it gave plausible but wrong answers. So it's kind of guessing a lot. So like at higher levels it breaks down, but at lower levels it can build stuff and it can do some stuff decently.
I just went to galactica.org and I asked it a question. Let's see what it says.
I'm not sure if that's the site though. It could be though.
Yeah, this thing seems generic. Did he go to University of Texas? Let's see. I don't think he did, but maybe he did. He went to...
I wonder if it can do SQL. I think it could probably do some SQL questions and stuff like that. You probably ask it database related questions, it's going to answer it.
So let me go to their main page. So generate Literature review on self-supervised learning. Let me type in theta nested gamma oscillations. Literature review on theta nested gamma oscillations. Let's see. It's so funny because it occurs to me that even if it can't do it, even we're living in a world where it's plausible that it could. So it's hard for us to really. Guy, AI art didn't even exist fucking 5 months ago. You know what I mean? Like, ostensibly. And now it's like, yeah, it's AI art. You know, everything.
Well, I think there's like two big. What I learned about the AI, there's two big kind of modes of thought that I've gotten for some people. Oh, my phone's about to die. But the first one is, there's going to be a big replacement of Google search. So the way people, look up a question online, they, type it in Google. I think that's going to be replaced with AI systems. So when you ask a question, you'll have a search engine, which is an AI system that will summarize the information for you, which will be a little bit more effective than just Googling the answer and hoping you get a web page for it. And the second one is, I think, one I seen by the AI director from Tesla. I think, I don't know if he's still working at Tesla, but he did a podcast with Lex Friedman, and he talked about something called Software 2.0. So really is for him that, these AI systems are gonna, at some point, be very competent at coding.
Was it Jim Keller?
No. It's like Andrew something. I'll see if I can find the link. I'll send it. But pretty much, these things are gonna eventually code really well, and the difference in skill is pretty much gonna be people being excellent designers and being able to craft things that people want at a super high level or competent level.
The compute, the network, and the storage are all commodity. Almost. It's like when I open up Google Colab, I don't need to download anything. It all just happens, and it's Google Cloud Platform and Andromeda in the background. But for me, it's really removing the layers. And like you said, like design is like what happens what happens in a world where like we're almost there, right? Like EFO was telling me about what was it called, EFO? The Figma extension that you got? The Figma plugin.
Yeah, it was a Figma plugin that takes your design and turns it into React components.
Right? So design is almost becoming commodity too because we're using templates. So, and I'm just learning how to code myself. So all of this stuff seems magical. At the same time, you talk to hardcore developers like Kid and like Dr. Wetzel, and they're, what are they doing now? They're developing in Rust. Right?
Well, have you picked up stuff like Copilot? Has that been able to aid you in your coding journey? I know you can't. I know it's not competent enough for you to replace, but like it could aid you.
You bring up a good point. I probably should test out the ability for Copilot to generate Python code that I can use in Google Colab. Because if I can use Copilot to generate code and use Colab to do the compute, storage, and networking, it would be fascinating.
So I'm so glad that you didn't
you don't know traditional programming and haven't gone through all that minutia because you're, I'm serious. You're actually.
I'm just stupid enough to learn properly.
No, but I mean, no, you're totally the reverse, man. I mean, you're people are a lot of people had to basically walk the mile and drag themselves, and they didn't understand it. You leap over the mile, get to the end. That's not so bad. Check the weather. Come back to the starting line, guys. It's not so bad. It'll be a good walk. You know what I mean? It's you're learning how to really leverage the current means, whereas a lot of other people. I mean, I got great developers, but they're slaving away in the year 2005 because they have to maintain that code base, or they get, you know what I mean? They have to be in those time periods. You're free, motherfucker.
Whoa.
You're free.
Yeah. What you just described there, Dan, was like he's not only jumping the chasm, he's jumping the chasm at the same time he's at the top. He's walked down the other side and said, "Oi, this is the way you do it."
Yeah, completely.
Well, but keep in mind that like you may not recognize it, but like do you realize I basically asked EFO for a computer science lesson for like an hour? And he was like, "So what's an API call? What's a REST call? What's a push? What's a get? What's a this? What's Python? How do I do the UI?" And it's bang, 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 and he's getting the answers.
Right.
So a lot of the Web3, Manish, Ahmed, right?
Sure.
Like
But
there's a lot of support.
Yeah, but you got to remember that people were attracted to you in this space, and a lot of times they were just waiting to be asked. Most people are waiting to be asked, in my opinion. Most people are actually waiting to be leveraged. They're looking for someone to recognize maybe something that they can do and let them be a part of something. That's the key thing about startups. Like, the heart of startups to me is to be a part of something.
Yeah.
That this vehicle that's going to have momentum, and sadly, in a lot of ways, the VC wants to, have other plans, and we actually have a culture that worships the raise.
See, this is
You know what I mean?
this is the scary part. Once I started learning a bit of this Python, and Web3 was helping me on Zoom, and Ahmed was helping me on Zoom, and I was, digging a ditch with my forehead. We moved from this point of, hey, we have an idea, wouldn't that be cool, to, hey, I got the database done. And so once we move from ideation to actually manifestation, and I don't have to get it the whole way there, right? I just have to get it to the beginning of the code. And then when it's interesting enough, Web3 and Ahmed or whoever jumps on the call, and they take it the rest of the way. Like Zach's idea for Captain's Log, that's totally in Web3's hands, right? We're figuring it out. Now, it may take him a little longer than anyone wanted, but that's fine. We're patient. But when he has it, he has it, right? And so it's like now we're just like going from having ideas to being like, okay, let's do that. And it started with the website and the type form and the Calendly. But at the end of the day, like, there's a difference between using someone else's technology and then slowly starting to build those things yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
Hey, speaking of collab stuff, I sent you a clip on WhatsApp. So I was just sort of replaying back, jamming with that little tune you played, and then I mixed in a little vocal tune in there too. I was picking up, so I just threw them all together, just kept recording, and then looping it back and then playing it over myself, if that makes sense. So you got a guitar tune and a vocal tune there with it now.
It's interesting, the music side. Like, I introduced the Ghanaian friends that I met on Twitter Spaces to a Ghanaian living in Toronto. And the Ghanaian from Toronto is now in Ghana for a whole month while they create music videos and record music and the whole 9 yards. And I find that the passion for the creation of music is one of the undercurrents for a lot of us. Like, we just, you just happen to play guitar. DeFi just happens to be a fucking amazing everything. You know what I mean? Jeff just happens to play guitar. You know,
Yep.
like Spooky.
I'm a drummer actually. I play.
Oh, there you go.
I play West African drums.
Yeah.
We all have
Like the djembe.
I can't. I was just thinking it's going to be dangerous. I can't wait to see the before and after of Dan after he goes through the portal.
Oh man, the portal. Oh god. Hopefully, it'll still be me.
He'll be you. He'll be you.
How do you think? Do you think you changed the way you talk?
My Soli says I have. Yep. She says like, yeah, there's something different there. She thinks that I sound more drunk than before taking the piss. But yeah, she says that there's something there, difference. And she was doing the whole thing of getting a bit questioning, like, who's this guy? What's going on? Like exactly what Potenza said. And now she's on the other end. She's supportive of it. So, well, she was always supportive of it, but like just, yeah, more supportive of it, I should say, taking more of an interest in it. Did you listen to that clip?
It's hold on, let me listen.
And just remember, it's just a jam. It's not refined. So I added an extra note in there too. It fit 3 notes instead of those 2 that I was playing before. It was like a...
No, I love it. It's simple. And the thing is, let me tell you something. DeFi is fucking talented as shit. He was just like freestyling and whatever. I'm like, yo, that's actually legit.
Yeah, man, he's really good.
He's talented, dude. Sometimes I don't know exactly what he's talking about, but he's going.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's really great at the like riff gibberish, whatever we were working on. We did like 2 hours of riff gibberish.
You know, when he got into the algorithmic computation of CSS, I'm like, oh, that's just a way to put things on the left side of the page. But I love that. That guy's one of my favorite guys. I wonder where Ryan is.
Get that link and DM him.
Oh, it sounds great. I'm gonna. I mean, talking to DeFi a lot about, you know, just taking these little risks that I'm doing, you know, as we do the Twitter space. I'm just, you know, I'll just stand up and take a bunch of these ideas and these motifs. And mostly just because it's close to my hands. Yeah. Like, even this. I know it sounds weird, and I want it to sound kind of weird, you know?
Yeah. Well, sometimes going off sort of note, off that flow can bring it. Like just sort of take it off one little key or note and just mix it in there. It starts to, it might sound foreign at first, but then it gains traction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's supposed to be. Right? Because that's the expectation. This one kind of sticks out like a sore thumb, but you can mix it in. Right? You can, depending on how you place it, that one out of place note, right, to create the mood. Notice how, like, one of the most fascinating things for me is depending on the chord progression and the key, Dan's stories will take on a different tone.
Mm.
Like, we do an experiment where it's like, you know, we play things in that's just C major, right? It's a little more happy than the D minor.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so the C major, it's more
bright.
of a
Right? It's bright. Right?
yeah.
But the C minor,
It's almost cautious. It's more of a cautious curiosity type of tone I'm getting from it.
the idea is that if you understand the math of it, you know how Double was talking to
DeFi about
DeFi
the
about the frequency.
frequency.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you understand, right? So it's
Yeah, I was
that,
there. I was
yeah, you understand, right? You know, you can play, you know, for example, like the um, the same notes in C major are the same notes in A major, right? And so you can play with the math between them. Right? You know that they contain the same things, but they start in different places. And because those all have a quality to them, the quality is felt in the changes, right? In the movement, in the contour. So it still feels like magic.
You're listening to the Syndicate. Sight and sound is not necessary. You merely need to be present in the frequency of sound.
Hey guys, I'll
Young
be right
man.
back. I gotta go to the store.
What now?
Yeah, that's my therapy.
I like it, man. It's good.
What's that instrument called again? So it's like a
It's a steel drum or a steel pan.
steel drum.
Yeah. So some people use their hands. That's a hand pan, but this one you play with mallets.
Mm.
Just slight, small movements, smooth contours, small changes. It's fascinating. And that's somber because I'm playing with minors. I'm playing with sevenths. Right? And like from learning from the guy who taught me, it's like these numbers, these sevens, these nines, they might as well all be human emotions. And when you start transitioning from emotion to emotion, it's scary. If you ever get a chance, listen to you know Nile Rodgers. He played guitar for like Chic and all those people like Pharrell. Nile Rodgers does these YouTube lectures, and sometimes people film them, and it's of him talking about the math behind everything he's doing. It's crazy.
Yeah, cool. You can get those steel drums for a pretty decent price too. They're not well, you can get some really expensive ones too by the looks of it,
Yeah,
but
yeah. You should get one.
so are you playing the concaved one that's concaved facing you or convexed?
It's concave facing me.
Yeah. And then it's like mapped out. Is it there are like positions in there that are mapped out for your notes, or you
Exactly,
yeah,
there
right.
are. It's arranged in a mathematical way.
Oh, cool.
So all of the relations.
So they're calling that a steel pan drum.
Yeah, it's yeah, that's something I teach at the school boards here.
Okay.
But usually you just hear me playing with one hand. If I use my other hand, it's
Holy shit.
yeah, you get the idea.
Mm-hmm. Show off. That was awesome, man.
Thanks.
That was some good medicine.
I am going to knock off, but this is
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep learning how to
It's
program.
lunchtime for me.
This is good, man. Good episode. Thanks
Good.
for listening, everyone. Tune in next
Good
week.
talking to you.
All right, guys, take care.
Shoot the shit.
Good night.